I know we're streaming late, but hey, we can hope to get through this tonight. No camera tonight, because I look like a mess. Okay, that looks fine. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to. I haven't shaved, and I look horrible right now. I can't appear on camera like this. I look like a fucking mess. Alright, at everyone, sorry for the late night stream. No webcam tonight. I look terrible. Fuck off, Tatsu. And then we'll put a sad face for Maid's resurfacing thing. Okay. Anyway. Alright, let's go. Whoop. Wrong button.
Persona 4 Arena?
Story mode. I want to get through this shit tonight. That's my goal. I want to be done. How possible is that? I don't know. We would have to do Yukiko, Kanji, Teddy, Naoto, Mitsuru. God, we'd have to do so many. It might not be possible to do this tonight. Oh well. Let's go on to Yukiko.
Anti-shadow? Labyrinth?
What are you trying to hide? I stepped into a teleport machine and there was a fly in there and now I'm half fly. That was what Miss President said. Also, welcome, Maid. Sorry to hear about your... well, it's good to hear you got your disc. Sorry to hear it stopped working. Have you tried reloading and seeing if you just hit a bug or something? That was what Miss President said. Miss President is now completely different. Where she had arms and legs before is now metal. Her form was now exactly the same as the shadow, including all the mechanical parts.
All systems are clear.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear
elimination.
that. Excuse me. Ms. President then swings a giant axe with ease and begins fighting against the shadow. No, but I just turned it off. Amazing, that word that comes to mind. She transformed from cowering girl into a robot who's trading blows with the shadow in an instant, and she doesn't even have a persona. Well, that sucks, but at least you got your disc and you didn't go out $50. I'm sure whatever the resurfacing costs is probably less than getting a new copy.
I can't believe this. You completely shut off your ego.
What happened was I fought a ghost and then went to open a door and it just froze in the door opening animation. Oh, that seems like you should be able to circumnavigate that, though. Like, if it's anything like the first game, I bet that ghost won't always be there.
So you don't care if you live or die?
$3 to resurface? Oh, okay, that's not that bad.
What you really are? How ignorant are you?
Hey, John, lurking? Alright. The shadow growls and then destroys the announcement room door to escape outside. Miss President follows suit.
Miss President!
She doesn't acknowledge my voice in the slightest. I'm just dumbfounded in the room as I try to think back about what I just saw. It's a scripted encounter. Oh, shit. Well, that sucks. Miss President isn't human? But that can't be.
It seems I came too late. She's
well,
an older generation model, yet she's this powerful.
So, the reason I didn't stream on Monday, legitimately, because I didn't want to. Um, I wish there was a good reason. It's really that shitty. What I did do... Oh, God, let me move something. There was a box in front of my fan. I did, however, try out my new waxing kit. The one that appeared from the door was... Wait, what? I can't really explain that easily. The person that appeared was a woman wearing a white fur coat and some kind of skin-tight suit that looks like what a soldier-type people wear in all those movies that guys love. How eloquently put. Given her taste in clothes, I have no idea what kind of person she is at all. The game has been, like, building up a story about the little sister of these two twins, and the ghost is her. Oh, I didn't realize there was a third sister. After she looks all over us, she gracefully raises her hand in the air. And
Artemisia.
Yeah, so I did try out my waxing kit. It was a fucking thing. I only did half my head. So now my other half my head looks like complete crap. And my skin is still kind of sensitive, so I look... Oh, dear. Zach, you're gonna hate this. In Fatal Frame 2, you get notes out of order. I don't know what that means. Oh! Oh, God, you mean... Oh, fuck! I just realized. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's not that... I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. I'm just not a fan. I tense up as a reaction, but while I'm still in shock, the wounds on Yukun's body heal instantaneously. She's not an enemy?
Wait, you can use a persona?
You'll get diary before 1 and have to piece it. Yeah, I figured.
Actually, I didn't sense you at all. Who are you?
Well, since you've all become unavoidably involved with this, I'll at least tell you who I am. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, I'm the one responsible for this commotion.
A persona user besides us? Wait, I feel like I've heard the name Kirijo before.
What do you mean you're responsible for this? Do you also know the reasons behind what happened a moment ago?
I'm sorry, but there's only so much I'm at liberty to tell you. Though it's only natural for you to have your doubts, I'll try and answer to the best of my ability.
Mitsuru-san sighs before telling us about the sequence of events leading up to now. Even though it was simplified, what she told us came as a huge shock. She told us that shadows not only appear in the TV world, but that they were cases where shadows appear in the real world. On top of that, there's a never-ending battle, and Mitsuru-san is leading an organization created to fight those battles. I'll try tomorrow, see if it was just a bug, since I won't be going to the used game store to resurface it for another week. Oh, man. Well, that sucks. Yeah, how did you were replaying Persona, right? Before that, so I guess you could just repick that up if it is a problem. But anyway, yeah, I did my waxing, and I managed to get, like, the beard area, and it, like, I think I did pretty well. I think it could have been done better. So now I don't have any beard hair, which is great, and I'm loving that. And it didn't even really hurt that bad. It's just, like... It's weird to say that it's like, over time, it became too much, because like, as you keep, like, ripping your hair out over and over, it's just, like, in the same area the whole time. And so what didn't hurt at the beginning begins to hurt more, and then you get more stressed out, which makes it hurt more. It's a fucking thing. I also feel like the number one issue I had was that I let my hair get too long for it, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, like, shave the rest of my head for the next half of the waxing for next week. So I'm gonna do a half-week shave and then wax past that, and then I'll be all nice and hairless. That's the plan. I feel like I feel like I waited too long, and that was my mistake because I got sick from my shot. So playing Persona 1, stopped. Fatal Frame is pretty short. I'll just go back to that, yeah. On top of that, there's a never-ending battle. Mitsuru-san is leading an organization created to fight those battles. Pardon. And one of the weapons created for those battles was Lapras. That would be Miss President, who was with us until a moment ago. Oh, wait, I had a feeling that I'd heard the name Kirijo before. The Kirijo Group. It's not just a stock brokerage. It's a huge corporation that manufactures a lot of things. Oh, they also manufacture shit. First time I shaved my legs was a fucking disaster. I understand completely. The problem with leg shaving is that there's so much hair, because it's such a large surface area, that it's like, what the fuck do I do? You know? It, like, just creates, like, and the, like, blades get worn down, so it starts, like, nicking you and cutting you, and then you've got that weird shear feeling once you're done. Leg shaving is weird. And if her last name is Kirijo, then, does that mean this giant corporation is, and she's, whoa, there are too many possibilities that just open up there. I need to just slow everything down for a moment. And for a second, after I stop for a second to think about everything, the most shocking information is that...
I can't believe this. A machine made with a heart so it could use a persona.
Well, we did just see it in action.
That was weird audio mixing.
I understand that it's hard to believe, but I'm not lying to you. It's the truth. Of course, I didn't expect a shadow to emerge from her like that.
Mitsuru-san continues looking straight in the eye.
You should leave the rest of this to us. It's all right if you back out.
It's,
now.
like, weirdly satisfying to wax, I've discovered. Like, when you're doing it, you know, you look at, like, the hairs and, like, the proteins, like, stuck to the roots of the hairs, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then, like, you're hairless for, like, a while, and you're like, oh, man, look how smooth my skin still is. The problem I found... I think is that it went on for too long, and like that night, like my brain kept flashing back to the ripped out hair, and what was like cool at the time suddenly became slightly traumatic. It was crazy. Her words have an air of authority to them. She seems strong-willed. Their person also seems well aware of the gravity of the situation. Mitsuru-san is right, though. Ordinary high school students like us probably shouldn't be involved in a case like this. Even though she killed Yukun, I'm still worried about his condition. I have to worry about my other friends I left behind as well. My legs get really, really hairy, and I used an electric razor, and not only did it take forever, and I'd miss shit, I have to go back and shave more, but this really painful rash, because no one told you had to use lotion the fuck out of yourself when you're done. It was awful. No, yeah, I get you. I get you completely. See, I don't use an electric razor, because I don't own an electric razor. So I do everything with normal razor. And I found using a combination of like a nice like Gillette Mach 3 and like really cheap single blade razors for like touch-ups and quick corners can really help you out. You know, you use a combination of like hot water to like perk the hairs up, but then you cool it down with cold water to like shrink up the pores so you don't get like damaged skin. It's a fucking process.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't leave Miss President like this.
What? Why not?
From what you told us, it seems like she was created only to fight. But I can't claim that this has nothing to do with me. The way she talked was just like a normal girl.
I wish I could just get my whole body just lasered. That'd be the ideal. Miss President was suffering. Even if she was a robot created only for fighting, I can't leave her be after seeing her so emotional. She's just not a robot anymore. I
promised her that once we got to the bottom of this, we'd go out and have fun together. I can't break that promise. If she has a heart, that's all the more reason I can't turn my back on her.
That's right. It doesn't matter if she's a machine. If she and I were able to relate to each other, and Miss President protected us, if she's suffering right now, then I want to be by her side and support her. This may be nothing more than an emotionally fueled plea coming from an unrelated high school student to Mitsuru-san, but I still don't want to back down.
I'd like to make a request too. Will you take Yukiko with you?
Yukun?
Don't worry about us. You need to save Labras right now.
That's right, Yukiko-senpai. You gotta do your best in our place.
Yukun, Rise-chan, thank you. Mitsuru-san looks at us, waiting tensely, and furrows her brow, and then speaks up.
If you're still concerned about Labrys, despite knowing the dangers involved, then I won't stop you.
I want to see a review of Revelations Persona from the 90s I found a few days ago, and boy, did it make a bold claim. Is it the one about, like, how it'll match the upcoming Final Fantasy VII and is, like, on par with Suikoden? I actually have never played Suikoden, so I don't know how bold that claim really is.
Thank you.
But we can't waste any more time. Let's go.
Coming.
Mitsuru-san takes the lead and exits the announcement room. I sprint after her. Yu-kun and Rise-chan cheer me on. I feel their cheers boosting my spirits. This, of course, I've decided upon for myself. I have no doubts anymore. I must accomplish this no matter what. Yeah, I've never actually played Suikoden, and I don't know a whole lot about it. I heard mixed opinions on Suikoden at the bold claim as Final Fantasy VII. The reason I'm willing to say that's not as bold of a claim is because Final Fantasy VII wasn't out yet at the time, right? And assuming this is an English review, that means to that point, only Final Fantasies 1, 2, and 3 had been released in America, which weren't even really Final Fantasies 1, 2, and 3. So we had less of a saturation of the Final Fantasy franchise at the time, and, like, the game wasn't even out, so I don't think it's that crazy of a claim, because the whole thing about Final Fantasy... The thing about Final Fantasy VII when it came out, and you're gonna fucking laugh at this, is that it looked really good. You mean 1, 4, and 6? I absolutely do. Is that it, like, looked really good. Like, it was a technical marvel at the time. So it's not as crazy of a claim in the historically as you'd think. By Art Angel. Already a huge hit in Japan, Revelations Persona makes a stellar US debut on the PlayStation based on Japan's popular Megami Tensei series. RP is perhaps even better in the current top PlayStation RPG Suikoden, and may even challenge the upcoming Final Fantasy VII as the season's best RPG. Powerful Persona set in modern-day Tokyo, RP takes you on an incredible journey through different dimensions to fight demons with swords, guns, and magical abilities called personas. You start the game as a normal teenager, but as you adapt personas during gameplay, you get supernatural powers. The immense storyline has many plot twists, more than 300 monsters, and possible endings, makes this game great with replay value. The controls also make this an excellent game. First, maneuvering from one place to another is quick and easy thanks to efficient wizardry style interface. Next, the game really moves along because the information is laid out clearly, so you can quickly gauge the enemy's strength. Finally, the controls enable you to experience with a variety of personas, a fun prospect when you're able to turn in different monsters. Revealing personas, the graphics are superb, both during gameplay and full motion video FMV scenes. The walls are eerily shaded to give you a sense of uneasiness as you search through dark corridors during the 3/4 overhead view. Pro tip, the beginning of the game, search the classrooms for clues and items. Pro tip, in the Avidia world, go visit Igor and be sure to have your spell cards ready. He'll negotiate deals with demons so you can get no personas. Pro tip, if you're in dire need of health, avoid additional encounters. Search for Kelly, the water nymph who can rejuvenate you with her... Kelly? Why even change it from Trish? Who can rejuvenate you with her fountain. Pro tip, save Mary's devastating personas for moments when you're desperate for an offensive boost. Pro tip, position Nate so he takes on the largest foe as sword attacks are lethal. Battles, you won't see the pixelization often found in other RPGs like Suikoden. Best of all, check out the holographic special effects when you use magic. Although the game has more text than audio, the sound almost matches the graphical qualities. You'll hear signature battle calls for each character during and melee, while the voiceover during FMV would add mysteries. The music and special effects during gameplay and cutscenes are still excellent. You aren't familiar with the Revelations series, this is the perfect chance to jump into a deep, new, exciting experience for role-playing gamers who know what Revelations is all about. Enjoy this game and start looking forward to the sequels that are in the works. Okay. Final Fantasy VII doesn't even look as good as other PS1 games. Final Fantasy VII looked great on its time. It just aged like milk. Welcome, Pache. How are you doing tonight? No, yeah, that's what I was saying. I remember when Final Fantasy VII launched and we all lost our collective fucking minds. Like, I remember that game was a technical marvel at release. Granted, the statement, it aged like milk, completely accurate. But at the time it came out, that game was fucking great. They also called Trish a water nymph. She's a fairy, dude, not the lady of the font. I don't think... Well, water nymph is a bit repetitive. I forgot the word. My brain doesn't work while talking and streaming. Whatever. I noticed pixelation, but I also played on PS3. But yeah... so Final Fantasy VII wasn't out, apparently, according to that review. So the statement that it might match Final Fantasy VII for Season's Best RPG, I don't think it's that bold of a claim, because... Redundant! Thank you. Fuck. My brain just paused. Water Nymph is a bit redundant. Nymphs are all water nymphs. Yeah, so I don't think it's that bold of a claim. It was at the time, it was before the game was even out. Now, that said, I respect Persona 1 for what it did for the franchise, and at this point, I'm definitely more of a Persona fan than a Final Fantasy fan. But Final Fantasy VII is better than Persona 1 in every single way, at every single level. The issue of GamePro that the review on was February 1997. I follow Mitsuru-san. Anyway, yeah, how are you doing, Pache? And chase after Labrys. The invisible walls are still interfering. Trying to chase them down someone without being able to go where you want is really annoying. How are we still hitting invisible walls if we've managed to get Labrys out of the room with Rise? Can't Rise just direct us? We're eventually led to one of the empty classrooms, and Mitsuru-san's face gets
Another
gloomy.
one of those invisible walls.
Mitsuru reaches towards the other exit to test it out and knocks on thin air. Does that mean... I reach towards the door and we just passed through. Another invisible wall. I can see outside, but we can't leave.
Oh no.
Doing good? That's good to hear. Yeah, I heard about your, extra virus strain thing. Have a headache? Oh, that's not good. Headaches are air is too dry. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I have, a really high pain tolerance. Except for headaches. If that makes any fucking sense. What the fuck? Oh, Killer Instinct. Oh. Man, I do not remember Killer Instinct as a game at the time. Oh, and Resident Evil 2.
Ugh, the tournament rules are still in effect, it seems.
Was grinding
plans to make us
Zadnor in
fight
Final
each
Fantasy
other. I should
XIV.
have seen this
That's
coming.
almost a cool name. I would only, if I were to make that name, I would switch the N and the D, though. I would call it Xandor. Mitsuru-san draws the thin sword on her waist and says, well, it looks like that can't be helped. Don't tell me, do I have to fight against Mitsuru-san now? Even though her sword is pointed at me, I can't take up a defensive stance either. Seeing me like this, like that, Mitsuru-san furrows her brow. She turned completely cold, unlike a moment
If
ago.
she's trying to buy time, that means the situation can still get worse.
Killer Instinct was pre-rendered in Silicon Graphics Indigo 2 workstations. That is interesting information I won't ever remember. That's Resident Evil 1.5, The Scripes, Resident Evil 2, that was basically finished and completely playable. I've never heard of Resident Evil 1.5.
We don't have much time. Let's settle this.
Mitsuru-san!
Is that as far as you're willing to go? Wasn't there something you wanted to protect?
What I want to protect? That's right. I made the decision to come with her because I wanted to save Miss President. No, Labras. It's a version of the game that was scrapped for our Resident Evil 2. Eliza Walker came from it. Oh, interesting. All I know about Killer Instinct is Ultra Combo. All I know about Killer Instinct is that the modern Killer Instinct game that came out like a few years back has a killer fucking soundtrack. And a villain that's clearly based on Sadako. Like, one of the playable characters in that game is just Sadako. It's fucking badass. But to fight against someone... I think her name is, like, Hanako. To fight against someone I just met for no reason. Mitsuru-san must have sensed my lack of determination because her expression becomes even more stern.
Let me clear up any misunderstanding you may harbor. All responsibilities regarding Labras devolve to me.
What the shit is this thing you've just linked me, Pache? This, like, fucking Moave-ass Xbox thing. It follows Leon Kennedy and Eliza Walker. The PlayStation looked like a real PlayStation, not an art museum, and Chief Irons was a good guy. So it was completely scrapped, though. This game was never released.
I respect her feelings, but I can't allow people's
so, like, no
lives
one's
to be
played
put
this
at
then.
risk. If all else fails, destroying her is also an option.
It's an Indigo 2. What the fuck?
Destroying her?
If your desire to protect her is real, you can prove it by beating me. But if you won't fight, then keep trembling where you are, and I'll settle this very quickly indeed.
Eliza Walker was reworked into Claire Redfield. People have played it. Oh, really? Well, I mean, people have played it, but I mean, it didn't get released, though, right? She's not saying this as a threat. Mitsuru-san's expression is truly serious. If it comes down to it, this person really has the resolve to destroy Labras. Then I need to make up my mind, too. I must resolve to fight to protect her.
I'll fight. Whatever I think, if only one of us can move on, it should be whoever's stronger.
It never got released. Yeah, that's what I thought. There was a demo version of the game that leaked. People have been modding and getting to work for years. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Now that's what I was hoping to hear. Of course, whether or not you can best me is another matter.
I sense a strong power from Mitsuru-san's persona, but I don't want to lose. I'm fighting for Labras. So this fight reminds me of, I think, an event that happened in, I want to say, the Sengoku period. Don't hold me to that. But it was an enemy general attacked a fellow general's, like, camp or something, right? And he came in right into the enemy's, like, tent with on, like, fucking horseback. And he attacked the enemy general, who managed to fend him off in combat with just a fan for an hour. And I always thought that was the coolest fucking story ever. Now, there's two ways you can take that fucking story. The fun way, and the probably more accurate way. Because there is a type of fan, like a type of war fan in Japan that's like this giant fucking metal thing. And that's probably what he used. But I like to imagine he used a fucking folding fan. Because it makes for a cooler image. People have played it because some guy paid a fuck ton of money and ripped the disc. Huh. Well, interesting.
Well done. You have proven your resolve.
I felt like Elza Walker was a name in Resident Evil, though. I'm not sure why that name sounds so familiar then. Upon saying so, Mitsuru-san smiles. It seems that the sternness she had before the fight isn't genuine.
Now, go after her. I'm confident that you can salvage her heart.
Even though she had spoken about destroying her like an object before the fight, she just said her heart. Could it be?
Did you let me win on purpose?
There was an Elza Walker costume for Claire in RE2 Remake. Huh. No, I still don't think that's where I think I've heard the name from. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a name that sounds familiar.
I object to the question. I don't indulge people in critical situations like this.
Yeah, she's right. The stern words Mitsuru said before we fought may have actually been an attempt at kindness in her part. Me going forward instead of her means that if the worst comes to worst, I will have to execute the painful decision instead of Mitsuru-san. If you think of it like that, losing on purpose wouldn't be kind at all. I chide myself for having such soft thoughts. Saving someone's life isn't something that you can do half-heartedly. It was the same with last year's case, too. Since I fought Mitsuru-san and won, I must accomplish this no matter what.
Okay. Then I'm going now. And I'm coming back with Labrys no matter what.
That's the spirit. I'm counting on you, Amagi.
Elsa Walker. No, all I'm getting is Resident Evil. Maybe I've just heard the name before or something then. Weird. I turn my back towards Mitsuru and run out of the classroom. I hurry to try and make my way to Labrys as quickly as possible. Excuse me. I haven't even gotten to P4 in my replay yet, but I know who I'm dating in that game. Is it Yukiko? It's Yukiko. This... Okay, these fucking silicone graphics things literally don't even look real. They look like the kind of, like, a box you'd see in a movie set, where, in, like, the 90s, where, like, they'd put there on a movie set to be like, look at this future computer. Oh shit, John with the resub, thank you. A few days ago I was talking with a friend and he was talking about how much he hates I, so to piss him off, I'm dating I. I don't hate I know some people have a lot of problems with I don't have any problems with I. That is a 90s computer. I know. My point is it looks like a fake 90s computer. Thank you, John. I proceed down the hallways once again, led by an invisible wall. As I make my way, I notice that I'm being led back to the announcement room where I rushed out of not long before. What's the meaning of this? It's how they rendered those old 3D animations. Yeah, I figured. The door that was destroyed earlier is back to normal, and don't see Yukun or Rise-chan around either. I try opening the door. I need to figure out what's going on. I've always wondered if those, like, professional grade graphics cards can actually be used for gaming. Like, if I shove a $10,000 graphics card in my computer...
What's going on?
Can I play Minecraft with it? Is my question. ISD the best? I'm gonna go with no. I heard it might play, but it might not work great. I have looked into it before, and it's like, maybe, but probably not how much you want it to. The episodes of the anime with Ai is most of what I remember about Ai. The thing I remember about Ai is that if you want to date her, you have to jump through really weird hoops, and when she offers to, like, fake date you, you have to say, no, I don't want to fake date you. Because the route to her real romance route is not through fake dating her, it's through not fake dating her and being like, no, let's be friends, and then later on in her social link, then you're like, yeah, girl, let's fuck. I mean modern video cards, yeah, but old ones, no way in hell. No. I mean like a modern, like, what is it? Like the NVIDIA P90 or some shit like that. And I was wondering if those could play modern games, and I've looked into it, and it says probably not. Like, not as well as you would want it to, because games aren't designed to run off of those kinds of things, but I really don't know. I feel like I'm going to go insane. When I open the door, the scene beyond the window has completely changed. There are tons of grotesque things that are shaped like people. This was the video card in the Indigo too. Alright. That is that whole thing? Or just like the small chip on top, like the small part on top? This seems entirely different from the announcement room from earlier. Labrys and her shadow are fighting with this sinister red world and trying to destroy each other.
Please wake up!
I'm probably wrong, but based on purely off memory, she ropes you into dating him and dragging him doing shit he hates. Then her and Shie have a slap battle. I don't know. I turned down fake dating her. All 4 boards. Wow. That's a big boy. There is no light in Labrys' eyes. She's expressionless, like she's really a machine. She looks entirely different from when she'd called herself student council president. What I will say about Persona 4 that is worth appreciating is that the social links had multiple routes. And that was kind of cool. I'd be okay if they brought that back. Is this Labrys' true form? No, that's not it.
You don't have to fight like that.
Although I hate the fact
like
that
you're a
both P3 and P4 had, like, alternate social links depending on what club you join. I fucking hated that. Because then you don't really do all the social links in one route. Labrys, who noticed my voice, takes distance from her shadow and turns to me. Her expression is still robotic.
Voice print. Identity confirmed as Yukiko Amagi.
I've never done Ice Link. That's my memory of, one episode she's in. See, I've done all of the social links.
Yukiko.
Well...
Amagi.
Technically, I didn't do, like, the drama club music room split. I never did the music room.
We made a promise to each other. You just have to be yourself.
Yukiko-san?
Labrys' eyes look different now. They're not the eyes of a machine anymore. They're the eyes of the Labrys that I've come to know in a short time. But when she drops her mechanical nature, her precise mechanical movements lose their rhythm. The shadow had been watching us distorts her lips into a smirk and seizes this opening.
Oh, really? After she lied to you and used you all this time?
That's not...
First, you deceived her by acting human. And now that things aren't going your way, you've decided
I love how they needed to get one more fight, so we just ran in a circle.
Why don't you just give it up? Just tell everyone how you really feel. You want the everyday boys and girls to...
I kind of want to replay Cyberpunk. I've been thinking about this. I kind of want to replay Cyberpunk and just make a punch build.
Having a fighting tournament.
Just, like, try to have fun with it, you know?
You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
And, like, this time I'll, like, super cheat.
No! That wasn't my wish at all!
The shadow glares at me with as much hate as she can muster. Labrys looks towards me as well, and her face scrunches up into a ball of sadness. I want my pain to be understood. The shadow made us friends fight against each other in this TV world because Labrys wished for it to happen. Pardon. Does that mean Labrys was forced to fight against those who were too close to her too? Just because she's a weapon? I don't think I can ever truly say that I understand how she feels. But...
It's all right. I don't know what happened to you in the past. But whatever it was, it doesn't define me. I understand that much at least.
Ugh.
Understand? What could you possibly understand?
The P90
you
can
got
run
some
games to the
cheap
same architecture than normal video
self-righteous
cards since developing new architecture is very expensive. The drivers just don't let you. If I recall, Linus made a video where he ran games off of one.
That's not true.
So it's like a software issue is what you're saying, right? It's not cheap. I know. I've never seen Labrys' kind expressions. How Labrys is no different from an ordinary girl.
Stop! I've had enough!
My words still don't reach Labrys. The shadows ridicules Labrys, who's still trembling and cannot move.
Yeah? Then let me take over from here.
I was right, though. It was a P90.
I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand.
That's the
Just
important
like
part.
you did before.
Not an issue. It was designed to not run games, only mine bitcoins, if I recall. Really? Well, I think it's designed to, like, I think the point of those professional grade cards is they're designed to, like, render shit.
Stop!
I made it to chapter 7, then at some point I fought a ghost and went to the open door. Upon hearing Labrys' voice, the shadow's face contorts into glee. That's when it finally figured it out. No, that's not right. I didn't figure it out. I remembered. I should have realized it much sooner. A shadow's true objective. That's...
No! You're not me! Yes, that's right. I'm myself. I'm not you anymore. Yes, the power!
This was a video recording board way back today. You need one of these to have multimedia PC capable of playing 25 FPS video. Oh, really? See, I all of my computer knowledge came from when I built a computer and then I forgot half of it. Huh. Check out that fucking sick-ass sticker. Shadow goes berserk, gains power after it's denied by its owner. I knew that, and yet I didn't stop it from happening. If I ever need to upgrade my my computer, I'll probably remember how I'll probably have to research all of it. Oh, that's cute. I heard in the anime, you ends up dating Ai. I stepped between Labrys and Shadow, who has changed into an ominous form. I couldn't stop her Shadow from going berserk, but it's still not too late.
What? You're still gonna stand in my way? Fine! I'll crush you along with the real one!
He doesn't? Oh, okay. The same thing... See, I never watched the anime. It happened to me, too. I'm only here right now because Yukun and the others saved me when I rejected my own weakness. And just like then, someone steps in and saves someone else. This time, it's my turn to save Labrys. He doesn't date anybody. Oh, shit. Nobody is canon? Oh, man.
Finally! Fight!
Taste bad? Close!
Okay, I literally don't know what just happened there.
Stay away!
Behold, Yukiko's ultimate ability! God, it's so stupid. There's an episode dedicated to characters following him around to see what he does, and then there's a scene where they watch him sit in a park with stepmom, and they're like, he's dating an older woman, then her kid runs up, and she has a kid. Oh yeah, that's Eerie, right? Isn't that her name, Eerie? The mom? She had a good social link. Eerie Minami. Yep. Temperance. Labrys' my favorite's still Hanako. Labrys' shadow collapses and stops moving, which is weird because everybody else hates Hanako. I guess it's because I'm assuming it's because she's not a hot waifu, but thank goodness, it seems that I managed to win. All that's left is for Labrys to accept her shadow and put an end to everything. But the weight of the past Labrys is harboring isn't a normal thing. When anyone goes through tough times, the wish that normal people would experience their pain arises in everyone's mind at one point or another. But the pain from her past comes from her being forced to kill her friends. It's incomparable to the problems I needed to face last year. If I was forced to hurt Chie until she died, I think I'd go insane in a snap. The cartoonishly ugly girl? That's not, wait, is it Hanako? I thought her name started with an F. Maybe it's not Hanako. Hisano. I'm sorry, I mean Hisano. It's been a while since I played Persona 4. Yeah, Hisano Kuroda. Yeah, I'm like the only person that loves that social link. I wonder if she'll be okay.
Labrys.
I call the Labrys while my heart is pounding. Labrys answers in a teary voice. I knew a guy who was very pissed he couldn't get the second teacher in P4. I was very pissed I couldn't get the first teacher in P4. I have to support her, even though there's no way I could understand everything she's gone through. I want to support her because there are things I can't understand.
Why did you save me? You already know I'm a machine. I'm a machine that's supposed to protect people. But because I took it out on other people too. So why are you? It's okay. You must have suffered so much.
I tend to hit the button whenever there's a long pause.
I'm sorry. You went through so much pain to protect us. But it's all right now. I won't let those things happen to you anymore.
Labrys looks up and responds to my words. When I think about when Labrys protected us from her shadow, how she closed off her heart and reverted to her mechanical self that she never wanted to show anyone, makes my heart ache. I never wanted her to have to go through that again. If you're an anti-shadow weapon, hypothetically, right? And you end up in the TV world, and your shadow comes out and he antagonizes you, but then you go into kill mode, which is a Gigia, something like that mode, right? And then you kill your own shadow. Do you give yourself apathy syndrome? Thought he'd be happy he can finally fuck his teacher in P5. His response was he would be if Kawakami didn't look like his aunt. So, who's this friend of yours and where can I meet their aunt? I never want her to have to go through that again. Labrys has already lived through so many painful experiences. Because of that, I can never truly say that I understand her feelings. But I'm sure that I can at least protect her so that she won't have to go through this pain anymore.
It doesn't matter if you're human or not. I'm your friend. We made a promise, remember? You want to be friends?
Be friends? We're friends already. That's why, if you're gonna go through tough times, I'll always be there to help you through and protect you. Labrys seems genuinely surprised. She probably doesn't realize it, but she doesn't look like anything like a machine when she makes faces like that. I can tell that you truly have a heart.
I faced my own shadow too. I wanted to blame everything on someone else because I felt so powerless. I was waiting for someone to do my work for me. I wanted to escape from my life, so I dreamed that a prince would take me away. But my friends helped me realize that was just me trying to run from my problems.
I recount my own experiences for Labrys. It's the same as what Labrys went through a moment ago. She had feelings, experiences that she didn't ever want other people to know about. Because they were all true, it makes it even harder to accept them, so she rejected them. Labrys has a heart, just like I do.
The reason I could accept my weakness and fight this to the very end is because I had my friends helping me. I had friends who worried about me, who stood beside me. I wasn't alone.
I smile at Labrys, just as Yukun did for me back then.
That gave me unimaginable strength. You're not alone anymore either. I'm sure you'll be able to find a place.
I love how this
where you
game has
belong,
somehow
too.
compressed an entire Persona's game's worth of fucking text into a fighting game. Admitting your own weaknesses is scary. No one wants to see their weaknesses, but I know that it's possible if you don't have to face it alone. When Labrys hears my words, the light returns to her eyes. I can sense a strong will from her. That light must be from her heart. I'm glad that my words got through to her. Labrys nods reassuringly and then begins walking towards her shadow. She takes the steps towards her own weakness. Okay, I'm gonna make a bold statement. This is probably the worst Persona game.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone.
You know what I hate about Yukiko and Rise social links? They're basically, I don't want to do X, I'm my own person, so I'll do what I want, and then it ends, I'll do X anyways.
No.
Yeah, it really is just a
are
big
me,
circle with
after
them.
all.
I'm not a fan of it either. I understand where, like, I understand the idea behind them. It's just not satisfying to end up back where you start.
This is my persona.
Persona. Why? Because we've seen this cutscene a million times. Just generally because half of this game is boring as shit, and there's so much text that doesn't matter and isn't interesting. Rise-chan, and the fact that you need to go through all of these routes to get to the ending. Like, these aren't even, like, side routes. It's not even like, do you, then Mitsuru, then Lapras, then Elizabeth. You beat the game. Everything else is optional. No, it's do every route. I'm glad I just played multiplayer in Arcade Band. Like, there's some really interesting information in the Mitsuru and Naoto. Like, Mitsuru, Naoto, and Lapras had interesting routes, but every other character is like, dear God, make it stop, please. Rise contacted us soon after. She must have detected the Shadow's presence disappear, and we were able to join up with each other. The invisible walls and tournament rules, both seem to have stopped once Lapras accepted her own Shadow. As Rise uses her persona to contact everyone and tell them that everything's been solved, some of us were surprised that described that Kanji was here, as well as Naoto-kun, who wasn't even supposed to be in Inaba today. No, fuck you, Chie fighting Akihito for food is important to the plot. Okay. You know what? You're right. Chie fighting Akihiko for a fucking beef bowl? That was good. But the problem is that's not the main Chie route, that's the bad ending of the Chie route. Rise tells everyone to meet on the rooftop. From what she tells us, the studio-like space connected to Junes seems to have been restored there. The four of us immediately begin to head towards the entrance, but Lapras stops. When I ask what's wrong, she responds anxiously. Oh, and there was some minor interesting Persona lore in Akihiko's
Can I really
route.
come with you?
I think what this game actually demonstrates... If that's the best ending. No, agreed. I think what this game actually demonstrates is something that I've said before, which is very controversial in the Persona community, but it's that the Persona 3 cast is better than the Persona 4 cast.
Seems like I'd just be a nuisance.
Huh? What do you mean, a nuisance?
Well, you know, I'm a machine. There'd be all sorts of problems.
There would?
What does she mean by problems? Compared to Teddy, I can't think of any possible problems Lapras
Are
would
you
cause.
saying it wouldn't bother you and your friends? Wow. You sure are cool about all of this.
Jeez, Lapras, you sound more human than a lot of people out there. If I were you, I'd brag about it. You don't think it's cool being a robot and a Persona user?
It's unique, that's for sure. In any case, there's no way you'd be a nuisance.
Yu-kun and Rise-chan both laugh out loud. I can't help but giggle along with them. Considering her circumstances, there's nothing all that weird about Lapras. She's now a good friend of ours, no different from anyone else here.
Hey, there they are! Welcome back!
Persona 3 cast where the last characters have plot growth compared to lacking behind social links. Seriously, take that shit out. Here's the thing, though. I've done all of the social links for all of the characters in all of the games. So it's not a social link thing, either.
Yukiko! You really outdid yourself this time!
When we reached the entrance area, Yusuke, Kun, and Chie called to me at once. They've been worried about me ever since I fought against them. Teddy notices that Lapras is with me and immediately dashes over with
Are
Glade.
you okay, Miss President? I was so worried about you. Huh? Those hands and legs, are they accessories? You're so meta-luring.
I can scarcely believe my eyes. The Kirijo group's humanoid weapons actually exist.
Naoto-kun seems to know a bit about her already, but yeah, considering what everyone is here, I think now is a good opportunity to introduce her. I tell everyone everything that happened in Lapras with some help from Yu-kun's supplemental comments. After I finish talking, silence washes over the rooftop. Lapras has fallen silent too and looks nervous. Kanji-kun was the first to speak.
I don't really get what's going on, but everything worked out, yeah? Oh, I'm glad everyone's all right.
What's with the jumping to conclusions? You're one of the things that got us into this mess, you know.
Well, that was a... Anyone could have done that.
Actually, are you feeling okay? You're not tired or... Oh, what am I saying? Of course you're tired.
Huh? No, I'm fine. Isn't there something wrong with this picture? Shouldn't you guys be pissed at me and all?
Besides the extra lore and the beef bowl fight, the best thing this game introduced is Lapras.
Huh? What would we be mad about?
Nah, don't worry about it. We're cool. Pretty much all of us have caused trouble for each other because of our shadows.
I do see why everyone said don't bother with Persona 4 Arena and just do Ultimax.
Yeah, especially Kanji-kun.
Me? It's not fair. I never saw your guys' shadows, you know. Naoto's was pretty crazy, at least.
Don't drag me into this. I mean, after the epithet given to Kanji-kun, I imagine that his shadow must have been far, far worse than mine.
Hell no!
Yes. Lapras blinks in surprise after seeing the group's usual friendly pace. See, I told you there wouldn't be any problems. When I say to her, Lapras quietly replies back, "Man, you were right." And then...
Well done, Amagi. I had every confidence that you could do this.
I hear a voice behind me. When I turn around, I see Mitsuru-san and two other people. Who are they? Were they looking for Lapras too? Like Mitsuru-san, they both have weird outfits. And that person...
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Aigis. Thank you very much for
Now,
saving
to be
my
fair,
sister.
Yukiko is a bad matchup for Mitsuru. The girl with a body similar to Lapras seems to have noticed me, looking at her addresses me. Does she mean Lapras? Then that means...
What? Excuse me, but you're... I mean, are you also...
Yes, I too am a robot.
She's kind of a later version of what Lapras was built for. Oh, I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all the trouble.
So Aigis-san is with Robot, and Akihiko is the one wearing a red cape. Okay, I memorized them now. Actually, I guess it would actually be harder to forget them. In contrast to those two, Lapras takes a step back. Her expression is tense. Is she nervous? Of course she is. They came in here looking for her, after all. Watching someone play PQ2, and there's a part where they all find out they're from different years. P4A says, 2011. Yusuke says, I can assure you it is not 2011. And FemC says, yeah, it's 2009. Can you imagine if you threw the P1 cast in there? It's like, what's up? You guys from 1996. That's what we need, though. Good old 1996 P1 script says, what's up? What? That's what we need, though. We need PQ3 Endgame. Make it for real. Throw in all the casts. Really have a fucking grand old time with it. And at the, you need to end it with, like, a 5-person party up against, like, I don't know. I don't know what the strongest fucking thing, like, you know the Apocalypse DLC where your 4 protagonists fight fucking Steven? They need that in Persona, though. Like, all 5 protagonists, Earring Boy, Tatsuya, or you could throw in Maya, fucking Makoto, Yu, and Ren. Throw them up against, I don't know, anything. Fucking literally anything. Oh yeah, I didn't introduce everyone to Mitsuru-san and her friends. While I'm still flustered, Yu-kun and Risei-chan officially introduced them to everyone else. And afterwards, Mitsuru-san explained the circumstance of how they ended up here to us. The King of Bell. More like to Lapras, though. how this case began by Labrys being dropped into a TV and how they all pushed her into this world. And Mitsuru-san explains their intentions. Labrys seems to get even more nervous. She must be worried. But it's alright. Mitsuru-san realizes Labrys' emotional state. She turns her gaze towards Labrys and kindly smiles to her.
Don't worry. I'm not planning to seal you away again.
But I ran wild and caused so much trouble.
The final boss is the Devil Cyber Protector. That was the only thing I could think of. Although I think Devil Survivor takes place in a different timeline. I think because I looked into it, and I think Devil Survivor, looking into it, the Devil Survivor timeline cannot take place in the same timeline as Devil Survivor 2, but Devil Survivor 2 might take place in the same timeline as the rest of Persona.
I mean, not just today, but back then, too.
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it.
But the reason I said the King of Bell is he was the biggest dicked thing I thought was actually possible to beat that was supposed to be in at least the similar world line.
You're hardly a rogue test unit anymore.
Like, literally
Besides,
no one can beat Nyx, but theoretically, you put the 5 of them against anything else and it gets shit on.
We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Maybe Philemon? I don't know. Mitsuru-san really is as kind as I thought. Her emotions seem to have reached Labrys as well, and she's about to smile to answer Mitsuru-san. Her expression goes blank, and she suddenly stops moving. Huh? What's going on?
Huh? Labrys' recognition signal has been interrupted. Someone is hacking into her.
Recognition signal? Hacking? What does she mean? Just about to reach towards Labrys.
It's not over yet.
A completely different person's voice came out of Labrys' mouth. Upon hearing that, Mitsuru-san notices something I don't and mutters in surprise.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labrys!
Labrys' hand jerkily reaches towards the axe on her back. After a moment's pause, she swings at us all without any hesitation.
Labrys! What's going on? I cannot gain access. She's being controlled. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
Labrys dashes towards us with glazed eyes. Just when everyone is shell-shocked by the sudden turn of events, I stand before Labrys.
Hey, what are you doing? It's too dangerous!
I'll stop her. Isn't this part of protecting her? I need to stop this.
Amagi.
I don't know what's going on, but there's no way Labrys would try to hurt everyone else. If someone's controlling Labrys, I have to put a stop to it. I drew my fan and faced Labrys. I also made a promise with her earlier. A promise that I'd never let her suffer again.
Wake up!
I tried to link a picture of Babel from Devil Survivor, but I can't find a picture of the entire demon, just different phases. So, this game is just repeating shit the game. Yeah, it really is. I think it's because there's no canon route. It's like Resident Evil 1. There is no canon route. Every route has things that happen that are canon, and other routes that are not canon.
Persona! Please hit! You missed!
Alright. Revelations Persona's that way too. Yeah, Persona is like the weird one. Because, well, I guess Persona 1 is the weirdest because it's so easy to have just said that Snow Queen happens before they go into the Deva system. Like, it's the one where it's the easiest to just make it canon.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently,
If there's anything in game design that irritates me, it's not it's that, like, you make a video game and events from the game are canon, but the entire game is not canon. Like, there's no canon route in the game. That irritates me the most. Sack plus heart. Aww.
Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
A disgustingly carefree voice emerges from Lapras, who has ceased moving. Yukiko talks about events P1 as if Snow Queen happened, but none of the Yukiko events talks P2 as the main story happened. Her eyes are still lifeless. My friend Lapras still hasn't returned. An uncontrollable fury rages through me, and hearing that voice describes her like some broken toy. That said, there is a canon version. Some guy edited a video of the canon Resident Evil ending. That's awesome. He didn't need to, because there is a canon version of Resident Evil. There is, in fact, a playthrough where everything that's supposed to be canon is canon, where Jill frees Chris from confinement, but Chris is the one that kills the tyrant, and Rebecca and Barry all managed to escape on the helicopter. Like, that version does exist. Capcom did make it. It is a pachinko machine. An uncontrollable fury rages through me, and hearing that voice describes her like some broken toy.
Who are you? Give Lapras back!
Very well. I've acquired enough data after all.
The only debatably canon thing about this pachinko machine is that Jill is in her Resident Evil 3 outfit.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labras's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Mitsuru-san's words make me remember. Now that I think about it, Labras's shadow separated from Lapras when she entered the TV. In other words, she only sponsored the tournament, but she didn't drop herself into the TV without someone to do that. The case could not have happened. Just the final cutscene, but it's perfect. Oh, actually, I can't watch this. I'll put this on watch later. Does this mean the culprit is controlling Labras from somewhere outside the TV? From somewhere safe? That can't be forgiven.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labras away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labras's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
The culprit mocks us. I can't take this anymore. I thought that I was finally able to save her. I thought that everything would be alright now.
That's enough! You're the worst! Labras has a heart! How can you do this to her knowing that?
A heart? Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What? That's it!
The voice continues mocking us and ignores my words.
Well then, everyone, until we meet
I figured out where Soul Hackers takes place in the timeline. Is Soul Hackers in the correct timeline? It sounds like the culprit just cut off communication. As communication cuts off, Lapras falls to her knees. I rush over and support her body, but she's gone completely limp and her metal body is very heavy. Everyone here goes silent, and a heavy atmosphere fills the area. Mitsuru-san looks gloomy, but she speaks up with determination in her voice.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Madame Ginkgo tells the protagonist and Namisa the events of Devil Summoner 1 and says it was 3 years ago. So Soul Hackers takes place in 1998. That's gotta be its own goddamn timeline then. between P1. Yeah, but like Soul Hackers is like super futuristic cyberpunk world, though, right? That's gotta be in its own timeline.
Wait a second. We can't just leave things like this.
That's gotta be like Devil Survivor.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
This is different from the way she was acting towards me earlier. This time Mitsuru-san isn't testing me, but is completely rejecting our involvement outright with a firm will. I think that's what she's saying is probably correct course of action. There must be something big going behind this case, and if that's the case, high school students are probably going to be less equipped to handle it than a well-funded organization like Mitsuru-san's. But still, I can't back down.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh?
Are you serious?
Yukun must realize Mitsuru-san's resolution, too. This must be something we have to come to an understanding about. My mind understands that, but my heart still...
It's best for now if we go home.
If all of the fucking Megaten games are intended to take place in this timeline, it's like that scene in Futurama where, like, Fry's in the fucking freezer in episode 1, and, like, the world gets destroyed by aliens, and then they rebuild to the Middle Ages, and then the world gets destroyed by aliens again. Yukun puts his hand on my shoulder. Huh? Did I just hear him say "for now" under his breath? When I look up in reaction to Yukun's words, I see a strong fire in his eyes. I see. I nod in recognition. After we go out of the TV, we disband on the spot without much conversation. Mitsuru-san and her friends were flustered since they came out in the middle of Junessa in amidst a bunch of shoppers. Actually, because there were so many people who looked out of the ordinary, we did cause a bit of a stir. I regret that we had to part so quickly, but there was much more that I wanted to say. But I know that there was no way I could really express everything anyway. When I returned to the inn, the day's exhaustion hits me all at once. I drew a bath and even fell asleep in the bathtub for a bit. After I woke up, I went back to my room and was about to go to sleep. Then I received a call from an unknown number. Aw, hi Nanashi. I didn't expect the surprise Nanashi. Usually, I don't pick up calls from numbers I don't recognize, but something tells me that I should pick it up. Plot of Soul Hackers of the company Algensoft comes to a small seaside country and turns it into a crazy cyberpunk city, and it's said to be one of the first of its kind. Turns out to be. Just like that city in
And allow me to
Danganronpa.
thank you once again. You did a lot to help today.
I need to do something with my point. Oh man, you can almost buy a stream house. I wonder if I can make a command to just waste... I wonder if I can make a command where you could buy shit with your imaginary fun bucks. And it could, like... I'm sinking mine to getting John to play Superman 64. If you could, like, buy shit and it could save to a text file, maybe. The only issue is, I know I could get it to save to a text file. I don't think I could get it to save individual people to individual text files. I think the only way I would be able to do that is if everyone had their own command. Unless we implement a communist system. And everyone owns all of the items. The whole reason they did that was to steal souls with VR game, computer chips, and demon bugs and chips to feed the souls to an evil Native American demon. Wait, what do you want? Oh, I was saying that it might be fun to, like, create a command where you could, like, use the fun bucks to purchase, like, imaginary furniture and shit, like imaginary cars or imaginary houses and shit. Kind of like John's, like, Pokemon command. But it like, goes into a text file that you can, like, summon up so you can flex on people with all of the imaginary fun furniture you've purchased. if that makes any sense. Like, you would be like, exclamation point stuff, and then it'd be like, Pache bought a car, a house, a didgeridoo, 5 super carriers. I don't know. And I could set it up so that you could do it in like a text file. But I think everyone would need their own command, because I don't think there's a way to separate commands into, like, specific sections, if that makes any sense. So I don't think there's a way to do it how I would want to do it. We're still in Inaba, but there's this big black limousine, and Mitsuru says we're out of place. It feels like we're someplace else entirely. I can just tell that everyone is around us watching us. Since Mitsuru-san and her friends have finished investigating this case, it seems like they'll be leaving Inaba. So we could say her farewell in person.
Come on, Yukiko! We have to see her off properly!
Huh? Yeah.
Labris is controlled by the culprit on the roof, but there seems to have been no major issues with her body, so she looks like she's going to be fine. I should be happy because I know that Labris is safe, so I should be smiling, but I just can't. I end up speaking
You really
gloomily.
are going with them.
I'm gonna miss you guys. But I made my decision to throw in with Mitsuru-san. I want to capture whoever's behind this. Whatever it takes.
I am using chatbot, yeah.
You know how you protected me this time? Now it's my turn to repay the favor.
I'm about to say she doesn't have to worry about things, but I stopped myself. Have an emote of the saddest excuse for an SMT in Fire Emblem game. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't understand how it happened. How did Tokyo Mirage Sessions happen? How do you take a game series about tragedy, war, and death, and a different game series about apocalypses and demons, and you jam them together and end up at an idle game? It makes no fucking sense. It should have been the most grim, dark fucking thing ever created. The villain should have had boots that teleport newborn babies under his feet. It should have been dumb, dark bullshit nonsense. I wish she could stay here with us. But if my friend made this decision, then I need to support
and
her.
I'm definitely gonna be back someday. So, why don't you give me a rain check?
People used to play
promise?
Persona, but that's an insult to Persona.
Sound good?
Yeah, that's all right. It's still a promise.
Hearing that, I was finally able to smile for Labris. She's right. It's not like this will be the last time we see each other. Our promises will never
I'll
change.
be waiting for you, though. If you break my promise, I'll make you rue the day.
Labris laughs and shrugs at my joke. I need to protect this place, the place where she promised she'd return to. It's not succeeding the inn anymore. I have another reason I need to stay here.
We'll all be waiting for you.
I'm never gonna move from this town ever.
Come back soon.
Everyone feels the same way too. You can write Python scripts for it. Huh. So there is a way to do it. Spent most of P1 in a nightmare dream world, and P3 is emo video game. No, yeah, the Persona series is fairly dark, too, except for 4. Well, I'd say except for 2, actually. I controversially, I actually think Persona 4 is darker than at least Innocent Sin is. It's sad we have to part with someone we just became friends with them, but we all believe that we'll see her again. Labris looks like she's about to cry, but she manages to keep her smile and nods. Mitsuru tells her that they're about to leave, and once 2 of them enter the limousine, it quietly heads off. Even P4 has dead bodies hanging from time. Yeah, that's why I said, I remember when I was playing Persona 2, I was like, yeah, Persona 2 is actually lighter than Persona 4. But at this point, there was like 3 corpses. You can create a command that calls a script and passes the user's caller's username, and then the script fetches the data and formats it and displays it. Huh. Okay. So it is possible to do. I don't think I could do it, is the problem. But it is worth noting that it is possible. Because I don't know shit about Python. I honestly, it's been so long, I doubt I know anything about HTML anymore. She keeps waving until we can't see the car anymore.
Oh, she's really gone.
Innocent Sin was heavily inspired by Sentai shows and a crazy-ass book written in the 70s.
Yeah, but she said she'd come see us again, so enough with the pitiful frown.
Innocent Sin is probably my second favorite Persona cast.
What? Did you just call me pitiful? What an incredibly rude thing to say to an idol.
Except for June.
Just so you know, I've done a lot of ads for companies under the Kirijo umbrella. I wish I could have introduced myself better.
June can go fuck himself. And just like that, we're back to our normal selves. It's sad that Labrys isn't here, but Kanji-kun is right. Golden Week has just started for us. I wasn't able to prepare another box lunch so quickly after yesterday's event, but instead I have a great suggestion.
Hey, why don't we go to June S? We haven't had our welcome back party for Yukun yet.
Great idea, Yuki-chan! I was just thinking the same thing!
You're right. It's been a while too, so let's all go there and catch up.
Yosuke-kun and Yukun glance at each other upon hearing my suggestion. Could they be scheming something?
Alright, sounds like a plan. We have a few things to talk to them about too, right, partner?
Yeah, let's go, everyone.
Those looks. That's some kind of secret friend wink, isn't it? They're definitely up to something. I'm not exactly sure what's going on between them, but I do have an idea. You can't make this shit up. What is this? What am I looking at? Spear of Destiny, the occult power behind the spear which pierced the side of Christ, and how Hitler inverted the Force in a bid to conquer the world. What the fuck? By Trevor Ravenscroft. Okay. Hold up. First off, this is crazy and all, but more importantly, this dude's name is Trevor Ravenscroft. Which is like the coolest name I've ever heard. Python is really easy though. I'm sure. I'm not much of a programmer. Maybe I'll look into it. We still have a lot of Golden Week left after all. After the welcome back party for Yukun, she and I are in the miscellaneous goods section looking at trinkets. Teddy and Yusuke-kun have gone back to work while Rise-chan takes Naoto-kun shopping. Yu-kun and Kanji-kun together in my grocery area. We found the real Akinari Kashihara. I don't know who that is. Everyone is just doing their own thing.
Was I surprised when Yukun brought that up? I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved, was it? Can you believe him?
No kidding. I wonder what Matsuri-san would say if she heard that.
She slurred a little bit when she said Mitsuru. What Yu-kun and Yosuke-kun brought up during the welcome back party was the reformation, or more like the re-reformation of the investigation team. And it was decided we'd all pursue this case by ourselves. June's dad. Oh, right. Right, yes, June's dad. He wrote the crazy book in the game. Okay, gotcha. There were no objections, of course. Everyone seemed to have been waiting for Yu-kun's words and spoke up at once. There's no way we can have what happened inside this town's TV to someone else. I feel bad for Mitsuru-san, but I was really happy that the two of them were thinking the same thing. I mean, Labrys is our friend. Looking up the author of that book, he's known for that book, and that's... So, what you're saying is it's probably a pseudonym. There's no way we can sit back and watch while our friend out there is doing her best, especially since this happened in our own backyard.
The Kirijo group, huh? things go bad, this can be an even bigger problem than last year.
Speaking of Fire Emblem, I'm finally almost done with Fire Emblem.
I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
You really stepped up to the plate this time. I think I like this new side of you.
I'm a bit happy to hear that from Chie. Wow, that was close. We almost absentmindedly walked right up by the section we were looking for. Oh, that's cute. That's a cute picture, actually. We stop at our destination, the small shops inside Junes. I pick up different colored hair ornaments and compare them. You're just gonna buy the red one.
So many choices. What color should I get?
Don't even lie, you're just gonna buy red.
You're really into this. Hey, how about this? I think it'll look good on you.
Oh, no, it's not for me.
Pink, yellow, green. As I compare the different colors while answering Chia, she thinks for a bit before making a realization.
Oh, right. We might see her sooner than we think.
That's right. I'm sure the culprit will be caught faster if we cooperate rather than just Mitsuru-san and people going after the case. And that means the day when I keep my promise with Labris will come sooner too. Until then, I need to find a color that fits her. Oh, that fits Labris. Oh, still red. It goes with her eyes. It's still red. Just get red. Buy red. I pick various colored scrunchies and imagine how they'd look decorating Labris's hair red. Labris's embarrassed smile also springs to mind. It's still red.
I just know she'll love it.
This book is dead-ass serious. Oh god, is it really? If we fucking play Ultimax and we don't see Hair Scrunchery Labris, this entire game can go fuck itself.
I was getting nervous because you were running wild, thinking this was all a beautiful dream. Good thing I found you. I have missed you so much, you know?
Yeah, I didn't miss you.
That sissy way of talking, I'd never forget it. This guy's definitely my shadow. I wasn't expecting this to happen, but being face to face with him again is pretty tough anyway. He's my weakness, the stuff I want to ignore. The shadow keeps saying swinging his damn hips at me while I glare at him.
Oh, what a big meanie you are.
There's a single interview with him. They want 20 Australian dollars for it, so fuck that.
Yeah, to punch your stupid face
How much
in.
is 20 Australian dollars?
Oh dear. It looks like you still don't understand.
Understand what? Why, you haven't changed one bit. That's why I've come out.
How much is that in freedom money? What is he saying? I haven't changed at all.
Realize that after what everyone said to you, people haven't forgotten about my side of you at all.
Kanji, keep it together! You can't let him trick you!
Shut up, you goddamn furball!
No different than me.
That bastard suddenly throws a folding chair he's holding right at Teddy. $15 US. That, well, to be fair, that's reasonable for a book. Teddy squeaks up with a dodge, but he ends up falling over himself and rolling down on the floor. Hey, you know, I could swear my shadow looks different now than he did last year. Yeah, that ain't important right now. What matters is this guy's behind everything. My weakness created this
You're
place.
the reason my senpai were acting so weird.
Oh, I don't know about that. They could have honestly been speaking their minds, you know.
No way in hell they'd
ever speak their mind, honestly.
Once again, you're lying to yourself.
Lying to myself, just like back then, huh? You like to sew? What a queer. I want to be very clear. I am reading the text in the game, Twitch moderators. That's not me saying that. I love Kanji. Kanji's my favorite character. Painting is so not you. But you're a guy. You don't act like a guy. Every time I heard that stuff, I tried harder not to be myself. Those were some bad days for me.
Enough of that. I don't want to lie to myself
no interview
anymore.
with the author. Oh, to see the interview with the author. Okay.
I want to be who I am.
The shadow looks at me and rages at me selfishly. Screw this. I ain't listening to any more of this. I take a deep breath in and then push it out. I ball up my fist and pull my arm way back.
Are you going to hit me? Are you going to deny me again? That's right. People don't let go of their weaknesses. They can
To hear the
never
interview.
really
Yeah, that's what I
accept
figured.
us.
My shadow's face gets this creepy giddiness. Too bad I ain't aiming for him. Okay, $15 to hear an interview is too much. I bring my fist back as hard as I can at my right cheek.
Have you lost your mind? How could you hit yourself?
Man, that hurt. But of course it would. It was my fist, after all.
But thanks to that pain, I've snapped out of it. I want to run away from my weakness, to ignore that nastiness inside me. One punch just now knocked all those dumbass feelings out of me. Sure, I'm seeing stars right now, but it's no big deal. I once punched myself in the face, and it was really fucking bad. Don't do that. But it's just my imagination, but I feel my field of vision is wider. I face my shadow head on.
All too well that I'm weak.
Huh? Last year's case, I still clearly remember seeing my shadow for the first time. I knew there was a chicken inside me back then, but pretending there wasn't caused trouble for my senpai. If I had just a little more courage then, I could have made things easier on everyone. Anyway, I was pretty embarrassed at the time. I wanted to forget it ever happened. You know, focus on getting stronger. But things are a little
You heard
different
me?
now.
I'm weak. But I met my senpai and they taught me something. Who cares what your weaknesses are? What's important is how you live with them. It'd be lame for me to repeat the same thing over and over, and I can't cause any more trouble for my senpai.
My senpai, they don't care how pathetic I was then. They told me there was no need to force it, that I could just be myself. And now they're here to rescue me, even though I fell into a TV for the dumbest reason. Seriously, they're amazing people. I smack my fist in my palm and glare at my shadow. He's freaking out a little to see this. He's even backing up in fear.
If you're really me, you should already know. Fists never lie.
I'ma beat the fuck out of myself. Better hurry up and get back inside me, goddammit. I fucking love you, Kanji. You are just a treasure.
Finally. Fight!
Eat this! What's up here? Here, no, tell it! Eat this! No! Right! One more! Smash down! Eat this! No! Right! One more! Smash down! Hey! Hey! Any more? Slowpoke! Eat this! No! Out of the face! Slowpoke! There! There! Take this! Soda! Slowpoke! There! Take this!
Yeah! God, I really want to finish P4A tonight.
Case closed!
Mission accomplished! Now that my shadow's defeated, this dumb Grand Prix should end too. I feel like I did some pretty good here. Yeah, I did it.
What happened last time? I turned into my persona and...
Wait just a minute. My persona is just another form of a shadow, right? But I was just using my persona on my shadow. If the shadow's there, you can't use your persona, so since I could, my shadow wasn't there. Or was it? Which is it? To be fair, Kanji, you actually can use a persona and have a shadow at the same time. It's just really weird and confusing and usually happens in extraneous circumstances. Ah, this makes no sense.
Did I not push him far enough? No, I didn't make any mistakes.
The power he drew from his bonds was just stronger. Huh? There's something still missing to turn a persona back into a shadow.
Turn a persona back into a shadow? What the hell is he mumbling about? Is this thing really my shadow? Last year he looked kind of more, you know. Wait a sec, where'd he go? He was standing right there and now he's gone. What the? What's going on?
When did he disappear? There's a lot of fishy things about all this.
Well, if he's gone, at least he can't cause any more problems. Looks like we did it.
So I wonder if the reason Lapras has two personas is Astraeus is her, like, natural persona that she developed as part of being an anti-shadow weapon, and Ariadne is her persona she got from accepting her shadow. That would make sense. That would explain why she has two shadows. Well, I guess so anyway. I can still use my persona in everything, so that means I didn't lose. I shouldn't bother with me.
Anyone, please answer me!
Kanji, that voice!
It's Rise. She's talking through her persona. Hey, can you hear me?
That feeling of someone's voice drilling right into my head is my friend Rise. She must have been trying to contact us with her persona. Her persona works a little different from others. It lets her communicate with people and search for him. Anyway, I shout that I can hear her and let her know I'm here. A second later, a familiar voice echoes in my head.
And Teddy!
Guess she noticed me. Rise wasn't acting like herself over the PA system, but she sounds like she's in real trouble. Now, she's kind of desperate. It's not all like coming over the loudspeakers. We don't usually talk much, but I put my life in her hands before. Trust me, I know
Something
where she's
happened,
being
right?
serious.
Where are you now?
I'm in the announcement room, and...
Rise? Rise! Answer me, damn it!
The announcement room! Miss President was headed there
Less
too!
sleepy and less
That
busy,
place
I'll take a
was
look at a
dangerous
Python.
after all.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Pache. I really do appreciate it, but that's like too much to ask. I mean, you already wrote the script for Game Request. It's easy. It's just list handling. I know. It just seems like so much effort. The shadow that disappeared. Maybe it didn't just run away. Is that thing still causing trouble in the announcement room? Damn it, compared to last year, this one sure doesn't know when to quit. If that's what's going on, I can't waste my time here.
Kanji, wait for me! Don't leave me behind!
Teddy's yelling at me for some reason. It's like he's pretending there's one of those invisible walls right there. Well, sorry, dude. I got places to be.
No time to waste. I'm going on ahead.
Zoinks like Persona, dude. I genuinely think of the P5 cast as the fucking... as the Scooby Gang, though. Like, they're solving like... Because I think of the Phantom Mobile as the fucking mystery machine. It's not. I just need to discover how to script work and how to write for loops in Python. I guess. I don't know. I mean, if you want to do it, I leave Ted and run at full speed towards the announcement room. I thought I had more to that sentence, but I didn't. I thought there was a second part to that. There wasn't. The invisible walls are still in my way, but I get to where I'm going eventually. If it does become a thing, though, we need to figure out what are things you can buy with your fun bucks. Like, what would you be interested in buying with fun bucks to style on people? And, like, how much do they cost? I'm used to C. I think Python is good with lists. I don't have to link them myself. I missed whatever you said. I just heard genuinely and P5 cast. Oh, I think of the P5 cast as the Scooby Gang because they have the mystery machine, is what I'm saying. And then the next thing I said is if we do get like a list where you can buy random bullshit furniture with your imaginary fun bucks, we need a list of things you would buy with your imaginary bullshit fun bucks. Like car, house, shoes, stuff with drip. I stood for a second and wonder what's going on in here, but I can't wait for too long or this will be for nothing. Because it's kind of a statement like, man, I got so much fun bucks. Look, I bought this car. And everyone will be like, yeah, but it's not a real car. And you're like, yeah, but did you have the fun bucks to buy this car? PS5? Sure, why not? Fuck it. PS5 will work. Well, we could add that in there. No, I'm not one to sweat the details anyway. Once I kick down the door like a boss, I can see Rise and Miss President. And that fake Teddy. That goddamn shadow bastard. I beat the crap out of him once and he just comes back wearing a new face.
Kanji! You're late, you moron!
Quit whining. Hurry up and come over here.
I wave Rise over to my side and she grabs Miss President's hand and gets behind me. Rise's persona. Oh yeah, I heard they're gonna be out of what? Isn't it like for the rest of the year or something? Like there's no foreseeable end to the PS5 supply problem? Or was that something else I was thinking of? I can make it so the items list can be loaded from a file. Okay. And then I assume the file would be edible, so we can like add shit and like change prices and shit. Maybe I don't know. Well, I think the price list would be done in the command, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't know how it would work. By removing things would be a pain. No, you wouldn't be able to remove things. Like, if one person buys a pair of shoes, I don't see why that would preclude another person from buying a pair of shoes. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think removing things would be an issue. Rise's persona is great for information and stuff, but she can't fight with it at all. I gotta make it to protect her.
Council president, right? You don't look so good. You okay?
It's not true. He keeps saying weird things. Another nuisance.
But for instance, if we don't want people to buy shoes anymore. Oh, you mean like taking stuff off the list in general. Gotcha. Well, we just have to be extra sure what gets added to the list then. Huh? Miss President's been weird, but the fake Teddy's acting weirder. Especially with how she's talking. Where'd the usual Teddy sense of humor go? Damn, I'm seriously lost here. But then Rise cuts in from beside me. Maybe she's sensing something I can't. She's better than anyone when it comes to this stuff.
That fake Teddy is her shadow, and it's going berserk!
Or the shoes offend your religion and you want them removed from the script. I would have to change religions. But yes.
Huh? Her shadow? Not mine?
Where'd you get that idea? Sheesh.
Well, you have to be extra sure before we add something. The way I see this is it's like, it seems like this would be really similar to like the catch Pokemon command, but with like prices off of a shopping list or something. Where it's like, buy shoes, 500, and then you buy 500 Funbuck shoes. And then you're like, exclamation point stuff, and then it's like, here's your stuff. Fuck, I'm keeping my inverted cross shoes. Okay, so the inverted cross is actually the sign of St. Peter, who got crucified upside down because he didn't feel himself worthy enough to be crucified in the same manner as Jesus. So it's not a satanic symbol, unless... like, it's not really a satanic symbol. It's only used as a satanic symbol by people who don't know anything about the cross of St. Peter. Why is she yelling at me? If she knows what's going on, maybe she should let the rest of the class in. Rise grabs at her hair in frustration and then points at Teddy.
Listen, that fake Teddy's the bad guy here, so all you have to do is beat him up.
All right, that's easy enough to understand.
Kind of sounded more like an order than an explanation, but I know I can trust Rise to have it together. Plus, beating the crap out of stuff is kind of my job. I cracked my knuckles.
Huh. So you are going to interfere. I don't have anything against you, you know. Isn't that right? Me.
Huh? Me? I start to have second thoughts, and then the fake Teddy snaps his fingers. Holy shit, how'd the snap with those stubby little fingers of his? That's a real fucking question. Item name, price, enabled, and then the script starts and loads the values into memory. Okay. Alright. I kind of get it. But how would the command work? Wait, that's not important. You know what this game really needs to be remastered? A lot of games. Makin show. What the fuck is this? What's important is he's changing right here in front of me. First-person hack-and-slash game? I've never heard of it. Oh man, you mean to tell me that Shadow Teddy is actually Shadow Lapras the whole time? Wow, look at those pretty wings on her back. Oh man, you mean those pretty wings on her back is actually a giant axe? Oh man, oh wowzers.
I am a shadow. The true self.
Oh, wow.
Man, you look like you're ready for battle.
Now I understand what Rise is talking about. I wonder how the hell my shadow came back after I beat it, but I get it now. It's not my shadow this time. It's hers. This shadow's face looks like Miss President, but the body is totally mechanical. She yelps a little seeing her own shadow. I don't blame her. It was tough seeing mine again, even though we just crossed paths before. One thing I love about Resident Evil is how accessible most of the games are. Oh yeah, there's that like great meme about like a new console coming out, and it's like Jesse and James from Pokemon, and it's like prepare for trouble, and it's like Skyrim, and then the other one's like make it double, and it's fucking Resident Evil 4.
Come on, don't look away. You can't hide from yourself forever.
The shadow laughs like an idiot. Miss President crumpled on the ground and snaps her finger again. Then... What the hell? Oh, man, you mean to tell me that real Lapras was actually a robot the whole time? Oh, wowzers, who'd have ever guessed it? What am I seeing? This time it ain't just Shadow that changes, it's Miss President.
What's going on? No! Don't look at me! I'm not like this!
The hell? A machine? No, a robot?
Miss President cries out and tries to hide it, but there's no hiding what she looks like now. Her legs and arms turn mechanical, just like the shadows. What does that mean?
Come on, take a closer look. That's her true form. She was deceiving herself. She really thinks she's a human, living a normal life at school.
I'm gonna do my absolute damnedest to beat this fucking game tonight.
To reinforce her
I
memory
want
of
this
real.
fucking thing
She
over
prevented
with.
herself from
This is
accessing
torture.
any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name.
That's not true! I'm human!
Are you? Hurry up and remember. You're a weapon, a mere tool. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labras. That's my name. Our name.
Labras? Machine? Weapon? This girl's not human. Then the Shadow was doing the usual funhouse mirror thing? That's really what Miss President looks like? The Shadow keeps blabbing on about stuff I can't understand, but when she said weapon, was she... Oh, pardon me. Talking about Miss President? Oh yeah, I was supposed to get that other half of the cocktail that I forgot to drink from the last time I streamed, and I was supposed to dump my remaining orange juice in there. I'll do it when I get up for a bathroom break. Aren't weapons supposed to be more like Pew Pew and Kerpow? Well, she said she looks like that now, but Miss President's different. When I first met her, she was a normal girl, just like all the others in my neighborhood. Speaking of giant axes, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I read that as giant asses the first time until I read it out loud and realized it was axe. Hello, Demi-Fiend from Shin Megami Tensei 3, featuring Dante from Devil May Cry. Hello, Hilda from the Fire Emblem Three Houses. Oh god, Hilda's Freykugel and Demi-Fiend's Freykugel. Yeah. For the record, because I know you haven't played fucking Three Houses, Hilda is a goddamn monster. So that's a very fitting comparison. She hits like a rocket taking off into your face. And that's without Freykugel. And in fact, isn't the name of her ability with Freykugel Apocalypse Flame? Yeah, it is, yeah. Her fucking Freykugel attack is called Apocalyptic Flame. When I first met her, she was a normal girl, just like all the other... Which I think tells you everything you need to know about Hilda. Just like all the others in my neighborhood, she's no different from anyone else.
That's not my name!
Shit, I gotta stop spacing out.
Don't say any more!
Rise noticed too and hurries over to Miss President, but she's not gonna make it.
You're not me! Yes, that's right! I'm not you!
I'm doing my final route in Three Houses right now, and I'm in part 2 of Golden Deer, which is my final route, and I currently have Hilda as a dragon rider. No, wyvern rider. She's a wyvern rider. Not a dragon rider.
I'm myself!
Oh wow, Kanji gets all the cutscenes. If we ever do a Three Houses playthrough, though, we will not be getting Hilda in our party, because we'll probably do Crimson Flower, which is my favorite route, and you cannot recruit Hilda in Crimson Flower. Damn it, the Shadow's gone berserk. This cow monster thing came out from behind her. Seeing this happen fascinates me every time. I also noticed the scenery changed too. The light coming in from behind the glass is so red it hurts my eyes. There's a steel thing that looks like a furnace in the center, and those dolls are being tossed inside it. The hell is that? All I know is it's something nasty. That thing reeks of danger. But even though I'm in a jam, I can't stop myself from
Looks like
smelling.
it's on me to protect everyone this time. Bring it!
There's a girl here who needs our help with her shadow coming out, and I got the power to fight it. The only difference from back then is you senpai's not here with us. The dude who solved all the mysteries in last year's case isn't here now. Okay, the dude who solved all of last year's mysteries is Naoto, but whatever. Which means I can't wait for him to save the day. If anyone's gonna stop this, it's gotta be me.
Are you gonna be okay? You don't have any backup!
Aw, come on, don't look
Straight
so
up,
worried.
Okay. Just stay quiet and support me like usual.
I got this one. I slammed my fist into my own shadow. You probably shouldn't do that. I can sure as hell do this. Megami Iburoku Persona Satan, Revelations Persona Dark Angel, also Revelations Persona. Don't piss me off, punk. I'm a servant of Lord Satan. I take my stance in front of
I'll
the gigantic
save you no
cow.
matter what.
Final. Fight!
Take this! There! Take this! See ya! Slowpoke!
Dumbass!
Catch ya! Right! Now! One more! Smash down! Hey! Persona! Take this! Catch ya! Catch ya! See ya! Hey!
Get fucked, Lapras. Surprisingly, Lucifer's name was kept the same, but you have to be like level 90 or so to get him, so maybe they thought nobody could get him. I think I beat that game at like level 50. I think it was my lowest beat, wasn't it?
Let's calm down.
All that's left is for her to accept it. Rise seems to be telling Miss President about shadows. I should let Rise handle it. They're both girls. I'm great at dealing with the problems I can beat up, but sitting down and talking stuff over isn't my thing. I think I used cheats on Snow Queen. Speaking of P1, can I talk about how awful it is to get full personas? There's only like 4 of them, but they can be made through fusion accents. Oh god, that sucks.
No! This can't be my body! You don't have to worry about that. Though it's easy to say so, huh? Anyway, let's calm down for a second, okay? Psst, Kanji, say something.
Me?
What am I supposed to tell her? I don't know any more about Miss President than she does. All that happened between us was her yelling at me. No, that's not gonna cut it. I'd be pretty lame to duck out of doing this because I'm not that good at it. Yeah, I make up my mind and crouch down in front of Miss President.
Nice weather we're having.
What are you being so stiff for?
The weather is doll fire, but okay.
Shut up! She's a student council president. I gotta, you know.
There's a cheat to
Thought
get
I should
fusion
try to be more
accidents,
polite,
but
damn it.
I don't have the the PS1 version has the glitch. Really? You have to take 101 steps. Really what, Pache? Did I say a thing? Did somebody say a thing? That I cheated in Snow Queen? I'm pretty sure I cheated in Snow Queen. I legitimately don't remember. I think I cheated for more experience in Snow Queen. Because I ended up going through the first route at too low of a level. Oh, he goes for nice weather. Oh, okay. Rise and I yell at each other like usual. Ah, crap. Miss President is looking at us like we're crazy. Okay, I gotta get serious here. What should I say? Where do I start? I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of tuned out on the game and I'm just paying attention to chat at this point. It's confusing, but I try and think about how to help.
Anyway, why don't you try talking to us? We'll listen to whatever you're saying.
That's right. Our shadows emerged when we came here for the first time. We went through the same pain as you. I think that should let us understand you, at least a little bit. Talk!
And then Labra slowly starts talking about her life, how she was created as a weapon, and how she had to fight other units just like her so they wouldn't run experiments. Seriously, man, sounds like she was forced to kill her own friends. You started like level 13 and the demons are like level 20. Yeah, you mentioned something like that. Yeah, I think I had an XP cheat, didn't I? God, I really don't remember. I do think I remember grinding at one point, though. But I might have been grinding with an XP cheat. Man, sounds like she was forced to kill her own friends. Seriously? Man, that's insane. It's just way too cruel. Which is why Bravely Default handles it the absolute best. You can adjust your experience levels in the options menu, and you can set your own encounter rate. It's beautiful. It's amazing. Fucking Bravely Default is a fucking amazing game. So is Bravely Default 2. Another really good game with grinding mechanics is Conception 2, Children of the Seven Stars, where if you enter into a combat encounter and you're stronger than the combat encounter, it'll just pop like a blood balloon, and you just get the experience and items and money from the fight. It just doesn't even bother. It's just, you win. You won. Have fun. You fucking win. Good job. People complain about the answer, but it plays just like a normal Mega 10 game. Yeah, I'm not super fond of the gameplay of the answer and the lack of demon compendium, but I enjoyed the story a lot more. She says she was able to forget it all to be a student, but the Shadow Snow Queen is such a fucking difficulty spike. I liked Snow Queen. Snow Queen was my favorite part of the game. Even though Persona 1 was my least favorite Persona game until this fucking nightmare. But the Shadow made her remember everything.
I want to stay human, but she won't let me. I want to forget the whole Labrys thing. I don't want to think about that anymore.
I see.
Anyway, it's not so bad with an XP cheat, which is why everyone should use XP cheats all the time. Every game should have an XP cheat. Every game should just have an experience modifier in your fucking thing, and you're like, I want 300 times experience, and the game should be like, whatever, I respect your time enough to let you do that. You can't negotiate with any of them because they're like 10 levels higher than you. Miss President used a bunch of words I honestly didn't understand, and her story was hard to follow. But even then, something about what she said made me hurt. Don't say that.
You really were doing your best, weren't you?
Honestly, I would just like the options that the Bravely Default games have in the options menu where you can set your own experience modifier and encounter rate. That's really all I want. Because I know some people are like, oh, the experience being so high makes the game bad because it's too easy. And I'm like, you're a crazy person. But if you can manually set it to be like, oh, I want, like, only 25 experience, then, like, the fucking problem is on them. Granted, I've seen people still complain about that bullshit and be like, oh, I feel like that's not how the game was intended, so it ruins my experience. This option ruins my experience. But I think those people are crazy people and are fucking dumb, so... They'll pull an Assassin's Creed or something and sell the XP boost. Okay, see, that's terrible. Also, I found out recently, relatively recently, that a fucking Assassin's Creed games have levels and experience now. Fuck that. In my day, Assassin's Creed games involved strategy and planning. So I don't know what this experience bullshit is. That's a fun... By the way, I own every Assassin's Creed game. I don't know if I've ever said that. I haven't played every Assassin's Creed game, but I own all of them. Actually, I don't think I own Valhalla, but... God, I cannot get through Black Flag. I keep trying to play Black Flag, but it's so fucking boring.
Huh?
I'll be honest, I just met you. There's no way I could know how painful this must have been for you. You really thought it through, huh?
They call, Sokaker calls its cheats hacks. They call lowering the difficulty hack. They call having the maps already filled out map hack. They call making it, so you can, have any demon in your, party regardless of alignment hack. Oh yeah, they do something similar in NepNep with, game development. Like, you're basically building cheats in the game, and then you're cheating the game of itself, but it's an in-game mechanic to build cheats. So it's more like purchasing abilities and, like, special options is what it is in, like, reality. But in-game, because of how the universe works, you're cheating. I was just saying what I felt, but Miss President looks up at me like I just sprouted a third arm. Did I say something wrong? I'm not smart enough to be confident about stuff like this.
You say that you're a machine, but we know what you're talking about.
Despite that,
I don't
some
think
demons
there's any
refuse to
problem
join you
there.
because they personally hate a demon you have.
You're the same as us. You can feel pain and sadness just like us. The same. That's why you should go and accept the other you over there.
Rise helps Miss President to her feet. She stands up, but she still seems shaky. I gotta try one last thing, but it's not like the right words are suddenly coming to me now. What would you, Senpai, do in this situation? If you have certain demons, can you recruit certain demons? Like, if I'm rocking a Fornius, can I be like, hey, Decabre, get the fuck in the party. What you doing? I try to think back, and then I remember.
Isn't that girl there a part of you, too? You gotta pay attention to her. If you don't, you'll always be in pain. I can tell you that from experience.
Don't remember Kanji being this stupid.
Gotta get your courage up, because, you know, you're not alone anymore.
Ms. President's expression changes when she hears that. For a second, I'm worried I might have said the wrong thing, but then, again, maybe not. Because she nods like she's determined. Looks like she got what I meant. She's all right now. Risa and I watch while she walks towards her shadow. Wow, they really gave Kanji every cutscene, huh? Okay.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all. This is my persona. I
had a perfect negotiation and it said, yeah, I'll wait. Oh, wait, you're hanging out with La Lorna? Sorry, I don't get along with her.
That's
what
my
a dick.
real name.
I still like Nocturne's negotiation the best. Hey, give me money. Here's some money. Alright, cool. I'm on board. She says her name carefully and looks at us. Kind of like she did when I first met her. More dignified than that, maybe. It shows she's accepted her weakness. The thing she didn't want to admit.
Rise-san? Thanks. Seems like I was forgetting things that I shouldn't have been. But now, I feel so light I could float away. It's like how scared I was before was just a bad dream.
Hey, no need to thank me. The really hard part was all you. Anyway, good thing no one was hurt.
Yeah, and I can finally call you by your name. Labris is such a cute name.
Marsh describes Devil Summoner Demon negotiations the best. You gotta tickle the balls a little bit.
Come on, don't say that. It's not really true.
I slowly let out a breath, listening to them talk about nothing. It's finally
Looks
over.
like Senpai and the others are all together. The invisible walls must be gone.
All right, I think we're done here for sure, so we should hurry and catch up with them.
Rise says to leave it to her and starts searching for the exit with her persona. She finds the way to the lobby was used up on top of the school's rooftops. Now, I read that wrong and I don't care. It shouldn't be in this world anymore, but then the school got crafted here. No surprise that the lobby's back too. Looks like we'll be meeting up with our other friends here in this world. From what Rise told me, they're mostly all here. Chie-senpai, Yukiko-senpai, Yosuke-senpai, Teddy, Yu-senpai too. I'm kind of surprised to hear that even Naoto's here. She said she would be too busy with work to come along. Looks like everyone from the investigation team is here now. I remember hating Raidu Kuzunoha vs. King Abaddon's negotiations until I replayed it. Guess I just sucked.
Coming!
Yeah, we've all been there. Labris hurries up next to me, and me and her and Rise all run together towards the roof. When we get to the roof, the others are already there. We're the last ones. I feel kind of embarrassed at everyone welcoming us, but Yu-senpai's here and I haven't seen him in a while.
Long time no see. I totally did it this time.
Yeah, Rise told me. You did an excellent job.
Pretty cool to hear that from him. The others seem okay too. Same as usual. I was mostly on my own since coming here, so it's good to see everyone from the investigation team.
It was really amazing. Kanji's speech to Labris was what saved her in the end.
Wow. If even Rise-chan's impressed, you must have really done a great job.
Nah. This is mostly stuff I learned from you guys.
Ah, that explains it. I knew it sounded too cool for you to come up with.
Come on, why'd she have to say that? While I'm sulking over that, Rise makes a quick round of introductions. For someone as complicated as Lapras, Rise handles it like a pro. I guess you learn that stuff in showbiz. All my senpai seem astonished by Lapras being a robot, but they don't make a big fuss over it. They accept her for who she is. I could tell she was nervous about this, but I can see Lapras slowly starting to relax. I wonder if that's what I was like when I was rescued. I can even begin to explain how much my senpai being so casual with me helped after they'd seen my weakness. These guys are the best. I'm proud to be their friend. Well, the stuff with Lapras is settled now, so it's my turn to make things square. I stand up straight and face my senpai.
Well, I wanted to tell you something.
One cool thing is if you have soulless army save data, certain demons will just join you. They'll be like, hey, remember you. It isn't specifically demons you had, but there's a list of early game demons pretty much everyone would have had. Oh, like Pixie and shit.
What's the matter?
Chie-senpai, Yukiko-senpai, Yosuke-senpai, and Teddy. I bow deep in apology towards the four I caused the most trouble for.
Really sorry my shadow put you through a big hassle again.
Huh?
What?
Wait, you still haven't figured it out?
Figured out what?
Who did you defeat just now?
Who did I defeat? What? My shadow was there, so it was my shadow. Bah? Hang on, I'm confusing myself here. Let's see, I beat the crap out of my shadow, but he got away. Then I caught up with him, found out he didn't get away. It was actually Labras' shadow, and... Huh? Wait, what? Well, my brain's going in circles. I noticed that. I swear Kanji was not this stupid in P4. I know the P4 crew is fucking really stupid, but they weren't, like, even Kanji wasn't this stupid, right? Am I wrong? Do I misremember P4? It's been a few years. I don't remember him being this stupid. Pixie had 3 different designs in Devil Summoner. Oh, fuck. These 3 guys behind my senpai are watching us, smiling like the cat ate the canary.
To think that we were rescued by someone who had so little understanding of the situation.
Who are you? Man, it's Golden Week already. Ain't you hot, wearing fur like that?
Will you shut up for a second? We already understand what an idiot you are.
While you were gone, these people explained some things to us.
So Yu Senpai tells the truth behind the case that they discovered. They being Mitsuru Kirijo-san in the white coat and Akihiko Sanada-san in the red cape. The game cannot honestly believe that it is possible for me to have gotten this far in the game and not know who these 2 characters are. The only way this game makes sense is if each route was written individually and separately. Oh, that's kind of cute. And Aiga-san, who's a mech like Labras. Seems like they're all part of the Kirijo group. Man, all 3 of these guys mean business. They're like all hardcore fighters who've seen a ton of combat all over the place. Seems like they've been fighting shadows for a while. They came here to find Labras when she went missing. Soul Hackers Pixie? I mean, she's kind of cute. I think the first one is cuter. And Ryder uses the normal SMT design. Yeah. There's more to it than I guess, but it sounds too complicated for me. Point is, they all come back to her, but not to do anything bad to her. I wasn't too sure what they meant what they said, but it looks like there's nothing to worry about. I can tell. There's something honest about the 3 of them you only get from doing the right thing. That's all I need to know. I smile wide and give Labras a tap on the shoulder. She looks worried.
So you do have someone who is waiting for you. That's cool.
Seriously, it seems like a dream. I can't believe everyone's being so nice to me, and I don't have to be locked up.
Labras trails off. She seems pretty touched. I was worried she was going to start crying, but nah, she just look at her and just smiles.
I can't thank you enough.
Oh no, my brain has taken over. Huh? She just stopped dead. That seems kind of weird. I mean, I know she's a machine, but I hope she's not broken or something. I get kind of worried, and they start to take a closer look at her face, and when her mouth opens in a disturbing way.
It's not over yet.
What the? Did we forget something?
I can't help answering her question before I realize that voice isn't anything like her normal one. Who's saying that? It's Labras' voice, but it doesn't sound like the way she talks. She was so hacked. To make it creepy, her expression is still frozen while her mouth starts laughing.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labrys!
Whoa!
Before I could say anything, Labrys takes a huge axe on her back and swings it down. She's way faster and stronger than before. This is the first time I get the sense that she's not human. No, wait, this ain't the time to freak
I
out.
cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
She's being hacked? What did you do to her, you bastard?
Well, you appear to be the perfect opponent for her. Let's have you fight friend against friend once more.
I don't get any of this at all, but Labrys brandishes her giant axe at me, still under someone's control. Shh, I'm gonna put a stop to
snap
this.
out of it! You're just gonna let yourself get control like that? Show some backbone!
Whoa! Damn, this is bad. If I don't stay focused, I can barely dodge her moves.
It's no use. She can't hear us.
Character in Soul Hacker's name, Masahiro Sakurai for Smash 2021.
What the hell is this shit?
Do I seriously have to take her down? We finally get understanding each other, and now I gotta fight her again? I just heard about how that thing's made suffer, too. That goddamn bastard controlling her.
Quit forcing Labrys to fight! Just hang in there. I'll help you come to your senses.
Final. Fight!
You think I can beat the final fight with only one hand?
You're in trouble now!
Slowpoke! Take this! Hey! Hey! What's up?
I'll catch you!
Want some? Take this! Want some? Okay, make this damage! Damn it! Nothing! Hey!
I'll catch you!
Damn it!
Watch out! This!
Eat this! Want some?
This!
Damn it! That's nothing! Eat this! Alright! One more! Smash down!
This ought to do it!
Hey! Here goes!
Watch
Damn it!
out!
That's nothing! Damn it! Hey! Slowpoke! Take this! Eat this! Eat this! Alright! One more! Smash down! Damn it! What's up? Take this!
The answer was yes, I could. I'm sure the name is coincidental, but there's a reference to Shigeru Miyamoto in another game, so who knows. How many times have you fought this boss? Enough times that I can apparently beat it with just my left hand.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Labrys isn't moving, but she's still talking. Hearing it makes me sick. And whoever it is keeps talking about Labrys like she's not even a person.
Show yourself, you freaking coward! Who the hell are you anyways?
Ah, yes. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
What? You can stuff your goddamn things, but someone starts talking calmly before I get too mad. To answer your question, I believe you double fight Labrys in every final boss so far. This is the 5th one, so 10 times, I think. Probably around 10 times. It's Mitsuru-san.
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament.
Like I said, enough times that I can beat it with only my left
I
hand.
see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering.
He's based on Mulder from the X-Files.
You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? You're planning something else then.
Who knows?
Hey, who the hell is this guy? Who does he think he is? Is he the one who threw Labrys into a TV and made her shadow appear? He tried to make her kill her friends, the thing she hated most. And now the bastard won't even show himself? He's controlling her from the outside? How big a piece of shit can this guy get?
Who do you think you are?
You ever see that
Using her
X-Files
as a
survival
tool
horror
in your
game?
own
I've never
crappy
even
plans.
seen the X-Files.
But she is a tool. Just a machine. What concern is it of yours?
That voice sounds annoyed when it answers me. Of course we're concerned about her. I try to answer it, but the voice keeps going all disgusting like I don't get his point.
It's no use. Nothing's getting through. What kind of sick bastard is this?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The voice completely ignores us and suddenly cuts out. Labrys crumples to the ground like a toy that ran out of batteries. Igus catches her, but she looks unconscious. I don't even know what to think
Damn it!
now.
I was with that asshole.
I can't help but yell out. I'm so frustrated with that goddamn voice doing whatever he wanted. We saved her. She was having a good time. Why put her through all that?
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. You shouldn't get involved any further in this case. We'll handle things from here.
Hey, wait a second. Are you telling us to back off from this?
I understand how you feel, but we will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Please trust us and allow us to handle this. You must hurry home.
Does she seriously think we're gonna back down just like that? I'm about to give Mitsuru-san a piece of my mind when you, Senpai, stops me.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
He's okay with that? That's not cool, man. I'm just about to say so, but I stop myself when I catch you, Senpai's eye. I see that he's not backing down. Yeah, he's not the type of guy to let things slide. I know better than anyone that he wouldn't let something like this go unfinished.
Senpai calls the shots. Just do like they ask and go home.
Kanji-kun?
No use getting pissed at them. They're not the bad guys here.
What an unexpectedly mature thing to say! Are you an imposter?
Fuck you, Teddy, you piece of shit. I hate you. Go die in a fire, you dumb piece of fucking shadow garbage bullshit.
Shut up. Don't make me muss your fur again.
I'm sure Senpai has something up his sleeve. I'll stay quiet and trust him. That's what a man would do. Looks like Yosuke Senpai is with me too. He's probably figured out the same thing. All the others eventually calmed down. And we follow Mitsuru-san and her folks out of the TV world. We exit the TV and stand in the usual Junes department. Mitsuru thanks us again and we leave in a hurry. Are they going to walk through town dressed like that? Damn. Those guys are some seriously thick skin. Me, though, I know it's lame, but everything catches up to me and I sink down in the spot. Though it seems like everyone's exhausted from going back to the TV world for the first time in a while, so the investigation team splits up. For now, I guess the case is over. All right.
Ow! Damn it, my entire body hurts.
Even after a good night's rest, my muscles are still aching like hell. Now that I think about it, I was there for more than a whole night this time. Damn, guess I should get in better shape. But even with all the pain, I can't stay in bed. I forced myself to get up and jog to where we agreed to meet. Where was it again? Wait, never mind. I got it.
That's gotta be them.
That ridiculously long, shiny black limo. It's fine for Mitsuru-san's people, but it sticks out pretty bad in our little town. That's gotta be it. It's so obvious. I'd be pretty damn surprised if it belonged to anyone in Inaba. When we got there, my senpai had already standing around. Labrys is there too, and she looks at me, and she smiles when she sees I'm here.
Thanks for coming. I wanted to give everyone a proper goodbye.
You really are leaving.
Love The Simpsons X-Files
could just
crossover.
attend the
There's a
real
great quote. Look
Yasogami
at this
High, you know?
Scully, another alien encounter somewhere in a small town America. Well, gee, Mulder, there's also this report on illegal weapon shipment coming into New Jersey. I hardly think the FBI is concerned with matters like that.
That sounds great, but I can't. There's something I want to take care of now.
I believe, to be fair, an illegal weapon shipment is actually an ATF jurisdiction.
I want to help Mitsuru-san and the others find whoever did this.
But don't quote me on
catch him,
that.
no matter what. I gotta make things square.
That sure sounds like something Kanji-kun would say. Are you sure he didn't rub off on you?
Chie-senpai is joking around, but it seems like Labras really does want to make things square. Huh. Am I rubbing off on her? Nah, it just shows that Labras is someone who sees things through. I mean, even when she thought she was student council president, she had balls telling me off as soon as we met. Look at her, smiling cheerfully. Now that's what I like to see.
Labras, it's almost time.
All right. Well then, goodbye, everyone.
Come on, just when she was starting to crack, looks like we're back at square one again. As soon as Mitsuru-san said that, her face clouded over and the moment was ruined. Even Rise, who had finally stopped complaining, seemed like she was about to cry. Sheesh, guess I should step in one last time. Call out to Labras as she's reaching for the
That ain't how
limousine
you
door.
do things.
Huh?
I mean, look at how she tried to leave the first time. Give us a proper goodbye? Hell with that. Rambling on ain't my thing. I know what to say. Excuse me. And I don't know if what I say is going to get through to her. So Damn, I got hiccups now. Just put on a big smile and say it as loud and as simple as I can.
Supposed to say, see ya! Not some formal crap.
Labras looks at me with wide eyes. Wait, damn it. Why is she tearing up even more? I start to panic and Labras laughs, even through her tears.
Mm-hmm. See ya!
Oh, that was a really good read. See, even I can do it right sometimes. The limousine carrying Labras slowly speeds up, and Labras leaves with a big old smile. After we saw Labras off, Yosuke-senpai suggested that we have a welcome party we've been putting off. That was our original plan after all. I kind of wanted to delay it longer since I'm still not done with you-senpai's present, but he dropped a hell of a bombshell at the party. What did he say? Well, what else? The investigation team's getting back in action. We're going to keep following the case. It's not our style to get dragged into something and sit back and wait for someone else to solve it. And if my buddy says he's going to keep investigating, then I'm not letting him do it alone. This Golden Week's far from over. We're going to have tons of fun before the holidays end. I head home after saying goodbye to my senpai. I'm all jazzed up now. Kind of funny because it's obvious David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson had never voice acted before, and they're kind of bad at it.
Coming, Mom!
Yeah, voice acting is like a whole other thing. How many times have we seen this ending? The car scene is on time 5. Kanji in his house is the first time. I put the crochet hook down and go to see my mom. The car scene is always slightly different depending on who the main character of the route is. I'm just finishing up Senpai's present. I got some time to help out. Once I get done with this, I should make another one. Meeting Lapras kind of inspired me. How about instead of making a stuffed animal, I knit a stuffed robot?
I need you to tend to the store while I
That
go
would
do
be
some
adorable.
shopping. I'm expecting a package, so make sure you sign for it when it comes.
Yeah, fine. I'll take care of it.
I head out to the store. Oh, look at the little animals in the back. Oh, that's so fucking cute. Holy shit, look at them. They're so cute. On the way, I happen to glance at one of the merchandise shelves. It's for the stuffed animals I knitted. I asked my mom to put them up in the shop a while ago. They seem pretty popular. I should add a few more soon. Guess that means I'll have to hurry with that
What
stuffed
are you
robot.
staring at them for? Don't worry, they're all as adorable as ever.
They're adorable as fuck, Kanji. This is why you're the best character in this game.
I wasn't staring. Jeez. Stop making things up.
Honestly, even though I asked her to do this, I'm still uneasy about seeing the hobby I hid for so long on display in a shop like this. It wasn't that long ago I was hiding it, but people's reactions to it haven't been that bad. Kanji, you're famous for wiping out a street gang by yourself. No one in the city has the balls to fucking make fun of you for knitting. Sometimes they even sell out. But no matter how much people like them, I guess I was still kind of ashamed of my hobby. That's what I realized during this case. I talked big to Lapras, but I got ashamed too. I want to get where I won't freak out even if my shadow comes out or people talk about me. Rise, that's cute, doll. Kanji, yeah, I made it. Rise, oh, that's creepy. Fuck you, Rise. Did she say that? I didn't remember that. Even that is going to be a lifelong fight, so I'm taking it one step at a time. I want to be able to send these guys off with pride.
I'll be going then. Try not to glare at the customers, okay?
I won't. Hurry up and leave.
I see my mom off and put on the Tatsumiya apron. I'm all fired up.
Let's do this!
The case ain't over yet, I know, but I gotta do what I can. And I'll start by rearranging the mascots on the shelf to make them look as cute as possible. Whew! We finally beat Kanji. 82% completion. Well, on to the worst character in all of Persona.
I am a shadow. The true self. The power is rising from within! What the... What's going on?
All of Persona. It's, believe it or not the bear puns.
Hey! Did you enjoy the P1 Grand Prix? It went exactly how you wanted it, no? Wasn't it fun? Seeing them fight their friends? Don't be dumb!
Speaking of bear puns, I'm so proud of her. Grandma Sack has made it to Chapter 6 of Danganronpa.
I never wished for anything this awful! Oh, yes you did! You wanted them to suffer the same pains that you once did! You wanted them to understand, right?
I also let her my copy of Watchmen. So, she's getting cultured. Whoa, the shadow is overflowing with power. Every time the shadow presses Miss President, she gets pale and paler. This isn't good. I need to back her up.
Miss President,
yeah, it's the final chapter,
heart.
correct. Miss President looks like she's about to cry when she turns to me, but the shadow just ignores me and keeps going.
How can you even ask them to understand you when you've been deceiving
the
all
book.
along? That'll never
I don't own
happen.
the movie.
You're not even human. You're a machine.
Huh?
What? What is this?
As soon as the shadow snaps its fingers, Miss President starts to change. Am I taking crazy pills? No matter how much I rub my eyes, she doesn't stop changing. Miss President is turning into a girl who looks exactly like the shadow here.
President, are you a machine? Are you just like Ai-chan?
That reminds me, Ai-chan called Miss President's sister. Is this what she meant? Never mind me, Miss President. It's not human either. She was a machine, a beautiful mechanical girl. You know, I hate Teddy with the burning passion of a million exploding suns. But him and fucking Lapras would be so cute together. Alan Moore says when someone tells him how much they love Rorschach, he says he wants them to stay away from him. Grandma Sack has mentioned she enjoys Rorschach, but I don't think she's very far into it yet.
You wanted to live a normal life and go to school looking like that? There's no way! You're pretty stupid for a machine, you know that? Admit it, you're a robot! It's about time you stop.
That said, I actually do like Rorschach. I mean, here's the important thing. Rorschach is a shithead. Yes, I think everyone can agree with that, right? And he's not, but like, just because Rorschach is a shithead doesn't mean there aren't respectable aspects to the character, you know? Like, there can be, like, yeah, I think he's racist and sexist. I think he's both. I think I remember that scene where he's like, fucking women or some shit like that. But, like, he's clearly a shithead, and he's crazy, and he's violent. But he's also, like, determined and stuff, and he at least has, like, a strong sense of justice and sticks to his ideals. So it's not like there's nothing to like about Rorschach, and I also think you can appreciate Rorschach as a character and like him as a character without being like, man, I want to be exactly like Rorschach. Now, if you want to be exactly, like, if you look up to Rorschach and you're like, I want to be Rorschach, you have missed the point of Rorschach. But I think you can look at Rorschach as a character and be like, no, I like this character. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a difference between liking a character and, like, wanting to emulate the character. I don't think anyone should try to be Rorschach. Grr, no matter how many times I see it, the way shadows mercilessly bully everyone makes me mad. Like, for example, I really like Joffrey in Game of Thrones. No one should be Joffrey in Game of Thrones. He's a real shithead. Miss President doesn't like it at all. She's sad, too. Oh no, we're in trouble if this keeps up.
Miss President, don't worry. It'll be all right.
What did Sensei say back when this happened to me? I went to somehow get Miss President feeling that happy and relieved. I can't find the right words to try to tap Miss President's shoulder to comfort her.
Miss President?
She slapped my hand away.
Easy for you to say. It's not like you understand anything about me.
It wasn't the shadow getting in the way. Miss President herself is resisting me.
No one can understand a machine like...
Whoops. The like me part was very important. No one can understand. Hearing Miss President say that blew away my shock at having her resist me. My parents are going to start Game of Thrones, and all I can say is don't. No, Game of Thrones is good. The thing is, you probably heard that the final season isn't great. And they're right. It ends like ass. But the ride is entertaining. I had to fucking watch the first episode twice because the first episode is so fucking bad. But it does get better. It's not a bad ride midway through. I watched 3 seasons and hated it. Really, here's the thing. People always talk about how it's all full of, like, twists and turns. And except for, like, who ended up on the throne at the end, because in my defense, the person who ended up on the throne is the stupidest possible person. It should have been Sansa. It should have been Sansa, for the record. Sansa should have been on the throne. But, everyone always talks about how, like, twisty and turny it is. I felt Game of Thrones is, like, incredibly predictable all the way through. The only thing I ever failed to predict was the death of Ned Stark at, like, season 1. I quit and started watching Breaking Bad. So Breaking Bad, I got everyone I know to start watching Breaking Bad. Like, I would, like, hold people down and be like, you gotta watch Breaking Bad. It's so good. And then everyone I ever got to watch Breaking Bad, they finished it. They loved it. Here's the fun part. I've never finished Breaking Bad because I stopped midway through the last season because the last season was split up into 2 cores. And I caught up with the first core and then I never watched the second core ever. So I've never seen the end of Breaking Bad. Does she really think that? Suddenly something Now-chan hits me like a bolt of lightning. That's right. Although I will say Breaking Bad I do think is a better show than Game of Thrones. Out of everyone, you understand best how she must be feeling. Feeling encouraged by that, I looked straight into Miss President's eyes. They're completely different than they were when she was happy or angry. She's so sad and lonely, and desperate to be understood. But no one does. I was just a shadow. I remember how it felt to confess that to Sensei.
That's not true!
My shout surprised even me. Once we get into the inevitable combat encounter, I have an interesting Game of Thrones anecdote. I'm a little embarrassed, but now's not the time for that. I finally understand. It's time I repaid Sensei and the others for what they did for me. Because I am who I am. I can help Miss President. I'm her knight after all.
Even I found people who understand me. I'm sure that someone will... Heck, I'll...
Teddy!
Oh, is she finally listening to me? Then I'll reach out again. Quote, dwarf women are super fucking... On the plus side, I do remember the reason for that quote.
Stop getting in the way!
Holy free holidays!
But it's so much funnier if I don't explain it. I'll face myself the non-boss theme version, like the one that plays when they accept their shadow, is literally just a song from Devil Summoner Raidu Kuzuno, huh? Yo, that's a sick-ass image of Astrius, though. Look at that fucker. That is cool. I barely dodged the axe, but my fur is standing on end now. I completely forgot about the shadow. How did I forget about something so importante? Sheesh, if she's gonna get in the way, then there's only one thing to do. I gotta shut up this giant bull to save Miss President. A bear against a bull, nature's oldest rivalry. That, I think, is completely not true, and I'm not sure if a bear has ever fought a bull ever.
Listen, Buster! A bear can take a bull in a fight anytime, anywhere!
That is probably true. Bears are fucking huge.
I think.
Look, if you were to tell me I had to fight a bull or a bear, I personally would choose bull every time. I would not want to fight a fucking bear. Probably has. Yeah, that's a fair point. At some point, every animal has probably fought every other animal, but...
Finally!
Oh my god, her...
What's the matter?
Wind up! And the pitch! Bear passing through! Bear passing... Bear passing...
I forgot how fucking busted Teddy is. Oh yeah, my funny anecdote. Okay, yeah, so I had a friend in high school that really, really wanted me to watch Game of Thrones. I think there was only 1 or 2 seasons out at the time, because I'm an old man. And his pitch was Game of Thrones is like, you gotta watch Game of Thrones. There's so much violence and sex and boobs in it. You'll love it. There's all these boobs and violence and shit. And there's tits. So many tits. And I'm like, you're really doing a really poor job of selling me on this. And he's like, no, man, there's so much violence and blood and gore and boobs and sex scenes. And I'm like, okay, really, not a great pitch. I eventually just watched it just to see, like, there, I watched it. Stop telling me to watch this show. Yeah, it should be okay now. The bull has calmed down and the shadow is quietly standing by. All she needs to do now is accept herself, right? But Miss President hesitates. Not only won't she come near, she won't even look this way. Isn't she that upset? Is she that upset? Rise-chan slowly takes Miss President's hand and urges her to come forward. Also, I just want to say, he really overstated the amount of gore, violence, and sex in that show. Not that there isn't a lot of it, but like the amount I was informed there was supposed to be in it. I'll put them both in Discord, but seriously, I'll face myself as just overcomes the sadness, but sped up. And Miss President takes a step forward, spurred on by Rise-chan's kindness, but it's still no good. Her face is still as troubled as ever. Cute girl like her should be smiling.
Seriously, you're such a handful, Miss President.
This song right now. Oh, this is I'll face myself. I'm gonna be honest, I actually am not a big Persona 4 soundtrack fan. I liked it when I was playing it the first time, but about midway through the game, the whole thing just wore me down.
You're still calling me that?
Well, you haven't officially introduced yourself yet.
You know I'm not human, right? How come you're being so nice?
Hey, I'm not human either.
I was promised blood sea level score. Yeah, no, the way he described it, it was just like every scene was like bloody, gory sex scenes. Me and P5 soundtrack? Yeah, probably. I told her once already. How could she forget after I showed her my insides? Oh, God, don't phrase it like that, Teddy. Since Miss President still seems dazed, I explain what I mean.
I wanted people to like me. That's what I wished for, and this is the shape I took. When people like you, it feels good, knowing that you belong somewhere.
I really think it's true. It was what I wished for without knowing back then.
Isn't that the same thing as wanting to be understood?
This is probably what Now-chan meant. My favorite Persona 5 song was actually added in Royal, and it's the Jazz Club theme. I fucking love it, and it rocks. Controversial opinion, though. Persona 5 is my favorite Persona soundtrack, I would say. Except for maybe Strikers, because Strikers has a killer soundtrack, too. The thing is, here we go. I actually kind of don't like Rivers in the Desert. There, I said it. I don't like Rivers in the Desert. I'm sorry. Also, while I'm saying controversial opinions, the fucking Fire Emblem Three Houses soundtrack fucking rocks. Another controversial opinion, not really a fan of God Shattering Star. There, I said it. Alright, I didn't like your favorite song. I'm sorry. I took this shape because it appeals the most to humans, and I, like you, was also cast out, so I understand you. What Miss President Shadow said and what I wished for, they're pretty similar. There's not much difference between them wanting to be liked and wanting to be understood.
People like you.
I love the fucking jazz theme and the jazz club theme that they added in Royal.
Did you have anyone like that, Miss President?
Someone who liked me. Someone who loved me.
I fix my gaze on Miss President, who's gone quiet. It's not an adult bear's way to hurry someone with someone like this. After months of thinking and thinking, Miss President timidly opened her mouth.
It's kind of foggy. But I feel like there was someone like that. Someone who cared about us.
Aww.
That's wonderful!
Yeah, it really is.
I killed her and then became her. Miss President smiles and she looks straight into my eyes. I think she'll be okay now. I think I found out why. It turns out acid jazz is the kind of music P5 uses as massively hated music circles and is not considered real jazz. Yeah, jazz people are snobs. Which is something I think jazz people will admit to, so. I muster up my courage and ask her directly.
President, do you mind if I ask your name?
Miss President looks taken aback for a second, but then she returns my look and answers.
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Labris.
That was 5 times longer than I was expecting. I grew up in Nolans, so I have heard a fuck ton of jazz. But I'm gonna get it right first try.
I bit my tongue.
Sheesh,
Grand Devil
you
Summoner
just had
soundtrack
to
is probably
kill
not
the mood,
considered
didn't
real
you?
jazz because it has metal riffs in the background. A painful jab to my cowardly heart. She didn't have to tell me that. I knew it all too well. That's why I'm not gonna mess up anymore.
Labby-chan, I got it now.
I like that. Feels a little funny, but I like it.
Oh my god, she said that so cute. God, fucking Labris is great. Is this a thing that fucking Persona does? Does it, like, make a spin-off and then makes, like, a character in the spin-off and you're like, this is the greatest character in this fucking series? When she hears my nickname for her, Labby-chan makes the kindest face I've seen on her so far. She's so pretty when she smiles. Oh, even non-jazz snobs hate acid jazz. Okay, well, to be fair, everyone hates every kind of music, though. You ever see man plays acid jazz for wild elephants and they fucking hate it? No. Then she looks at her shadow in the eyes and smiles
Looks like
again.
Labby-chan is sticking. Not bad, huh? I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives.
Excuse me.
I do remember those words. Someone said that to me once. And I went and completely forgot about it.
I pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness. What a lovely thing to say. I wish that from the bottom of my heart, too. Labby-chan begins to walk slowly towards her shadow. You know, I actually say that, but I hear that the characters they added in Persona 4 Dancing are fucking terrible and everyone hates them. So. And also, everyone hates Marie. So, no, that's probably not a real thing.
I was the one who left you all alone.
It's probably just a coincidence.
No. You are
Yeah, the
me,
dumb idol
after
girls,
all.
yeah. I hear everyone hates them and everyone hates Marie, so it's probably just a coincidence we played this and then Strikers back to back. I don't hear anything about the characters added in PQ, though. Like, I've never heard anyone's opinion on them. I think it's because no one played PQ. The weird part is one of them is related to Brad from P1 for some reason. Brad.
This
Brad.
is my persona.
Brad. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know Brad. Okay, got it. It took a second. I was like, Brad. After accepting her shadow, Labby-chan turns towards us with a big happy smile. Oh, it's so cute. Well, I appreciate her awesome smile. Labby-chan cocks her head a bit and
I'm
speaks up.
myself. There's only one Labrys. And I'm
I
the best there is
literally
at being
pictured the correct person
Right?
immediately. And then my brain was like, no, wait a minute. Isn't that guy from If? Isn't that the dude from If then? And then I was like, oh, I don't know. And then I cycled through the other characters in If. And then I'm like, nope, you were right the first time. No, that was Brad.
Good job, Labby-chan.
I think I was getting it mixed up with, I want to say, Charlie.
Thanks.
I give her a thumbs up, but Labby-chan just shrugs it off. This isn't time for that.
You're supposed to copy me at times like this.
Charlie looks like fucking Lucifer, by the way.
Mise-chan, if you don't mind, a little demonstration, please.
Fine. Sorry about this. Just play along, okay? You put your finger like this and... No, don't put the thumb down. Up, like this.
The Japanese fans were aware of the existence of the English localization and made a doujin where the two characters meet each other. The Nut Grabber? Yeah, the Nut Grabber.
Like this?
Labby-chan follows Risei-chan's example and then looks up. There we go.
Good going, me!
That's right. All together now.
Good job!
Hey, that was great. The way our voices come together was so nice that all three of us start laughing at once. Just when my cheeks are hurting from laughing too much, Labby-chan takes a deep breath and speaks up.
I've never laughed so hard in my life. Even if my shadow comes out again, I'm sure I'll be okay. Now that I've found people I can connect with, it's all thanks to you. To Teddy, my loyal knight.
Aww. It's truly an honor as your knight. That's what I wanted to say, but my mouth froze up and I couldn't get it out. That's weird. Why did that happen? Usually I have no problem saying whatever, but right now it's like, I don't know what to say. How do I explain
Oh,
it?
Teddy, are you actually embarrassed?
I hate Teddy. I would love it if he got with Lapras. They are so cute together.
I'm not embarrassed. again!
Labby-chan laughs and Rise-chan does too. That weird feeling has gone away now, and I smile really big too. I like how when Kanaku redrew all SMT characters, they all lost color in their skin. This is how things are supposed to be. Now, you can't do that nowadays, you'll get fixed on Twitter. Anyway, the shadow's been dealt with and the case is solved. The invisible walls are gone. We contacted everyone, was forced to fight in the Grand Prix, decided to meet up. Boy, was I surprised when Rise told me that Sensei is already here. Knowing he'd already been back to the city while I was inside the TV makes me a lonely bear. I wanted to be there when he arrived. Oh, but now's not the time to be sad. I'll give him a big warm and welcome back hug as soon as I see him. Speaking of surprises, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
I wonder if Ai-chan and the others are okay. I left them behind after all. They'll realize they can get out now, right?
Those guys from the Kirijo group.
They'll be fine. Our senpai wouldn't leave them to rot. I'm sure if they run into the Kirijo group people, they'll bring them back here.
We've only been going for 3 hours. We might actually, genuinely, oh my god, I'm almost afraid to say it, be able to beat this game tonight. That's true. There's no reason to fight anymore, and I'm sure Sensei won't even blink when he sees those 3 strangers. He might even tell them to follow him. Maybe Ai-chan and that pretty lady will say something like, "You're so amazing, let me pet you," once they hear about the amazing job as a knight. What is this? What am I being linked? Oh my god. I think I just dropped frames. Tell me if my shit freezes. Oh yeah, that's the if cast. Oh, that was the original version. Oh yeah, okay. I sniff around my way back to Junas, and lo and behold, I find that studio lobby on the rooftop. I'm gonna tell Labby-chan every detail about my friends until they show up. Like how charming Sensei is, how embarrassing Yosuke is, Yukiko's elegance, Chie's cuteness, Kanji's feminine manliness, all that stuff. Feminine manliness is the exact correct way to describe Kanji. Labby-chan listens to everything so excitedly that I don't mind talking until I run out of breath. Once I finish talking about everyone, Labby-chan looks a little confused. Oh, whoops, did I exaggerate something so much that she's a little put off? As if to follow up, Rise lightly taps Labby-chan's shoulder.
Don't worry, they're good people.
Yeah, some of them look kinda iffy, like Kanji, obviously, but he's a great kid at heart.
Though Kanji's just not too bright, so...
I really don't remember Kanji being this stupid. While we're talking, I hear footsteps. They're here. Let's talk more schmoozing. I'm sure Labby-chan will see how great everyone is once she meets them face to face. The first one to show up is, ooh, Yosuke. Huh, we haven't been separated for too long, but I feel like I haven't seen him in ages. Overwhelmed by emotion, I dive at Yosuke.
Whoa, it's Teddy! Damn it, you got us so worried.
Yosuke, you've grown so much since I last saw you.
The hell I have? You two never change.
Sensei!
Ajin was listening to things about Nocturne, and when talking about the characters, they said, "Together you explore the Vortex world." Together? More like they turn on... No, yeah, you fucking immediately part ways. You find one of them, and you're like, alright, I'm gonna go explore, and she's like, okay, I'll stay here, and then you come back, and she's gone. And that voice, that magnetic personality, I can't be anyone but Sensei. His 2-month absence triggers a 10 megaton bomb of nostalgia in me. I'm waiting for you, Sensei. I tackle him, then a big old bear hug, and he hugs me right back. Oh, that big heart is what makes Sensei who he is.
Yikes! Yuken's getting covered in Teddy's tears and snot. Ugh, looks like someone's gonna have to make up for this.
What are you looking at me for?
I'm glad to see that Rise-chan's okay too.
It seems we've reunited at last. Wait, I don't see Kanji-kun here.
I'm sure he'll show up eventually. Let's start this off without him for now.
Rise-chan turns around towards Labby-chan. Oh yeah, I was gonna introduce her, but I was so happy to be reunited with everyone that I forgot.
This is our... Oh, wait! I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Rise Kujikawa. Nice to meet you, Labris.
Labby-chan still seems worried despite what Rise-chan says. She can't even answer her. Well, I wonder if I should do something or if she needs to do this on her own. Sensei puts his hand on
Teddy,
my fur.
why don't you make the introductions? You're the one who rescued her, right?
That's right! I was Labby-chan's knight, Sensei!
Yeah, Rise told me. Nice job.
What's this? Did Rise-chan use her persona to tell everyone what had happened with Labby-chan? She told me that once I found the exit, she'd let everyone know, but how thoughtful of her to take that extra step. So there's nothing to worry about. Sensei's praise is all the encouragement I need. I'm so confident that I decided to go push Labby-chan towards everyone else.
What are you doing?
Just trust me. Come on, introduce yourself.
Labby-chan seems scared, but she does it.
Nice to meet you. My name's Labris. I'm really sorry putting you through so much trouble today.
When she says that, oddly everyone goes quiet. I'm getting as nervous as Labby-chan. What's going on? But then someone breaks the ice.
Whoa! Check out the Kansai accent!
I just want to say this is the first time I've ever seen a Kansai accent be done as a Brooklyn accent. Usually they go southern with it.
Huh? That's the first thing that comes to your mind? Not, whoa, a robot persona user, or awesome, I bet you can do a rocket punch, or...
Although, if we want to just, like, make it a thing that we now translate Kansai accents as Brooklyn accents, I'm down.
Wait, I shouldn't be saying that stuff to her face, should I?
If that becomes the new standard, I'm okay with it.
What's this? Oh, did you just shoot yourself in the foot?
We heard what happened. You met your shadow, right? You must be exhausted.
It does put rather a strain on oneself, yes. Perhaps it was different for you, but still, best to be cautious.
Everyone's tension drains after Chie-chan and Yosuke's exchange when they all start talking at once. Labby-chan is still hesitant, but she slowly begins to smile more. One by one, everyone goes up to Labby-chan, introduces themselves, and talks with her. Alright, I've seen enough, I can already tell. Everyone's friends with Labby-chan now.
This has been the best day! I got to see Sensei, I met Labby-chan, and then we had a
Well,
big
you guys
old
speak
reunion.
Japanese, he says in English. We all know they're speaking Japanese. I think it would have been weirder to not. Just as things are getting all cozy, I hear the sound of high heels echoing. If that's finally Kanji, his footsteps shouldn't sound like that. I'd be scared if they did. So that
You're
means...
the Kirijo groups.
The scary,
Wait.
beautiful lady and Ai-chan! You're both safe!
Has Mitsuru been fighting in high heels and I didn't notice to call her out on it?
Oh, and the half-naked man, too.
It's Akihiko.
Labby-chan cringes in fear as the three of them arrive. After meeting Ai-chan, I'm not too worried, but that half-naked man and the pretty lady are still scary. I don't blame her for being nervous. Alright, I'll pitch in as her knight.
Hold on there! If you want to talk to
Fighting in
Labby-chan,
high
you'll have to
heels
go
is a
through
number
me
way to
first.
sprain your goddamn ankle, Mitsuru.
It's okay, Teddy.
I feel a gentle hand on my back. When I turn around, Labby-chan looks a little pained, but
I remember
determined.
who I am now. So there's some things I gotta talk over with him. I'll be honest, I'm a little scared. But this is my problem.
Are you sure?
I can't wimp out in front of my friends. Don't worry about it.
Well, if she says so. I'm worried because this seems hard on me, but I can see in her face that she's thought this through. I believe in Labby-chan. Even if things don't work out in the end, there's still no need to worry. I'm right behind her. I don't know if she's picking up on that or not, but Labby-chan smiles at me. Someone in a stream I was in once said Persona 2 is just Evangelion. No, that would be Devil Survivor 2. Is Devil Survivor 2 Evangelion? I know it's about, like, aliens and shit. She's going over to Ai-chan.
Sister.
Aw, look at that. I like how fucking Aegis said no, Labris won't look... Labris won't look more human than her, but, like... Labris definitely looks more human than her. Innocent Sin ending is basically just the ending of Season 1 of Sailor Moon. There are more similarities than there should be. You're actually not wrong. Labby-chan was about to say something, but in the end decides not to. Instead, she faces the pretty lady.
You're Labrys, correct?
Yes. I'm the 5th
They
generation
clearly did not
anti-shadow
expect to
suppression
get a
weapon.
second season of Sailor Moon when they
Labrys.
made that fucking show. It's strange, but that lady doesn't seem so scary now. She actually sounds calm talking about she and Labby-chan. She made everything seem so easy to understand, so I tell her what I know, and everyone else joins in to tell her how Labby-chan feels, even Sensei. And after the lady hears it all, she bows to apologize.
I'm sorry for everything.
Huh?
You were designed to have a heart, and yet unforgivable sins were perpetrated against you.
How come you're apologizing?
The past sins of the deceased are not my responsibility, but I do bear responsibility for the future built on that foundation. Hence, I am obliged to atone for the sins committed against you.
I wasn't thinking about atonement or anything. I mean, you're gonna take me back there anyways, right?
Labrys, you seem to be misunderstanding me. I don't intend to seal you away again.
Neither one is as human as the first android. Yeah, but that was made by a different group of people.
I want you to perform the duties you were made for, along with Aigis here, who could be considered your younger sister. It needn't be right away, of course. All we need now is a mutual understanding. Let's get to know each other, Labrys, and maybe one day you'll lend us your strength.
I wonder if Devil Summoner is canon to the Persona universe. Just listening to her makes sure that this lady wants what's best for Labby-chan. Labby-chan is at a loss for words, but who knows that too, right? Before I can say anything, Ai-chan takes her hand. It's also worth noting that, like, the anti-suppression shadow weapons are possibly not necessarily intended to look human. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kirijo group intentionally made them look robotic so that they can't fit in with humans as easily. So that, like, you don't mistake them for humans, because they're designed to fight shadows, and the humanoid shape just helps them function with a heart. So I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have the technology to make them look more human and they just didn't. Tamiki works at the Kuzunoha. No. I mean, like, Devil Summoner. I don't mean Raido. I know Raido is canon. But I believe the dude whose body you jack in Devil Summoner is also a Kuzunoha. Before I can say anything, Ai-chan takes her hand. It's the same mechanical hand as Labby-chan's. It's true. Labby-chan does have someone who looks just like her.
Sister, I guess.
There are so many things I want to ask you about, but I'll just say this for now.
Kyoji, yeah.
I'm glad to meet you.
Labby-chan gently squeezes Ai-chan's hand. That game actually looks interesting. I hear it's not translated, though. The sisters have come to an understanding.
Labby-chan, I'm happy for you.
Now it's time to share that happiness with me. Oh man, what's happening? The detective guy in P2? Wait, really? I'm about to rush over to her. Labby-chan's body shakes strangely.
Labby-chan?
Wait, really? What in the world is going on? Is she sick from all the excitement? I try to see if I can tell when.
It's not over yet.
Whoa, who said that? It was Labby-chan's voice, but it didn't sound like her at all.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labrys!
Labby-chan violently swings her right arm at the lady. The lady quickly dodges, but Labby-chan's left a dent in the ground with her bare hands. He went from being washed-up detective to being really good in like a week. Kyoji's ghost possessed his body, and that's why he got good. That's what it sounds like. Oh my, so I guess the ending where you keep his body is the canon ending. You're so strong, Labby-chan.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
What's that supposed to mean? Can someone explain this to me? What happened to
We have
Labby-chan?
to help them! I'll back you guys up, but you need to hurry!
Leave it to us.
He also wears a Kuba and Zenoha crest on his tie. Everyone darts off, leaving me completely flustered. Wait a second. We're gonna fight against Labby-chan? Everyone looks so tired from all the fighting for. If I have to fight again now...
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
A persona comes out of Labby-chan. Wow! That's a fucking typo. It's the one she just got by accepting her shadow. When I saw that, my doubts about whether or not to fight her went away. This isn't right. She didn't get her persona just to fight us. Labby-chan shouldn't have to fight her friends anymore.
I'll save you quick as lightning! No matter what happens, I'll always be your knight!
That's why I have to stop her. I mean, I'm Labby-chan's knight. I've got to protect her heart, too. Minor character is Daisuke Todoroki. Huh. Oh, he possesses the body of Daisuke Todoroki, turning from a small gumshoe big-time detective, aside from his shades he spreads rumors for free. Oh, he possessed... Okay. So his soul goes on to possess the fat guy. Interesting. Before Victor made Mary, he had an Ipandatra, and he made it take the form of a maid, and the Ipandatra fucking hates it. One would imagine.
Final. Fight!
They're passing through. Why? You missed! Bear passing. Teddy burst.
I like how I walked into that one.
Bear passing. Bear passing. Bear passing. Wind up. And the bench. Wind up. And the bench.
Get out of the corner. 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 You didn't get out of the corner. Did I manage to stop Labby-chan? Pardon me. I carefully look into Labby-chan's face once she stops moving. Suddenly, she starts blinking. I wonder what onlookers thought seeing a guy and a cat standing while a maid is just screaming about how much she hates wearing a dress, but she does it for her boss. Good old Ipandatra. Also really good to auto buff in P5. They make walls is something I learned in Raido. Oh, yeah, I have notes about Ipandatra itself. It's like a one-legged yokai that... Like, it's not a particularly threatening one. I think it lives in the mountains or something. Suddenly she starts... she's staring blankly.
Easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this
90% of all yokai live in either the mountains or the forest. It's the same voice as before. It's totally a man's voice. Who in the world is that? He's been going on and about personas this and that test thing, but it's all just a gag to him.
You hurt Labby-chan over something like that?
I'm absolutely furious. Fuck you, Teddy, you piece of shit. That he used Labby-chan. After taking a brief look at me, the voice keeps talking.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Huh? He wasn't listening to what I said at all. Can't you see how angry I am?
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
If I never meet you again, it'll be too soon! Actually, who are you? At least have the common courtesy to introduce yourself!
I was waiting for him to at least say his name. Why is he prolonging the suspense like that? But then I hear the weird sound like something turning off and Lappy-chan collapses like a puppet whose strings were cut. Does that mean he's gone? Rah! How rude can he get? He didn't even answer one of my questions. He didn't listen to anything I said. He's the worst. I'm still frustrated, but I'm worried about Lappy-chan. I did my best to try and stop her, but I didn't go too far,
Is
did I?
Lappy-chan okay?
Ai-chan nods. When Lappy-chan hears my voice, she opens her eyes. Oh, good. She's not making that weird face anymore.
What a relief!
Everyone is trying to figure out who that was, but I'm fine now that I know Lappy-chan's okay. While I help Ai-chan with Lappy-chan, Sensei and the others talk to
You
the
should
lady.
leave the rest of this affair to us. We'll do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is our duty.
What a cool, beautiful voice. That must be what they mean by a voice you just can't argue with.
Yosuke, let's go back.
I thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe.
He sounded like he was doing what the lady wanted, but Sensei and Yosuke were looking at each other funny. What was all that about? Are they scheming something, even though Sensei said he wasn't? Well, it's more important right now that Lappy-chan gets better. It's time we got out of this TV, and then the party can start. I thought we were getting out of the TV! I'm Ippon Datra. I'm currently moonlighting as a maid. I love to read. Yosuke stretches his limbs and grunts.
Well, at least everyone's okay.
Aren't we forgetting something?
I don't think so. I could conjure something up. I don't get that one. Though I bet everyone would congratulate me. Did I just give myself a hint with that?
Kanji-kun still hasn't.
That's from the Raito manga. It was okay, but not great. Oh, good job, Now-chan. No wonder you're an ace detective. Kanji hasn't been with us some time since this all started. I thought he was just running late and he'd catch up later, but stuff happened with Lappy-chan, and well, he completely slipped our minds.
He is pretty late.
After what just happened, something could still be up.
Oh, crud, that's right. After what just happened, what if Kanji's in trouble? Wait a second, my adorable ears are picking something up. Is that...
I think I hear something.
You're right. So do I.
What's it saying? I can't make it out.
Where is it?
Everyone looks at each other in confusion over the noise that's coming closer, those thunderous footsteps and that yell.
Man, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
You're far from the only one.
You're kidding me.
Is this Kanji?
Does everyone else think so too? I turn around with a bad feeling about this, and sure enough, Kanji's running up like a madman. Looks like he was completely late to the party. Oh well, since I, Knight Errant Teddy, played a huge role this time, I'll speak for everyone. But when I step forward, Kanji glares at me and points his finger. What the?
Is this the final battleground in the Grand Prix to decide the strongest man?
I thought Rise contacted him. Kanji, why are you bringing that up?
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Wait, I guess too? What's so funny?
Does have Abe no Semi. He goes to Raido's school, helps Raido investigate, and then he goes, haha, I was the mastermind all along, and then Raido kills him. That is an accomplishment, because Abe no Semi was a fucking beast.
Oh no, he just reminded me a bit of you.
See, even the ladies are laughing at you, Kanji. Sheesh, it's embarrassing being your friend.
You were still at it?
Ugh! I already told you it's over!
Okay, she did tell him. I genuinely don't remember Kanji being this stupid. Am I crazy?
Shut up! No one gets to decide when my dream's over but me!
You're Dream? Do you mean to tell me you think this is all a dream?
I kind of remember Rise bringing up something like that when I talked with her. Yosuke seemed embarrassed. Oh, I get it. Yosuke must have gotten beat by the confused kanji, or Kan, as I'll call him. I fucking hate you, Teddy.
Well, I suppose that it does all seem quite unrealistic.
Still, isn't this kind of long for a dream?
Honestly, kanji can be such a handful.
What are we gonna do? Should we stop him?
Wait a second.
I just remembered something really, seriously, very important.
That's right, it's extremely important. I haven't gotten my victory kiss from Labby-chan. Now that I remember that, I gotta give the last fight everything I got and win Labby-chan's praise.
Kanji, I'm your last opponent.
Huh? What, do you want to fight me, Ted?
I've got one more job to do. I can't let this end without at least getting a victory kiss.
What? A kiss?
Okay.
What kind of motive is that?
The best motive. I quickly step before Kanji as he's cracking his knuckles. Oh, how awesome. The P1 Grand Prix decided the most masculine men of all men. Now this is more like it.
Alas, he never learns.
I can't believe Kanji's the last boss.
Well, if it calms Kanji down, I'm fine with it.
A heated battle between the daringest of men. The ultimate showdown to decide who's most macho of all. Now this is a festival. Get ready to try a little teddiness.
I throw Labby-chan a sidelong glance. He doesn't look hurt or anything. It's okay if we tussle a little, right? Labby-chan seems to understand. After looking at Ai-chan, she gives a thumbs up.
If you're gonna do this, you better not lose. Best of luck, Mr. Knight.
Oh my god, they're so cute together.
All right. Labby-chan's cheering has boosted my courage to 120%.
Bring it on, Ted. You're gonna find out that the legendary Kanji Tatsumi's the strongest man there is! Especially since you're in my dream anyway! Rah!
Oh man, he's way too into this.
I agree.
Still, there comes a time when a man's gotta take a stand. Go for it, guys! Fight it out to your heart's content!
Yes, Chie-chan's right. Now's the time for me to make a stand. Take a stand. Who cares? And here I thought Teddy's route would be shorter. I better get this fucking kiss. There better be a fucking CG of the fucking kiss.
Final. Fight!
Very poisonous! Bear passing poisonous! Bear passing through! Bear passing through! Bear passing through! Bear passing through!
Great hit!
The wind up! And the pitch! Persona!
Great hit! Great hit! You ain't bad, you ain't bad!
The wind up! And the
You ain't
pitch!
bad! You ain't bad, you ain't bad! You ain't bad, you ain't bad! Damn it!
Perfect! Give me that kiss! Give me them robo lips!
Teddy wins!
No! I don't want a fucking Teddy win CG. Give me the kiss CG, you fucking ass game! Amazing Teddy, have dominated the Grand Prix. I'm truly the champion. Now that I've had my victory dance, shall I move on to our triumphant march back home?
Satisfied now, Kanji?
Huh? This isn't a dream?
We've been telling you that from the start.
Sorry.
Stupid kanji. You really are dense, you know that?
Man, this was all real? Sorry, dudes.
Oh my, Rise-chan is showing Kanji no mercy. The world is a harsh place for losers, huh? Good thing I won.
They're very energetic.
Ridiculous is more the word I'd use.
I don't know. Seeing them like this brings back some memories.
Come on, Labby-chan, give me a kiss. I demand it.
Okay, maybe don't ever tell a woman you demand she kisses you. How about that, Teddy? As I bounce around Labby-chan, she looks perplexed. Is she still holding out on me? Labby-chan is such a tease.
What gives, anyway? You fought one of your friends without even being forced to. How can you laugh about it like that now?
I infer that for them, this is one way of communicating with each other. The common phrase is that they are letting their fists do the talking.
Their fists are talking?
I have heard that doing so allows people to form even stronger bonds.
That's true. I have personally beat up all of my friends.
This wasn't exactly anything so noble.
Bonds. Huh. I like that.
Labby-chan smiles shyly and gently pats my head. Those petting skills, she knows how to rub me the right way. It's not a kiss, but I'll take it. Boo! After we all got out of the TV, we were so tired that we went our separate ways and fell asleep at home. The next day, we got together to see Labby-chan off, plus the others were going back to the city. Labby-chan looks lonely in that cool, long car. Yosuke called it a sweet limo. Or maybe I'm the lonely one.
Labby-chan, you decided to go with Mid-chan, right?
Oh my god, stop, Teddy.
Mid-chan?
Who are you talking? Oh.
Huh? Wait, is he referring to me? Mid-chan indeed. And just what are you laughing at, Akihiko?
The idea of anyone calling you...
You're laughing too hard, Aki.
What?
It's very rare to see anything make Mitsuru-san laugh like this.
Oh shit, Aigis in a suit. Aigis in a suit is the greatest. We need more Aigis in a suit. Sheesh, what's her deal? I'm trying to have a heartfelt farewell, and these guys keep undercutting me. Even Labby-chan is laughing. Well, I'll forgive them for a cute girl's sake. Besides laughing, this is more our thing than staying down in the dumps.
The thought of staying here did cross my mind. But I'm gonna find whoever it was that set you all up and catch him myself.
The way Labby-chan said that so confidently was awesome. She's gleaming, pardon me, so much I can barely look at her. But if I don't look, it'll be wasted. So I'll just have to go blind. Looking for string concatenation. Concatenation. I've never seen that word in my life. What the fuck is concatenation? Concatenation is a string of interconnected things or events. Huh. But if I look, it'll be wasted, so I'll just have to go blind. I've heard that looking at cute girls can do that to you.
Yeah, you'll be okay. You've got Ai-chan, Mid-chan, and Aki with you. I'm sure
Formatting
you can
something
pull
is
it
right.
off.
Yeah, I figured it out. I gotcha.
Yeah. I'm not alone. Right?
Exactly. If anything comes up, I'll be at your side right away.
I'll try my hardest to make a place where I belong. Just like you, my senpai.
Aww.
Will you root for me? Even when I'm far away?
I'm her senpai? That has a nice ring to it. I can't help but smile for real wide, but I gotta keep my dignity. I am her senpai, after all. I make the sternest face I can and puff up my chest.
Follow your senpai Teddy's example as much as you want.
Just make sure not to follow his example of getting carried away so easily.
Dude, Labrys is way better than you at all kinds of things. You ask me, it's you who should be following her example.
You literally don't know that, Yosuke. We met her yesterday.
What?
I mean, granted, everybody's better at Teddy than everything because Teddy is the worst, but what a horrible thing to say. As senpai, I demand apology and reparations. I'm hopping mad, but Yosuke brushes it off with a click. Shut it, and Chie is asking, are you sure you want this guy as a senpai? Oh, well. I can let such petty jibes pass, since I am a senpai and all.
Seriously, the only good thing about my friends is that they're never dull. Make sure you train hard so you can keep up with them, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I ignore everyone else's talking about what training hard really means as Labby-chan and I look each other in the eye and smile. A true exchange of feelings. It's like me and Sensei. But for a moment, Labby-chan's face goes serious, worried even. I cock my head to ask what's wrong, and Labby-chan hesitantly answers.
Come back here again?
Why would you have to ask that?
Huh?
Heck, if you don't come back, I'll come after you and drag you here.
Oh, wow, that was very creepy, Teddy. Don't ever say that again. Seriously, what a thing to ask. We're friends and senpai and student on top of that. She doesn't need my... Senpai and student? That doesn't... Okay. To come back here.
But make sure you let me know in advance so you don't cause a scene by showing up all of a sudden, okay?
Did they mean Sensei this whole time? Labby-chan smiles, huh? Why is she crying? I can't bear to see a cute girl cry. But Labby-chan, laughs through her tears and gently takes my hand. Her mechanical hand presses into my soft fur.
Thanks to you too, Labby-chan.
Well, see ya!
Labby-chan waves from the window of the sweet limo and goes further and further away. I do my best to wave back, and I keep waving until I can see her anymore. Eventually, she disappears.
Gone.
Yosuke pets my head, and he hears me mutter so sadly. Sniff. No, if he acts nice to me now, I'll cry even more.
I'm sure you'll see her again.
Yeah, she said she'd come back.
Hey, Labby-chan. I couldn't say it before, but you don't need to worry about anything. Maybe you don't realize it, but you're so charming that you'll be fine wherever you go. Everyone will want to be your friend. Just look at everyone here. They all couldn't help but like you. Heck, I like you so much that I wish you'd come back right now. Dun 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 dun. After we said goodbye to Labby-chan, we all gathered in our usual food court. It was to make up for Sensei's welcome back party that got interrupted by the case. I was kind of down, though, because I hoped Labby-chan could join us at the party.
You really stepped up to the plate this time, Teddy. Good job.
Well, if Sensei's gonna say that, since I am a superhero, I start talking about my heroic escapades as the knight-errant Teddy. Everyone will want to hear it.
Enough about that already!
Isn't this... I think it's... Is this the same one as the Yosuke ending, or is this the Yosuke ending, but they slightly edited it? I think it's the Yosuke ending, but slightly edited.
Oh, come on. I know you want to hear more. You should be more honest about your feelings, Yosuke.
Believe me, I don't hold back when it comes to the stuff you do.
Jeez, Yosuke's such a sullen boy. I elbow Yosuke in the ribs while Chie-chan looks up from me, moved to tears by my heroic tale. Huh?
I'm sorry, Teddy. What was the last thing you said?
What? Was no one listening at all? Hey, now that I, look, even Kanji's fallen asleep.
You're all so cruel!
Come now. We all know that you did your best already.
Really? Then can I go on with my story?
Let's save the rest for another occasion.
Sheesh, that's enough out of Teddy. Come on, Yosuke-senpai. Now's your chance.
Right. Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
When Yosuke claps his hands, he gets everyone's attention. Even Kanji wakes up from his nap. I'm impressed and a little jealous.
We are gathered here today at this food court to celebrate our reunion, obviously. But that's not all.
Is this about that mysterious voice?
But I thought we were going to let those Kirijo group people handle it.
Had some shower thoughts about Kyoji Kuzunoha? Okay.
I said that we should trust Mitsuru-san, but I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved.
Now that's our leader! That's what I'm talking about!
So what's the plan?
Are you still half asleep? It should be obvious what we're going to do.
Obvious what we're gonna do. Does that mean what I think it does? I look at Sensei with excitement. He keeps his usual cool expression before
The
speaking up.
investigation team is back in action.
Oh, I wonder if it was that. But now that he said it, my excitement's through the roof. I'm like a teddy rocket. I'll go all the way to space and never come back. And then Zack never has to deal with Teddy again. Yay! He means we're going to be working the same thing that Labby-chan and her new friends are, right? I'm so pumped up to do this that I feel like I'm turning into a hot air balloon. Ha ha ha! Considering how important I was at solving this case, I bet that'll continue to the next one. There's only one thing to say.
This looks like another job for Teddy!
What? Where did that come from?
The moment I say it, everyone promptly makes a jab at my comment. Now, this is what a bond between friends is supposed to be. I can't wait for Labby-chan to join in on the ribbing too. I can't wait for Labby-chan to bully me. Step on me, please, robot girl. Oh, and Me-chan and I-chan too, of course. If Aki changes his half-naked ways, I might even let him step on me. The best Golden Week ever is just getting started. Initially, I wondered why he wasn't punished by the Kuzunoha heads in Yatagrasu, because Goto says in King Abaddon that if Kuzunoha does something to bring shame on the clan, they're severely punished and turned into an immortal servant, but Kyoji went free for his shit. Alright. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bathroom. I can parse a file into a list of tuples. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back, because I feel like the end game, like, continuing from, the, halfway point is actually a lot faster. I do think we can finish this game tonight, and I'm going to do my damnedest to finish this fucking P4A so we can get on to Ultimax, which hopefully is not literal torture like this is. On the plus side, Naoto and Mitsuru were the two best stories in the game, so. Alright, bathroom break. I'll be right back, and when I come back, I'll probably have the other half of that cocktail, so. Hopefully I don't fucking pass out. Question is, can I create a list of lists? I imagine that's rhetorical. I don't think you're asking me that. So I guess we'll find out. Alright, I am back. Was rhetorical, started wondering about the name Kyoji Kuzunoha, because he isn't one of the original Kuzunoha from the Asuka period. Hold up. Turn that back. Light Novel says he's direct descendant of the original Kuzunoha. Whoop, it moved. Then I wonder if Kyoji in the first game is the same as that Raido novel, because it implied certain summoners with enough skills can extend their life past the limits, and they're both assholes and look alike. Okay. Bop. Bop. That's a cool looking dude, the first one. I guess they do look alike. It's also said in the novel that the other Kuzunoha don't like him. So I am back. First off, when I went, so I got that cocktail that knocked me on my ass last time we played this game. I got the other half of it that I had to, like, sit down. I filled it up with my remainder of orange juice, so it's a lot more diluted now than it was when we drank it before, and also it's only half a cocktail. Hopefully I won't get fucking knocked on my ass again. I also refilled my water, so that's good. So I think we're gonna... Seth's gonna get fucked. No, hopefully I'll be okay. Hopefully it won't hit as hard as last time. So I'm ready to start this shit up. Getting on for the Naoto route. I also found a monster in my refrigerator that I forgot about. Alright, here we go. I'm afraid. Let's go. Yeah, it tastes mostly like orange juice. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Rise-san!
Look out!
I see something glimmer in front of me. Acting purely on instinct, I duck instantly. A low whizzing sound passes above my head. What was that? Did something get thrown my way?
Naoto-kun!
Rise turns toward me. I look at her from across the room. She's lying on something large on the ground. Teddy. Oh, on closer inspection, the red and white lump she's holding down is Teddy. I see General Teddy in the back of the room, so the one with Rise-san has to be the real one. A gorilla stands between Teddy and the General. I've never seen her before, but looking at her mechanical body, I can tell who she is. That's Labris.
What should we do? That girl wasn't normal. She wasn't even human. I know it sounds hard to believe, but she's a robot or something. She defeated Teddy, and,
Calm down. Are you talking about Labris?
The Rise is quite shaken. She's still
The riddle
not.
is solved, then. You're not the real Teddy. You're only a shadow taking his form. The shadow of Labris here, to be precise.
Aha! No wonder they call you the Detective Prince now, Chan. You cracked the case. But even if you figured it out, there's still nothing you can do.
I carefully watch General Teddy as he scoffs. Whatever it was he threw at me, I was too busy dodging to see it clearly, but it must be dangerous. I'm sure he won't hurt his owner until he hears a certain phrase from her, but she has no reason to be gentle with the rest of us. I point my gun at him, ready for any more of his attacks. However, the next attack comes from a direction I had not been expecting.
What?
There's a droning sound coming from a giant axe flying at me. The axe is bigger than I am, spinning through the air towards me. Like a boomerang, it curves back and returns to the hand of its wielder. There are other thrusters behind the blade, allowing the axe to fly as it spins. Wait, there are thrusters on the axe? It wasn't General Teddy attacking me. It was Labris. Not the Shadow, but the real one. What's going on? Wait, did she attack me the first time as well? That would explain why Rise is so shaken up. But the Shadow right in front of her, why is she going after me?
That's not true. I'm human. This is all just a bad dream. I gotta destroy everything.
I'm human.
I can't find any meaning in what she's saying. I want to convince her to stop, but I can't come up with the right words to do so. Labris takes a fighting stance without wasting a moment. Looks like the only way to bring Labris back to normal is to fight her.
Rise-san, please stay back.
Naoto-kun?
I never expected to be able to convince her in the first place with the Shadow here. I bite the bullet.
I will stop her, no matter what.
Fucking Naoto, like, I'ma fuck everyone up.
Final. Fight!
There! Ah! Assault!
Okay.
I must hit! No! That's enough! Persona! Volley! Assault! I see you!
Okay.
No way! There! Ah! Assault!
Okay.
What? There! Ah! Assault! I see you!
Okay.
I must hit! I must hit! Ah! Stay down! Ah! Ah! Right! No way!
All too easy. Okay.
See, this time I remembered about Naoto's bullet limit, so it was a lot easier to fight.
Aw, she beat you fair and square. You really are useless, Labby-chan.
After Labrys collapses, the Shadow looks at her as if she was
Your
trash.
whole reason for being is to fight. And you can't even do that.
Yusuke looks good in Rider's uniform.
You're not worth a damn. You don't need to exist anymore.
Naoto has a bullet limit. Yep, 5 bullets. The Shadow's voice and speech pattern began to slip away from its impersonation of Teddy. No, not at all. So does Aegis, but I think Aegis has like 100 bullets. The fake Teddy's appearance begins to warp as well. Finally, the time has come to reveal its true self. Oh, wow. I like how fucking Lapras already has her axe out, and then we see the transformation sequence for Shadow Lapras. The form it takes is, as I thought,
I'm
Lapras.
Shadow. The true self.
That's my face.
Huh. You don't want to remember? Fine. You can die like that.
What? She's attacking her owner now? Is that a threat to pressure her? No, this is a Shadow we're dealing with after all. Persona 4 Arena, you'll see the same shit every route. There's no knowing what we'll do.
Stop it!
Yeah, the only interesting part about it is, like, the opening to everyone's route and the ending to everyone's route. The, like, middle part where you run around and fight things is terrible.
What's this? Why are you protecting her? It's her fault you all had to fight each other, you know.
With that, she turns to her other self and looks down at her with disdain in her eyes.
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament?
That ain't!
My home was a horrible place. They made us fight and kill each other just to collect combat data. It hurts so much, but no one understands. How can I make them see? I know. I'll force friends to fight each other. Maybe then they'll understand. No. I want to make them understand.
You know, the plot of this game actually does not make sense. Like, even if we assume who is ever behind the whole Lapras going into the TV thing, the implication is that Shadow Lapras is behind the tournament, but how did Shadow Lapras know about the P4 crew? And how did Shadow Lapras know how to get the P4 crew in the TV itself, unless the whole thing was set up by them? But even then, how did they know how to get Naoto in there? Because Naoto wasn't even in town at the time.
That ain't true. That's
Maybe we'll find out in Ultimax, but this seems very unlikely.
Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand, just like you did before.
Stop! I've had enough!
Labrys!
No! You're not me! No!
You said it! You finally said it! The power,
I can feel it building!
A sinister aura surges from the shadow. Even the surrounding begins to warp with its energy.
Yes, the power!
I mean, say what you will, Astraeus is fucking cool, though. In an instant, the area becomes dominated by a piercing red light. The view from beyond the window has changed completely. I hear Rise-san gasp behind me. I don't know what this place is modeled after, but I get the sense that someone carved open a living creature's stomach. This is the reflection of Labrys' heart, the suffering she carries. The shadow's golden eyes stand out even more in the dusky redness following. Focusing on me, I change my mindset. There's only one thing to do here. Just my friends did for me.
Rise-san, you watch Labrys and Teddy.
I got him. Good luck, Nato-kun.
Yes, I'll save her.
Finally! Fight!
Okay.
Who's the man?
Okay.
No way!
I must hit!
Okay.
You're right. There you are.
Okay.
I must hit!
Okay. There.
What's the matter?
This should be enough rounds.
What the fuck was that?
Do it! Persona!
There.
Are you there?
This is You're Not Me, and through Gizu vanishes with a loud roar and managed to defeat her. Oh, and ran through. Okay. I managed to defeat her. She shows no signs of resistance. Cautiously, I turn around and walk to Labrys, who's just sitting on the floor being held up by Rise-san. It seems Teddy has also regained consciousness. He had broken into a sweat, flustering as he stands next to Rise-san. Labrys has a melancholy look on her face as she hangs her head. She's so human-like. The sheer authenticity of that expression makes that thought appear in my mind.
I didn't have the chance to introduce myself. I'm Naoto Shirogane. You're Labrys, is that correct?
She raises her head, but neither confirms nor denies it. She just quietly stares at her double across the room. A machine given the ability to summon a persona. The persona ability was the primary objective in her creation. The fact that she also developed a heart came as a byproduct. How much suffering did she have to go through, having been treated like an object for so long? You think saying, yo ass ain't me would prevent the shadow from coming because it isn't, you're not me? I never thought, honestly, until playing this game, I never thought that you had to literally state to the shadow that that the shadow is not you. I didn't realize that was a trigger until I played this game. I had always worked under the assumption that that was just used as a motif, And the idea was that you had to reject the shadow itself. Like, I thought the act of rejection was what caused the shadow to, like, go wild. I didn't realize you had to tell the shadow you were rejecting it, because that's stupid and makes no sense. Like, a silent rejection should work just the same. It isn't easy to imagine.
I can't claim to understand your pain. It was only today that I learned you existed, to say nothing of the weapons program.
So the answer is maybe.
But there is one thing I do understand.
I kneel and look in Labrys'
Look carefully at me.
Labrys'
Do
eyes.
I seem like a man or a woman to you?
What do you mean?
You and I are alike. There is such a gulf between what we yearn to be and what we are that we have trouble accepting our true nature.
Our true nature?
Just as I cannot break the glass ceiling of my profession, you cannot become human. That is the painful truth.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I really think Naoto's whole, like, gimmick of women detectives aren't respected is a whole crock of shit.
But if we were able to change, would that truly bring us happiness? I feel there is something only you or I can offer, because of who we really are.
There's something a machine like me can offer? Even if there is something like that, there's no place I belong.
That's not true. I'm not human either, but I work at Juness. The part-time ladies give me sweets sometimes and everything.
The heart is always lacking something. It may be that you and I will be troubled by this same thing for the rest of our lives. But please don't forget that you're not alone anymore.
I'm not alone.
I nod strongly to Labrys as she looks up to me. I repeat it for emphasis.
Don't worry. You're not alone.
That's right! I'll stick to you like glue!
And it won't be just us. I'm sure you'll make lots of friends with everyone in town.
Really? A machine? Like me?
Yeah, why not? People like Teddy for some reason. We nod. Labrys stands up and approaches your shadow.
It's okay to be me. Doesn't that make you happy too?
She takes the shadow's hand as it droops its head listlessly.
I'm so sorry I locked you up inside me for all that time. But we'll be okay now. I'm not alone. And you're not either, right? I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all.
I bet by the end of this you could quote the script for this scene. I am gonna let everyone in on a secret.
Persona.
I can probably skip these cutscenes. But part of me is like,
Labrys,
they felt
there
that
are
this
some
was
people from the
acceptable
Kirijo
to
group
be in
here
the
looking for
game,
you.
so I feel like I have to put this. So it's like, it's one of those things I'm just more keeping going on principle.
I wonder if they'll stick me back in that box again. Of course they will. After all, I caused a lot of trouble. What else are they gonna do?
I can't say anything about that for certain. But you should talk with them. It's your right to be where you belong.
Yeah, you're right.
After that moment, I hear several sets of footsteps approaching from outside. I stand and take a fighting pose for an instant, but relax when I hear familiar voices. I ease up and
Is
smile.
everyone all right?
Whoa, Senpai! You're back from the city already?
Never mind him, Kanji-kun. What about you? What have you been doing all this time?
The Shadow Host was defeated. The invisible walls must have disappeared. This place is familiar to all of us. With the walls gone, finding each other is a piece of cake.
Yo, Naoto! Guess you made the big meetup after all, huh? I swear, we're tied together by fate or something. Actually, is that the real you, Teddy?
You're so blind sometimes, Yosuke.
Rise-chan, I'm so glad you're safe.
Senpai, you're all here!
Kirijo-san's group comes in behind Senpai and the others. The room instantly falls silent. Perhaps some of the others had encountered them during a match before I did, but in general, everyone was shocked to see them. Kirijo-san weaves between all of us and walks directly toward Labrys.
You must be Labrys.
All of us hold our breath as Kirijo-san's dignified
I'm
voice.
Mitsuru Kirijo. You may have heard already, but I came to collect you.
Collect. At that, Labrys takes a step back. I put my hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She looks at me and I nod. Human, robot, anyone, it doesn't matter, doesn't change anything. No matter who you are, there are things that you have to carry out through your own actions, using your own words.
I don't want to go back in that box. Or to that lab.
As Labrys managed to say it, a voice squeaks up from behind Kirijo-san.
Mitsuru-san, I'd like to ask that you consider her request. Labrys's, my sister's abilities, will surely be useful to us. Please, can't we enlist her on a trial basis and see what happens?
Sister? Surprised by that unfamiliar appellation, Labrys looks towards the speaker.
You're a robot too.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Aegis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon.
Mr. Fashion Critic, what do you think of Ayame? Oh, let me say. Huh. Okay, I like it. I like it. As long as she doesn't fight in it, I like it, I should say. It's very monochromatic, but it's sleek, it's black, it's fancy. Those are very long boots to be using with lace stockings, because she's clearly wearing over-the-knee boots. Those usually don't lend themselves to stockings, and they're clearly like garter stockings, which like covers up half the fun of the garter stockings. But it's a very nice design. I especially like the leg slit. I don't think it's period appropriate, because I see Raito in the background, which would mean this is like when's the Raito take place? 1931? Yeah, I can't see anyone wearing that in 1931, but I do like it. It's a weird outfit, though. It almost looks like a hybrid of a Japanese-European outfit, because the cut towards the waistline and the sort of dress almost looks like it's a kimono. Like, it almost looks like fundoshi? What's the fundoshi, right? Fundoshi. Nope, not fundoshi. The 1922. Okay. It's a spring kimono. Hold up. Worn by young girls. With long sleeves. It's a type of kimono. I think it starts with an F. Furusoda. I don't know why I was saying. Yeah, it almost appears like a weird hybrid between a Furusoda and a more European-style dress. It clashes a lot culturally, I would say. It's very, like, European, almost, like, English style, like, mixed with a strange, almost Japanese style. But yeah, I do like it. I think it's the hat. I think without the hat, it would be a lot worse. I think the hat is what brings it together. But yeah, you should never fight in that.
I'm your successor, sister.
We're sisters?
She answered Labrys with a smile. Amazing, her tone, her expression, they're all so human.
I'd like to third their request. I'm well aware that I'm in no place to make demands on you, but...
Kirijo gave a wry smile after the third objection.
I'm starting to feel like the bad guy. There's no need to worry. I wasn't thinking of sealing you away again.
Really?
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. True, I don't know for sure that the danger is past, but I don't feel that you need to be sealed off from humanity. Particularly since it's obvious that you have a heart.
Kirijo-san.
Labby-chan doesn't need to be all alone anywhere? Yay!
Naoto, sorry to interrupt, but who are these people?
She's Kuzunoha. She devil summoner, works with Raito. She's a bitch, gets possessed by one of her demons, and becomes half reptile. She does look a little bitchy.
They kinda look like a bunch of freaks.
Yeah, I mean, one of them's not even human.
I guess she's a robot?
Now, what I will say is for the time period, that dress would not be fashionable.
Huh? Wait a sec. Kirijo? As in the Kirijo group? Wait, what? What's going
This is
on
a little
here?
more period accurate. Yeah, that's probably better. All my friends begin to look at me, the only one who knows everything. Where should I start? More importantly, how much should I disclose? Either way, it looks like it's going to be a long explanation. First, though, I suggest we change locations. It's more important to share information, but it's imperative that we all get out of here safely. Yeah, I would say it's fashionable now, but in the year Raito Kuzunoha takes place, no, like, that's one of those, like, dresses that everyone would be like, that looks terrible, what are you wearing? One question, alright, I'm ready. Tei Asakura, not Tei Kami, I feel like I have to make that distinction. I figured that's who you were talking about. Teddy leads us to the roof. When he opens the door to the roof, you have an ad. Okay. As do we all. Opens the door to the roof, we all find ourselves in a place that looks nothing like the real thing. Everyone besides Teddy starts in surprise. Outside the door is space that resembles a TV studio. That's right, it's a place that we used as an entrance lobby to the TV world last year. It disappeared once. It must have reappeared when Labris entered this world and created a school here. The others told me that the Midnight Channel aired again. Whoever watched the broadcast must have associated with last year's airings. That explains why it looks exactly the same. At any rate, it looks like we'll be able to exit in one piece. As I sigh in relief, Kirijo turns to us.
I should introduce myself to the rest of you. I am Mitsuru Kirijo. I cannot tell you who I am affiliated with or my position, but I bear all responsibility for Labris.
I get the feeling you might be associated with the Kirijo group.
This case, the whole disturbance was mainly due to us. I'm very sorry for putting you in such danger.
I have finished my cocktail. Kirijo-san sums up the sequence of events. Labris' entry into this world was the cause of it all. She said the others came after her.
How do you know Mitsuru-san, Naoto-kun?
That's... well...
Shirogane was working with us. Since it was our first time in this world, he helped us safely reach Labris.
So, the job you had was to bring Mitsuru-san and the others here?
Huh? Well...
That was basically it. I'm sorry, but there are some things he cannot disclose. I ask for your understanding in that regard.
Sure, detective stuff. I get ya. That's pretty cool.
Sanada-san and Aiga-san don't say a word even after Kirijo's explanation. It's not completely a lie, but still. I shrug and sigh softly. If I had denied that incomplete explanation, it would be the same as admitting that I was working against them.
I really am no match for her.
Well then, let's all go home. Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, you really gave us a scare. And this isn't the first time either. Well, at least it ended well.
You know, I understand about Rise-chan and Teddy, but why did Kanji-kun go missing again?
Huh? Oh, well, because,
You needed a change of pace, no?
What?
Did I misspeak? You said something like, sometimes a man just
You
wants to
prefer
be alone
one
inside a
file
TV.
per user or one file for everyone? I guess what would be the difference mechanically? Like, I would say offhandedly one file for everyone is the best, but if one file per user, like, would track the individual items used by the users, then that's probably the preferable way. Like, I think, because I could make a dedicated folder to it, I doubt it would take up that much space, so it'd be like whatever it, like, offers the greatest amount of functionality, I would say.
As if.
Alto, you bastard! Why'd you have to tell him that?
Labrys laughs at our small talk. Looking at her, I begin to feel like this episode wasn't so bad after all. But suddenly, Labrys' smile suddenly disappears and her body freezes in an unnatural position. One file per user, less RAM usage, more disk usage. One file for everyone, more RAM use, less disk access. So it wouldn't change the functionality of the command, is what you're saying. In that case... Well, okay. So let me ask you this. It would only use up RAM when it's being accessed, right? Like, it's not a constant drain on my RAM. That doesn't seem like that would make sense. Labrys suddenly disappears and her body freezes in an unnatural position. Labrys does not answer me, from what I understand. Okay, then, yeah, I would say one file is probably the best, because, like, I've never hit a RAM limit, because I have, like, 32 gigs of RAM. So, fun fact, Raito keeps a spare demon in his sock. Always a solid. The script is always running with chatbot. Oh, the script is always running. So it's whenever chatbot is open, though, right? So if I close chatbot, it wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, so I think one file is probably the best way. The RAM usage will be minimal, to be honest. Yeah, well, the disk usage, I imagine, is also going to be minimal. I imagine it, like, super doesn't matter. But if it's just when chatbot opens, I don't see any reason not to make it one file. Labrys does not answer me. Sanada-san shouts a warning.
Get away from her!
So yeah, I would say one file is probably the best option. Here's Alice on a horse. Okay, that's just adorable. Everyone jumps back, confused. Kanji-kun wasn't even sure what he was supposed to be backing away from at first. Soon, though, we all stand around her in a ring. Labrys stands in the center, completely motionless.
What's going on?
I don't know. I can only tell that she's probably being controlled from outside.
Controlled? As we begin to watch her confused and nervous, Labrys' right hand slowly begins to move. It reaches around her back to her thrusters, or rather, to the axe. Labrys' eyes were staring blankly into space, but suddenly glanced at me.
Shirogane!
The warning comes at the same instant as the attack. I can feel the wind of the axe passage as I bend backward to dodge the blow. After she'd gone after anyone else, things might not have been so fortunate. I'm the only one who's actually seen that attack. But Labrys follows up with a different attack. By the way, I have finished my coffee. I gulp in spite of myself. That elegant silhouette behind Labrys. I'd almost forgotten. Labrys now has the power of a persona. Fighting her won't be as easy as before. Yeah, also, I'm more likely to run out of disk space than I am to run out of RAM.
Labrys, why? Never mind, it can wait.
So we'll have exclamation by, command by, and exclamation stuff to do list the stuff you got. Yeah, that makes sense. If anyone else has a better suggestion.
Final. Fight!
Or exclamation point like flex might work better. Whatever anyone prefers. Dealer's choice.
Do it!
Okay.
Do it! Persona! No! That's enough! I was hit! Thanks, shot! No! Take it! No way! Persona! No way! Now you cross the line! No way!
I emerged victorious, but I don't have enough energy remaining to run up to her. I breathe heavily and look at her. Aiga-san runs towards Labris in my place.
Sister, are you all right?
Suddenly, an uncanny voice echoes throughout the studio.
My, to think she'd fall so easily.
Everyone glances around, trying to find where
I
it came
hope that
from.
she'd provide more entertainment. What a disappointment.
Wait, what? As soon as the sentence is complete, all eyes turn towards me. I cannot blame them. After all, this voice was mine? The darkness in the center of the ring twists and squirms like gel. A face forms on its surface and hardens its limbs into a human-like body and stands up. The thing standing before us was, again, me. No, something taking my shape.
Naoto-kun's shadow? Why?
I thought you disappeared.
I can't stop myself from being filled with anxiety. But I keep my voice calm as I ask
Who
it a
are
question.
you? Once you've gained your persona, you're not supposed to see your shadow again. That's what you thought, isn't it? Did you really think I had gone away? Well, too bad.
What the fuck
Man
is happening?
cannot let go so easily of his weakness. I'm always with you.
No, this can't be happening.
My friends become even more disturbed. They certainly had a cause to worry. Could the same thing happen to them? Will it? I did not stir. Instead, I suddenly understood what had happened. This thing's objective was clearly trying to cause this panic.
You are not my shadow.
I walked towards the copy of me, the
I
real
know
enemy.
that for 2 reasons. First, I was able to use my persona in the battle just now.
Oh shit! Naoto's too smart!
One's persona and shadow are 2 sides of a coin. If you are my shadow, my persona should have been unusable. Second, you took control of Labris just now. That's an unusual power far beyond the capabilities of a human like myself. I'm sorry to say you've dug yourself a deeper hole by
Naoto,
showing off that
sweetie.
ability.
That's not true.
With a power like that, you could drive a man to extreme acts, which was the missing piece in this case.
You mean the hijacking wasn't just the work of a highly motivated crew. Rather, whoever we're talking to now was...
It was Labris's dark wish that we fight each other. But what if someone knew beforehand that that would happen? Labris has a heart, but she's also a machine. Unlike humans, her memories can be tampered with.
This route genuinely only makes sense if the routes were written completely separately from each other.
By using Labris, you thought you could orchestrate the disturbance her shadow would create in this world.
I found a Strange Journey comic, like one short page panel thing, not like
Your
a manga.
objective is, as you just said, to gather persona users, have them fight, disrupt their hearts, and steal their personas.
Steal their personas? I mean, I think that's possible, but fuck.
That's why you're appearing in the form of my shadow right now, to confuse me. You're the real puppet master behind this case.
Excuse me.
I'm surprised. Very insightful of you, Naoto Shirogane. Quite impressive work. I didn't expect you to fight back this fiercely. Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance.
I feel like I've seen someone
more like
steal a
marvelous
persona before.
entertainment. Now stand, my puppet.
Labrys staggers at her feet. There's no doubt now this person controlling Labrys. And she is yet to break free from the
Poor
spell.
thing. It's all worn out because of you. It shouldn't have much strength left to fight. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labrys pointed her axe at me for a second. No. Third time. Rather than caution, I felt sympathy. The forced killing of comrades against one's will. It was in a hilariously bad side quest in P2. That's what I thought! That's what I thought. I knew it had come up before. I see now. This is the past her shadow talked about.
Shirogane, you need to stand back!
Kirijo-san steps in front of me.
If we all attack her, we may end up destroying Labrys.
But
she's just under its control. If we can release her, she should stop attacking.
Yeah, she's just charmed. It happens all the time. I glance over at Rise-san.
Is that possible? All right, I'll give it a try.
Perhaps Rise-san's persona was powerful enough to do it. I think it's worth trying. However...
It's no use. What is that thing? It's not a shadow. It's way too strong.
I had a feeling it wouldn't be so easy. Out of options, Kirijo-san signals Aiga-san with a troubled look on her face.
Aigus, prepare for the worst.
Aigus opens her eyes in shock, a look of astonishment, and not the good kind. The one where you go to Kurokurazaki from SMT if, and it ends with you fighting an Archangel and Akichi, and the villain who used to be Akichi's friends beat the Archangel with a song. But she quickly regains her... God, I barely remember that one. I feel like it was completely overshadowed by the school where you fight a shadow with a persona's persona. But she quickly regains her composure and begins readying her weapons. She slowly aimed at Labrys. Realizing what was happening, Rise hastily interjects.
Wait, let me try again.
But Aiga-san pays no heed. Labrys is in her sights. She looked calmly, but it hurts just to see her expression. That's only natural. She called Labrys her sister.
Now suffer. Relinquish your personas.
At that very moment, Kirijo suddenly looks up. She closes her eyes. She gathers her strength as she had when she tried to establish a line of communication with her own persona. But who is she trying to reach?
Now!
Who is she talking to? Is there someone here besides us? As I stare at Kirijo-san in bewilderment, it happens. Without warning, Labrys freezes in place. The menacing aura that had been giving off dissipates in an instant.
What?
For the first time, I can hear the panic in the enemy's voice. Freed from the power of the enemy, Labrys' body collapses to the ground. Aiga's weapons fold into her body as she runs to Labrys as if her pent-up emotion were exploding behind her like a rocket.
What the heck was that?
I don't know. I was getting desperate, too. It seemed like something far away stepped in.
This can't be!
Did Fuka just snipe her?
It's just as we thought. The enemy is taking on your appearance and has no connection to you. Feel free to cut loose.
If you were to tell me that Fuka can fucking project her persona's telepathy through a television, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. Kirijo-san's voice is full of confidence. I don't know what she did, but she speaks so confidently it's impossible to doubt her. I look at the enemy again, my face, but with a different
There's
expression.
something I want to ask before I fight.
What now?
Why did you choose me? Of all the persona users here, why did you use my face?
Is that all? Of course I chose you. You were the most unstable of the lot.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that.
Never quite sure whether to call yourself a man or a woman.
Fuka can either heal your SP to full or knock you to 1 HP. I hear if you cheat on her, she lies about enemy weaknesses. I clench my fist, but keep my anger in check. After a moment, I nonchalantly tip my hat back to my
There's
head.
actually something I've been curious to know all this time. Last year, when my real shadow went berserk, I was forced to the sidelines. It left me wondering whether I could have overcome that other me on my own.
This is the perfect chance to find out. I won't hold back an inch.
Basically, it's either a free chakra ring or full soul Niger.
Final. Fight!
I must assault! Okay, go! Persona! No way! There! There! I must assault! Okay. There!
That sounds awful. Always keep Fuka happy.
Not bad.
Yeah, pretty much.
There! Go!
Don't cheat on Fuka until you have, until you've ranked Tender. That's the moral of that story.
Go down! Please! There you are! Okay.
I just beat an enemy by reading it. Saw a guy get completely fucked during that ACL boss in Nocturne. I don't remember what ACL is. The enemy staggers and falls to her knees or her face, or rather, mine, writhing in agony.
You did it!
Tempest got fucked right up.
You're so cool now, Chan!
I can't believe you could go that nuts on something that looked like you.
I think it's because it looks like her. Fear the Black Sun. Nope.
It may have taken my shape, but it wasn't me. I had no reason to relent.
I fully believe what I said, but Kanji doesn't seem satisfied for some reason. Kirijo looks down at the enemy.
You'll be coming with us. There are some things we still want to ask you.
This is fine with me. There were many twists and turns along the way, but I'm not displeased with the results.
Maybe I missed it?
It was good enough
but that
for
seems
this time
unlikely.
that I confirmed you have the power to meet my expectations. This time, this is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until
Black
then.
Sun, it's some alchemy thing that gets used in occult media a lot. It's a skill Seal has. No, I know what it means, but... This is Seal? Okay. I have never seen this fucking demon. The enemy laughs and begins to fade away. Where is this thing fought? Of course, the enemy simply disappears into thin air. Wait! Is it at the end of a tower? Is it one of the towers? Is it one of the towers near Obelisk? You fight him at the Amala Temple. Yes! Okay. Of course, the enemy disappears into thin air. Who was she? What was her objective? Trying to separate us from her personas? Unfortunately, I was not able to get to the core of the matter. But still, next time, huh?
Hell no! Don't you
I think
dare
I
come back
smashed
again.
that fight. Like, I remember that not being a problem.
Yeah, what he said!
I had more issue with the Fates, with the Moria.
Seriously, that was one sick bastard.
Copying Now-chan was going too far! Bad enough that it was in violation of my
Clotho,
image rights, taking my
Atropos, and
form like that!
Lachius. Lachesis?
I wonder if this
Something
is
like
the
that.
start of something bigger.
Yeah, I don't think we should let our guard
It's
down.
CH, but her name is Greek, so it's made with a K sound. Everyone's face clouds with anxiety. No one could have imagined we would run some bigger threat like this. Does the enemy plan to cause another incident like this again? Are we going to get more humiliating catchphrases? Killjoy Detective. Am I really that bad? Remember him dropping my HP to 1, but I didn't get fucked by it? I have, like, Meteorihan on my Queen Mab, I think, so it was not a fucking issue. It appears that Kirijo-san has her worries of her own, though.
My analysis didn't make it in time. But that was...
It's hard to believe. Then again,
With a strong look in her eyes, she swallows her fears and comes to us as we discuss who the identity of the mastermind
in
could
any
be.
case, you don't have to worry about it. It's our responsibility from here on out.
But it was obviously targeting us. We can't shrug and go on our way after that.
He's correct. Given that it's taken an interest in us, we must arm ourselves against it.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there, but there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it.
The only way it can be an issue is if he hits Demi-Fiend or does Tempest.
We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
I can sense that she's completely sincere. We all trade glances, but we eventually concede with our leader's opinion. We'll agree to Kirijo-san's offer. There are some lingering regrets, but we have little choice right now. Seeing that everything is settled, Teddy butts in and strikes a strange pose. We turn to look at him with a grin of pride. He kicks at the floor with his heel. That is his usual dance when summoning the exit TV to get us out of the TV world. Kirijo-san's group is obviously surprised, and they look pointedly at the TV.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
Ugh.
This TV is our escape route? Can we
So,
really
speaking
fit
of
inside?
Nocturne and Nocturne's difficulty,
Are you a little too
like I said,
front-loaded
I always
to fit?
found
In that
DDS
case, I
harder
wouldn't
than
mind helping you
Nocturne,
squeeze
but then I've also
Even worse than
like
before,
you
know
may
that?
say that like Nocturne is harder than DDS, but then I've seen like I've seen Gnarly also agrees with me that fucking Nocturne is easier than is easier than DDS, and I think I've seen another YouTuber, I think it was like Mecha or something, maybe, or might have been Marsh, also mentioned that fucking DDS is harder than Nocturne. So then I'm like, okay, now hold up. Like, but then I saw in like the comments, someone was like, no way, Nocturne's way harder than DDS. And I'm like, okay, now hang on, which game is actually considered harder? And I didn't find an answer to this because I found entire forums dedicated to the argument of whether Nocturne or DDS is harder. I'm willing to say that it just depends on the person. We all pass through Teddy's TV and make it back to the real world. Of course, Kirijo-san is a bit flustered to find herself in the middle of a dark store. Like, I've actually found a literal forum dedicated to the argument. Labrys looks slightly lonely, but she follows Kirijo-san by her own free will. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. Remembering Aiga-san's gentle smile, I know that they'll make sure Labrys is alright. And so the incident came to a close. The following day, May 4th... Hey, may the 4th be with you. Kirijo-san stayed the night pursuing a follow-up investigation and going back to the city today. We learned that from none other than Labrys, who had called us all wanting to say goodbye in person. You know what's even harder? Is it Strange Journey? Because everyone pretty much agrees Strange Journey is harder. And of course, we were obligated to see them off. At an intersection just outside the shopping district, we gathered by that oh-so-familiar limousine to exchange parting words with Labrys.
I'm really sorry for causing you guys so much trouble.
What are you saying? I had a blast meeting you, Labby-chan.
Oh, I know who. I know who else said that DDS was harder. It was in a video by someone who's not actually an SMT tuber, who was talking about like top 10 non-Persona Mega 10 games.
Likewise. But I can't believe you didn't notice at all that Kirijo-san was searching high and low for you. You're so thick.
That is mysterious. I wouldn't hesitate to answer the call of such a beautiful woman. It must have been because I was having so much fun talking with Labby-chan.
She never gives it a rest. So, what are you gonna do now, Labrys?
If you need help, we don't mind sheltering you. Yukiko's house is a great hideout.
Thanks. But I'm planning on working with Mitsuru-san. We're gonna catch the scumbag who tried to use you guys. This time, it'll be me that's got your backs.
Sounds promising.
It sounds as though you found a place where you belong then.
Sure enough.
Come back anytime to hang out, okay? We'll be here for you.
Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Labras' expression is radiant. I turn around to see the Kirijo-san and the others watching from inside the car with gentle smiles. Is it Sector E? I hear Sector E is supposed to be, like, the thing. It really doesn't seem that bad. I leave the circles gathered around Labras and approach Kirijo-san. There's something that I have to confide in her after all this time.
I confess, I had known about the existence of the Shadow Operatives from the start.
As I thought. Well, considering what we've both been through, there's no need to keep it hidden from you anymore.
Why are you taking the lead even if it risks your life? A woman in your position needn't.
Because you haven't been there. Fair enough.
A great many people were hurt because of
Well, I didn't
mistakes
think the
that Kirijo
Nocturne
Group made in
Lotus
the
Flower
past.
was that bad.
I won't let it happen again. To leave behind nothing that could jeopardize the future. That's my mission. More than that, it's a vow I made.
I think it was Nocturne, right? No, it was DDS2 with the Lotus Flower. I feel she's speaking to someone else. Now, what did suck was the fucking maze in Nocturne. But like one of the Culpas, like the teleporting maze, it wasn't the teleporting maze itself. It was that whole area with the teleporting maze inside of it, because you have to go through the teleporter at a specific Kagetsuchi phase, and it is just a pain in the ass. You look at Mecha Sector E and you're like, shit, and then you notice, oh, that's only floor 1. The picture I linked was floor 2, though. I feel like she's speaking to someone else, someone who's not here to hear her. What? She then nods to me. The sincerity in her eyes is all the confirmation I need. In my line of business, you rarely come across people who actually speak what they mean. People I would call noble. She is one of the few. Her eyes show trust in me, and that makes me proud to know her as well.
You've been a real help. About the next step, though, I doubt you'll back down that easily.
What is this? Moral versus morality. My name is Jimenez. Can you say Jimenez? Wait, what order? Is this read left to right or right to left? I'm confused. Oh, I think it's read top to bottom. Jimenez, no summoning demons on the ship. It's bad for morale. How come you never say that to him? Obviously, those particular demons are good for me, morale. Demons are mere tools. Bingo. Bugaboo. That Puta Zelenin thinks she can boss me around. I'll show her what's good for morale. I've got an angel. Happy now? Perfect.
Who knows? It's not my decision to make.
I give a casual reply, and Kirijo-san shakes her head with a smile.
I understand that nothing I say can dissuade you, but I want you to be cautious.
Her expression turns serious. This is likely to be personal warning about the investigation. I should be keeping secret from her.
Of course, there are those within the Kirijo group who don't think as I do. There are no doubt a lot of dark secrets to be unearthed. The current Kirijo group has drifted away from the family businesses. I am only the founding family's daughter, not the strongest position.
What an odd warning. It's as if you're showing compassion to your enemy.
Why does Mitsuru need a jacket she knows cold? Fashion. It was implied she's doing it to cover the bodysuit, actually. Why she fights in it, I don't know. I heard that her maid is the one that picked the outfit.
Well, I too personally hope you find success. You be careful too, Kirijo-san.
Just call me Mitsuru.
Of course, Mitsuru-san. Well, until next time.
The car soon departs in the direction of the highway. We watch as Labras waves from the window, believing that one day we'll meet again. After seeing him off, we head to the food court in Junes. It's been a bit delayed, but it's time for you Senpai's warm welcome party. Mitsuru did a fine job in a ruffled shirt and skirt. Yeah, but that was a school uniform. She can't exactly be wearing that right now. These last few days have been full of trouble, but I can't help but feel some sort of fate has brought us together in the end. Soon, the topic at hand changes to what you Senpai had said. We should reform the investigation team, just as Mitsuru-san had predicted. It was only natural reaction to what we'd been through. So Mitsuru had figured it out the whole time. Not a single one of us objected to the idea, and we talk about our plans to continue. How many fucking samey-ass roots are left? This one is actually slightly different, and we did get a little bit more information. The exact answer is probably 3. Mitsuru, Akihiko, Aigis, and then I believe the final root is Elizabeth, but she's off doing her own thing and isn't related to anyone else. By the time we split up and arrive at home, it was close to midnight. And then we can finally enter into Ultimax and be done with this. I sit at my desk, turn on my computer so that I can compile my report on the investigation.
What follows are my impressions
Damn,
of the
Naruto
organization
looking
called the
fine.
Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo. As a member of the Kirijo Group's founding family, Mitsuru Kirijo strongly wishes for the corporation's stigma
No,
to
it
be
wasn't. She
cleared.
wore whatever she wanted and got away with it because her family owns this. Okay, alright. I think the idea is that she's sort of wearing the school uniform. And just like everyone in Persona wears the uniform, because, let's be honest, no one in Persona wears the fucking uniform. Like, if we were to actually we could probably count on one hand the number of Persona characters that wear the fucking uniform. Like, actually. Number 1, Ren. I think someone from Persona 1 wore the uniform. I think they did.
Yet the Shadow Operatives are not ultimately a means for her to clear this stigma.
Sorry, Principal was on our case because our uniforms weren't up to code. Mark.
Her first priority is to protect and
feel
save
like
those who are at risk.
someone-
The way she
I
handled
feel like
the
there's
lost
at least
cargo in
2.
this case made that much clear. Though discarding it would have been more advantageous, and it would have been simple to destroy in secret.
I think
she chose
Sumeri
not to
wears
do
a
so.
uniform?
She sees the restoration of the family honor as a byproduct of her true mission. I will continue my secret investigation. It is apparent that the Kirijo group still harbors
Yes.
many dark secrets.
That's 2.
Yet I must note that no matter how their internal affairs are worth watching, we need not trouble ourselves overseeing shadow operatives. Mitsuru Kirijo does not shrink from the responsibilities she bears. We will never gain leverage.
Ellen wore
over
the
her
uniform,
based
but her
on
shoes, though. She
family's
wore flat
sins.
shoes with flowers on them. Bam, off code.
Even if the true culprit behind this matter has ties to the Kirijo group,
Well,
she will
okay, if we're counting shoe color, we're back to just Ren, because I am pretty sure bright-ass red shoes are not allowed. I stop typing and delete the last sentence.
No, this report is no place for conjecture. I suspect this is only the beginning.
Yeah, okay, so Mitsuru, Akihiko, Aigis, Elizabeth. Tatsuya and Lisa wear the uniforms. Okay, there we go.
Why are there 2 of her?
I am a shadow. The true self.
It's Miss President's shadow.
I'm taking the real one with me.
I mean, he's wearing sneakers, I think. Oh, no. He was originally wearing sneakers. He is wearing, I think, normal shoes in the PSP version. Nope, I think he's still wearing sneakers. What's the UGG, Pache? Lapras' double gives me a glare of pure malice before carrying off the original and fleeing the scene. I almost chase after her without thinking, but I stop myself and reconsider. That second Lapras, who was that? I knew it would be Charlie. My brain immediately went to Charlie. Everything I thought I knew had been overturned by the turn of events.
What is she? You seem to know.
First, tell me something. Why was she in so
much pain? Oh my god, he's
pain?
not even wearing a shirt. Ugh, Python? Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
What's all this about Lapras and weapons?
I'm sorry, but that's classified. It's not for civilians.
Oh, I think Yusuke does wear his uniform, though, doesn't he?
And I won't tell you anything about her. If you want to know what I know,
yeah, Yusuke wears
his
uniform.
What you know first.
That may have sounded too much like I didn't care if she's in pain. It would be unreasonable to demand she tells me everything she knows without offering something in return. And she's already seen Lapras' true form, so I give a small sigh.
I suppose you're involved now. All right, her official name is 5th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon, codenamed Labras. She is an android weapon created by the Kirijo group years ago. In order to use persona abilities, she was given
So does Hifumi. She's a machine? Kujikawa's shocked expression conveys her thoughts as perfectly as if she had spoken aloud.
We couldn't let her run free. Just look at the trouble she's caused. We came to retrieve her and minimize any damages.
I hold back no details in telling her of the cruel experiment she must have underwent in her development. Kujikawa takes it all in and quietly sighs.
So when she said she didn't want to remember, that's what that was about. Hey, why didn't you listen to what she was trying to say? She said that she didn't want to remember, but you kept pushing your demands on her and making her feel bad.
That's...
I pause, considering her accusation. She may be right. Indeed, I was so desperate to put an end to this case that I didn't listen to what Lapras had to say.
You gave her a heart because you needed her to have one, and then kept treating her like that.
Yukiko and
No wonder
Yukari
she's
just
in
say, go
pain.
fuck your jacket. Message brought to you by the Sweater King. Tears stream from the girl's eyes. As angry as she is, she's crying for Lapras. After seeing her true mechanical form and learning that she's a weapon, Fujikawa has nothing but compassion for Lapras.
Why are you siding with Lapras so much?
I heard her voice a few times. It sounded like it was from her past.
Oh, Lisa's also wearing sneakers. Maybe sneakers are just part of the school uniform. In which case, yeah, both Lisa and Tatsuya also.
She said she was forced to fight when she didn't want to.
There, that's
But she was
5.
hurt
We
and
got to
afraid.
5. I see, Kuchikawa also heard the voice just as I did when she used her persona. Kuchikawa slowly tells me about what happened last year, the reason why she came to Inaba. How due to her career as an idol, she was cut off from those who knew her for who she was, leaving her isolated. How when she had lost faith in everything, she met people who would believe in her, saving her life.
Someone to believe in, huh?
Hearing that brought up again is a sore point for me.
She's Miss President's shadow.
I tell Kujikawa the details I had previously said I couldn't reveal.
Fujikawa.
The repressed desires you don't want to admit? Here, they take on a life of their own.
So that's why. Then what's her ultimate goal? Why did she
Ugh.
take Labras?
Shadows, they try to become real. It confronts the original with weaknesses to make them deny that the shadow's part of them. Also, it can take their place.
I see. Then there's no time to lose.
Do you think you can save her? A shadow doesn't disappear until the original person accepts it.
That's why I must believe and support her. Even if it's left unsaid, I still understand Kujikawa's desire. I share it.
Fujikawa, let me amend my earlier statement. I didn't come here just to minimize the damage. I came to save everyone. Will you trust me on that?
She looks into my eyes, and after wiping her face with a handkerchief, she nods slightly.
Make sure you listen to what Labras wants to say this time, okay?
I fully intend to.
Fujikawa smiles in embarrassment. She apologizes to me for taking such a spiteful tone. I can tell she's being honest and sincere. Fujikawa promises to cooperate as much as possible for Labrys' sake. I decide to have her contact her friends and pass on a simple explanation of the situation. She agrees and adds that she'll try and contact Akihiko and Igus as well. I'm gonna say Yukino, but she has a chain hanging off her skirt? Yeah. She seems to have gasped how our safeguards against detection by personas work. Well, we're clearly, like, disregarding people on grounds of shoes, so... Appears to be for her wallet. See, we weren't allowed to have chain wallets in my schools.
Speaking with you made me understand something important. Thank you for that. It must be that smile of yours that catches your audience's heartstrings.
Wait. Is Rise in uniform?
Promise me then. Make sure you come back with her.
Spurred by her words, I began running away to take Labrys out of me. No, I don't yet have a plan to save her. If I find her again and listen to this time, will we truly be enough to save Labrys? Maybe Fuka? No, I remember Fuka wearing, like, green or something. The invisible walls are still here, leading to the music room. Just as with the announcement room, the layout of the version of the school is off.
Who are you?
Yeah, no, not even close. Yeah, no 1 in 3. Someone else is already inside. He frowns upon seeing me. I recognize his face from the video. If the walls are still here, does that mean the Grand Prix rules are still being enforced? Oh, that's adorable.
It seems we're locked in. The rule against proceeding without fighting is still in effect.
Are you Kirijo-san by any chance? Rise got in touch with me.
I am indeed Mitsuru Kirijo. As I recall, you were the sister no, your name was... Narukami. There doesn't seem to be anything scrambling our senses. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't sense any noise, but I can't hurt to ask. He nods, showing he understands the question.
Rise told me you were out to save Miss President. Labrys, her name was?
That's right. But I must act swiftly. There's no noise here because our enemy thinks we'll be hesitant to fight in our right minds.
I don't know if Mitsuru can beat you. I think this one would be a close one.
Would you mind conceding? I don't want to drag you into this any further.
I understand, but I can't do it like that.
Narukami gives a wry smile before his expression flattens again.
If the rules are still in effect, my friends are still trapped. They still need someone to rescue them. I fought battles I didn't want and taken on a lot of responsibilities, which includes saving Labrys, of course.
Fuka's kind of weird. Her normal uniform is the school uniform, but she has like a blue shirt underneath and white tights. Her summer uniform is not a uniform at all. It's just whatever she felt like wearing.
It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't think it's right to simply hand the burden over to someone I just
met. It looks like Rise is also wearing something under her uniform, which I'm willing to bet would get you in trouble.
I see.
If we're being honest, An and Chie actually probably don't violate dress code because they're wearing their school blazers on top of their uniforms, and that's usually allowed.
Sorry, this must be frustrating to you.
No, don't misunderstand me. I have no
but
objection.
Fuck that! We're not counting blazers.
With the final battle awaiting ahead, perhaps it's best that the stronger of us two should be the one to proceed.
The atmosphere in the area changes. Narukami senses it as well as he readies his weapon. It's strange, but he reminds me of someone. Although his fighting stance, physique, and features are completely different, he still reminds me of the one who saved us, the entire world.
I like the look in your eyes. I will test your resolve with my sword.
Actually, I think Chie has too many buttons on hers to be considered actually in code. I don't know if I think Mitsuru would be able to beat you. Like, you is a wild card, and that is a massive advantage. But you also did not fight threats at the same level as like Mitsuru did, and Mitsuru Mitsuru also, like, claims to be the strongest member of Seas, which I don't think is accurate, but she says she is.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Artemishi. I'm coming for you. One mistake. Better luck next time.
I'll show you, man.
Artemishi. One mistake. Better luck next time. You're slow. Artemisia. I'm coming for you. One mistake. Better luck next time.
Mitsuru is a fucking monster! Christ! This is not a uniform. Yeah, no, that was... Yeah, no. That is... Not a single part of that, yeah.
I've won. I will move on.
I held up my hand to Narukami, who collapsed on the floor, and helped him up. Fortunately, I won the match. Although in fighting these people, I've come to see them in a new light.
But first, I have something to ask you.
In this world, to encounter another leads to an immediate win-or-lose situation. That was a fucking perfect. I'm very disappointed this game doesn't go perfect! That's why I had intended to limit my interactions with others. All I felt regarding these students was regret to dragging them into this mess. But in order to be sure I can save Lapras, I feel that I'll need their help. Since they have more experience with this world, they're most likely closer to settle. I wonder if I can noise gate myself. But, like, noise gate on the high end instead of the low end.
You said that you want to save Lapras too, but you barely know her. She isn't human and has been through things that aren't easy to understand. What were you going to do for her when you found her?
Narukami quietly closes his eyes before answering.
Nothing in particular, but I could have stood at her side at the very least.
At her side?
A number of things dawned on me with Narukami's words. Though I had resolved to fight by myself, I wasn't truly alone. I had family and friends who supported me. But Lapras was alone. She fought against the same units who shared her fate, and after escaping into this world, she had no one. I see. I understand now. He politely underlined something important I had overlooked. He's not the first to show me a new perspective like this. This warm sensation that spreads within me? I understand now. That's why Narukami reminded me of him.
You really do remind me of an old friend.
I do?
Yes. Though he's more than just a friend. I owe my life to him.
Too bad he turned into a door. I attempt to contact Kujikawa-san again, and she responds I give her another request. Ryumichi doesn't even wear his uniform during summer.
Well then, I'll be going now. To save Lapras.
He just wears pants and then wears a t-shirt. Yeah. I must go forth to keep my promise with them. Lapras will be saved, I'm certain of that now. In order to pursue the escaped shadow, I stopped briefly in an attempt to locate it with my persona. It's on the move, but it's headed to the...
Kujikawa, can you hear me? The shadow is headed to the announcement room again.
I've already picked up on her and got out. Also, I've managed to reach your friends. I was just talking to someone named Aegis.
Fujikawa says she's never tried to connect multiple people at once, but with a little practice, she picked up the knack. Her persona support skills are advanced indeed. In contrast to my own ability to contact my friends against this noise without linking my persona to the communicator, she easily located Akihiko and Aegis. Really, she's quite talented. Okay, in her defense, Mitsuru, she is clearly a dedicated censor.
Aegis, can you hear me? I need you to keep Kujikawa safe.
Like, she's their Fuka. I mean, she's not as good as Fuka, but no one is as good as Fuka, so...
Understood.
The Shadow's presence is nearby. I retrace my steps in the announcement room and throw open the door. I'm ready to end this.
My.
You've come. Sorry, but you're too late. You really helped me out, though. You were pretty hard on this girl, weren't you?
The expression drains from Lapras' face as she mutters angrily at herself. The shadow must be hammering at Lapras' psyche in order to have Lapras deny herself.
We've got a guest. This human's here to take us back. She'll never understand how we feel. A typical human.
Stop! Don't say any more!
Lapras.
Yo! That's a fucking cool image. Look at that. I step between Lapras and her shadow and draw my weapon. The Lapras looks at me and her face boils over with hatred. There's Mark. Yeah.
What's this all about? Oh, of course. It would be a problem
fuck
if she
Mark,
were
though, for real.
destroyed while you were retrieving her, huh?
Retrieve? No! This has got nothing to do with me!
How long are you gonna lie to yourself? It's about time you face reality. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. Right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament.
He's got a shirt of the Devil Summoner protagonist. That just brings up questions.
You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
But it didn't work. Kirijo marched in here and spoiled your fun. It's all right, though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
No! No! That ain't what I want! You're...
The shadow smirk widens at Lapras' protestations.
Me!
Lapras' rejection seems to have crossed some line. Against the shadow's power rising dramatically in response to her
That's
words.
Right. I'm myself. I'm free! Even if I'm a misunderstood machine. I'll escape from all this!
Oh no, the shadow's powering up. Whatever will I do?
The power!
I'm probably gonna go to the bathroom right before this fight.
It's gone berserk. But there should still be time. I'll make you settle down.
I support Lapras, who slumped over and make my intentions plain.
Will you hypocrite? The way you've been acting pisses me off! How can you be so kind to her? No matter what you do, it won't erase your sins!
I was 3!
Fine. Since you're a Kirijo, why not tell you exactly what your family did to me? What they made me do!
Literally, Mitsuru, fuck you. Mitsuru and Chie are, like, so fucking strong in this game. The shadow thrusts her weapon towards me as if sentencing me to judgment.
Remember those spectating students? What did you think those human-shaped silhouettes were?
Oh no. For a moment, her unexpected shift in topic catches me off guard.
Shadows, too. Shadows of the prototypes you made her destroy. When they were destroyed, their information was transferred to the victor.
Oh,
What's left of their hearts remains deep inside Lapras. That's right. They all have a soul. But because they never fully developed, their shadows helped her play school after they separated from her. Do you see? Those spectators you saw everywhere were her sisters she had to kill at the Kirijo group's orders.
Oh, shit. Oh, God, and the bodies in the background are... Oh, God. I'm at a loss for words. I can only stand there speechless.
I haven't forgotten. I'll I'll never let their memories or their
Oh
pain
god,
go.
she's literally carrying their souls in her.
I won't forgive anyone who tries to take my freedom!
Her anger, it's justified. You fucking think? Oh my god. I can't even imagine being, like, literally fused with the souls of the dead sisters you were forced to kill. It's natural for her to hold a grudge after what we did to them.
I acknowledge your anger and grief. Setting things right here is my way of atoning. This fight will release you from your curse once and for all.
That somehow made it even worse. Alright, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. I am determined to fucking get to the end of this fucking game. Did Nate call cops pigs in the PSP version of P1? I don't remember if he did. He does in P1 version. I also don't remember. Maybe Alright, I've returned. Time to find out if we can beat Labris. I bet she's gonna be super tough.
Final. Fight!
I'm coming for you! Listen now! One mistake! Better luck next time! I won't hold back! I'm coming for you! I'm coming for you! Listen now! One mistake! Better luck next time! No mistake! How did I lose? I'm coming for you!
God damn, I barely made it out of that fight. After a fierce battle, the shiny shadow finally falls silent and stops resisting entirely. I go to elevate Labris to help bring her around. When she regains consciousness, she looks at me with sorrow and resignation.
Am I gonna be alone again?
Read a review from King
What
Abaddon.
am I saying? Of course I am. After all
I was not aware that Abaddon, the Angel of the Abyss, did reviews.
No. No one will lock you away ever again.
Huh?
I thought I had a firm grasp on things, but in the end, all I did was drive you into a corner. I'm sorry.
Why is Kirijo apologizing to a machine? I hurt people. Dragged him into my own mess. I'm just like I was before. There ain't no reason to forgive me.
It cost $39.99 back in 2009. Boy, do I wish games were that cheap still. Wow! Made a Tumblr a few years back. I can only imagine what that would be. Well, it's the 6,000th anniversary of Garden Satan. He's, still in there. Being Satan.
That is solely your opinion.
Got bit by a locust the other day. Fucking sucked.
Huh?
When's that apocalypse happening?
Kujikawa, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Is that Rise-san?
That's right. You've met her too, and...
For fuck's sake, Python. In not behaving, huh? Seems Kujikawa accomplished what I asked her earlier. I wanted her to use Persona ability to connect the voices of her friends directly to Labris. Some of them I've met, while some others I don't know at all. In truth, some of them may find a way to forgive Labris for dragging them into this, even after learning of her circumstances. Find it hard, whatever, shut up. But I believe in them.
To tell the truth, I only saw you for a second, so I ain't really sure what's going on. But it seemed like you went through a lot. Anyway, hope things start looking up.
That's way too simple. Can't you think of anything better to say?
Hey, it ain't simple at all. I know damn
Levy
well
said
how
Victor
tough it
was
is to see a
Frankenstein.
shadow
Like,
come out of
he's
yourself.
literally Frankenstein.
Yeah, we've all been through the same thing, so we'd suck pretty
So the
bad if we
review's
didn't
not
forgive
wrong.
You caused me a lot of trouble, but it was still kind of fun. Kinda.
They know how to accept someone for who they are, regardless of her looks. Okay, alright, you say regardless of her looks. Let's not fucking act like Labris isn't fine. That's why even though Labris is a machine, surely they'll welcome her. I'm confident of it. Indeed. They respond to Labris with more warmth than I had thought.
What you saw wasn't the whole picture, right? That's just how our hearts are.
Look, all I'm saying is, I'd like to lubricate her gears, if you know what I'm saying.
I concur. None of us can cast stones after you've gone through the hardship of facing your shadow.
That aside, I'm just glad you're okay.
The game states he has been doing research in his home country, but angered the locals and was chased out. He learned about demon fusion when he came to Japan.
I was worried about you. I left you alone knowing you couldn't use a persona.
Labris, when you come back, we should talk.
Senpai's right, and not just us.
Sister, can you hear me? I too would like to talk with you. There's something I'd like to tell you. You may know it already.
Also
but
suggests
still...
Ryder takes a vacation, but he tells him to avoid the Arctic. Solid advice. The voices chiming in are gentle, kind, and warm. I can't help but be touched as well. My words alone could not have accomplished this. Is there context to avoid the Arctic? Or were they just, like, referencing... Well, it was 2009, right? So they might have known about, Strange Journey.
You guys... Why...
You are a machine, unlike us. That is undeniably true.
I'm trying to load files, but Python is complaining about indents. I would help, but I literally don't know anything about it, so I can't help.
There will be days to come when you are tormented by solitude and caged by your own weakness. But one thing will be very different. Starting today, you are not alone.
Whether she's machine or human has no bearing on her suffering. To be crushed under the weight of despair, with seemingly no end to the pain, feeling that one cannot go on any longer. That's where Frankenstein dies at the end of the book. Oh, in the Arctic. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I've never actually read Frankenstein. I'm no stranger to those feelings myself. It was always someone else, such as friends and family, who saved me. But when you're alone, it's difficult to see a way out. You can't find it unless someone else shows you. That's when you learn the extraordinary power derived from one's relationships.
Companionship is the greatest guide. In my mission here, I've come to be reminded of that. We hope to become that guide for you as well. If you're not alone, you can stand to face the most painful of truths.
Face the truth.
Labra's gaze turns her own shadow. There's no more fear in her eyes. She understands now.
I see. I get it now.
I watch over her as she stands up. No words pass between us, but I'm here for her. And that may be enough.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all.
This is what, the 7th time we've seen this? Maybe? I don't know if we've seen it every time. I think we might have.
This is my persona.
I'm gonna say at this rate, we're looking at a fucking 12-hour stream, though. Which I am not looking forward to.
Welcome back, you guys.
Together with Labras, we head towards the rooftop where we're supposedly an exit to the real world. Small crowd welcomes us on our arrival. Some of them I haven't met yet in person. If I recall correctly, the energetic girl with the short hair is Chie Satanaka. The well-built young man must be Kanji Tatsumi. This is my persona. Okay, look, I fucking love her accent. And she has one canonically, so. And that must be the general, I mean the real Teddy. His speech is no different from the imposter's, but in absence of that evil demeanor, the real one is much more adorable. All the faces I saw in the video are here, with a smile on every one.
Whoa! You really are a robot! Hey, can I touch you?
Chie-san, that's a bit impolite. It's hard enough restraining myself already.
You said restrain yourself.
Okay.
Well,
I give Labrys an encouraging smile. She needn't be afraid to enter their circle. None of them are rejecting her
I'm
after all.
sorry I caused you guys trouble.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about that. That Grand Prix was you, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a half bad idea. Fighting to see who's the strongest man was awesome!
What?
Kanji's right, but you should have invited me too.
Sorry?
I won't forgive you until you say, I really like you, you big bear of a man. All sexy like that.
Go fuck yourself, Teddy, you stupid piece of shit. I hate you.
Guys, stop making it even worse. Sorry we're starting off like this.
In any case, I'm really glad you're all right.
I got you to thank for that.
They take very naturally to someone who isn't
Great job,
human.
Mitsuru. But man, talk about a rowdy bunch of students.
Still, they are
So,
kind.
we kind of have to decide whether I'm going to separate Persona 4 Arena and Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. Because technically I'm playing Ultimax right now. And I know that there's a difference in the fighting systems between Arena and Ultimax. So putting Arena on the list seems a little... it seems a little dishonest, you know, to put it as Arena. So I should probably bundle it together as Ultimax with the acknowledgement that it includes the Arena DLC. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think we're going to put it on the list as Ultimax only. I look at Labrys surrounded by new friends. I wish I could join them, but part of me would rather watch over them for now. And there are things I still need to consider.
Is something the matter?
I'm not good at relying on others. My responsibilities are so heavy that I don't even think of trusting others with them. I've been told it before, but it never gets easy.
Why not think of things more simply? When something cannot be accomplished alone, there is no other choice but to trust in others to help. Good or bad, it is inevitable. Then why not accept it and move forward? You aren't alone either, after all.
I can't help myself from smiling at the truism I never would have come up with.
You're right. It's not difficult at all when put that way. It's just as I was saying about companionship being a guide.
Indeed, I'm thankful for my friends. They say things I cannot and take me outside myself with new perspectives. I'm sure the same principle will save Labrys from straying from her path. Although, I think again about the case. Now that Labrys is safe, there's another issue. The mastermind was not Labrys, but her shadow. However, her shadow emerged and began to act only after she entered the TV world. Hard to reconcile that Labrys taking the initiative to escape. Come to think of it, there's something else that can't be explained if we assume Labrys was behind everything.
Labrys truly the mastermind here?
Huh? What are you getting at?
Why did Labrys choose them? Where did Labrys learn of them?
It's the students of the Yasugami High that trouble me. I can't see why Labrys would have selected them. I thought they might have sensed the changes in Labrys caused in the world on their own, but no. The video that brought them here called them by name. Yeah, see, I was wondering that myself. Not to mention the shadow took the appearance of General Teddy from the start. Neither would be possible unless she had identified them
Even we
beforehand.
didn't know about them or about this world inside the TV. How did Labrys discover all this?
Yeah, I can't explain it either.
And I still have my doubts regarding the hijacker's mental state. Their memories are so muddled that they couldn't even explain themselves. Do Labrys' abilities extend that far? The more I think about it, the more questions arise. There must be a larger plan at work here,
Well, the
after all.
fastest way to find out is to just ask her. Hey, Labrys!
Akihiko.
I'm tired. Akihiko's loud voice catches not only Labrys' attention, but the high schoolers as well. I had hoped to keep them away from this since they were innocent bystanders. Akihiko seems not to notice my
When
irritated
did you wake
glare.
up? How did you find out about the TV world?
About this place?
Labrys abruptly stops moving just before starting to convulse and taking a leap backwards. It happened so suddenly that even the students standing some distance away raised their voices in alarm.
Get back!
As soon as Akihiko cries out, Aigis runs towards the students to protect them. I keep a careful eye on Labras, whose face has gone blank, and put some distance between us. My fears have been realized. Labras reaches for an axe on her back and swings it without hesitation.
Is she malfunctioning? No! Someone's hijacked her!
What?
If we're all here, the shadow is defeated and someone is still hijacking her.
I know
then.
you're there. Who are you? Show yourself.
I expected a response, but the source of my answer came as a shock.
Show myself? How cold. You treat me as if I were a stranger.
That voice!
I knew it. I could tell because we were shy one fight. A pool of darkness emerges from one of the nearby shadows forming.
No way! Kirijo-san's shadow?
I have my appearance in my face. It's me in every way, save for the unnatural gleam in its golden eyes and the mocking expression it makes.
Do you not recognize your own face? I am you.
Still, my heart is calm. In fact, your appearance may be giving me more clues as to the enemy's
You
intentions.
seem to have a penchant for deception. Unfortunately, I already know that you're the mastermind here. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labras's memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers. Very good. No wonder you managed to drive back a god once.
I don't think any of that is accurate, but okay.
Yes, I want them even more now.
You want them? Explain yourself.
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Who are you?
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment. Stand, my puppet.
Arise, my masters! The shadow ignores my taunts and raises its right hand towards Labras, still collapsed on the ground. Labras reacts to my gesture by rising up, like a puppet with no will of its own.
You bastard! This form is exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labras obeys the shadow command and leaps forward to attack. Seems the enemy will do anything to rattle us. I understood that, but understanding it and forgiving it are two different things.
I'll just knock her out one more time.
No, don't attack her. Further damage to Labras could put her in danger.
But, come on! She's all over us!
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
At that moment, I hear a voice whisper in my mind.
Huh?
In spite of myself, I know this voice well. Relief washes over me to hear it. This match will end our victory. I call to everyone
Don't
assembled.
Listen. Everyone, concentrate on avoiding her attacks.
But we can't do that forever.
Just try and hang in there. Trust me. I trust in you.
I realize this is an impossible demand. Everyone is already exhausted by what's come before. Still, I need to buy time. Surprisingly, the first nod is neither Akihiko nor Aigis.
We can take this much. Yosuke, you ready?
Hell yeah, partner. Let's let Mitsuru-san do her thing.
Hanamura and the others recover from the confusion at once when Narukami speaks. Interesting. He seems to be a great leader.
Akihiko, Aigis, back them up.
You got it.
No one will force my sister to hurt others ever again.
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell or the lot of you?
The shadow laughs triumphantly to see us driven against a wall. She's acting like a god, but she's much too short-sighted for that. I sense what we've been waiting for. We brought
Sad
enough
to
time.
say, but this show is over. What?
Labrys comes to a halt and is released from the shadow's control. She must have been forced to exceed her limits, for she falls to the floor as if her strings had been cut. We didn't attack her at all, yet she's been unable to break her fall. Chill goes down my spine to imagine what could have happened if we'd fought her at her full strength.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
Are you all okay?
Oh, holy shit! Holy shit, I knew it! Also, she looks super fucking cute like that.
Fuka-san!
So you had a third assistant.
That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
God, so that does prove my point about Fuka being an absolute monster. Because that means she was able to, like, free Lapras from the control of the Mastermind, from a which Rise wasn't able to do, from through the television across town. Like, if you've never needed more evidence that fucking Fuka is an absolute monster, there you go.
Seriously? She can use hers in reality too?
She responded at the perfect moment to my phone call earlier, asking her to come at once. Yamagishi had a bit of initial difficulty dealing with a world so alien to her, but she adjusted quickly enough. Though she's far away, I can sense that we're under her protection.
It's just as you thought, Mitsuru-senpai. The enemy is only mimicking your appearance. It's a fake.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away. So these are the limits of a half-broken puppet. Well, no matter. This was only ever for my own enjoyment. You despicable monster! I didn't expect you to fight back this hard, but didn't you have fun? You were all taken in by an illusion. This place, these traps, everything came from your own minds. You dread yourselves most of all. A beautiful plan, wasn't it? Your idea of beauty is rather warped, as is your plan and your assessment of us. But your biggest mistake was that you took my form in the end.
I take a step forward. Seeing this, Akihiko and Aigis take a step back. They know me well. Holy shit, Burn My Dread just kicked in. They sense signs of the anger boiling within me.
Are you angry? All right.
Mitsuru really does have the best path in the game.
Don't say another word while wearing that face. I'll teach you just who it is you've made an enemy of!
Honestly, if the entire game was just a Mitsuru route, the game would legitimately be a better game.
Final. Fight!
I'm coming for you! One escape! Better luck next time! Archie Mariner! Persona! I'm coming for you! One escape! Better luck next time! You have time. You're finished! You're slow! You're stupid!
Check. This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
What? The shadow lasts as this defeat mattered To it, not at all.
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
What?
I will
Foolish
see
human.
you and another guy's next time. Just wait until then. The real you will face the same consequences soon. Choose your last words carefully.
It laughs echoes through the room as if the shadows borrowing my form disappears into thin
Yamagishi.
air.
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Another guys, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
What are we up against? Our enemy seems to be targeting Persona users.
It seems that not even they know who the enemy is, though I didn't expect they would. The enemy had extensive knowledge of Labrys, something even I didn't have. There's no denying it. Whoever did this is well versed in the Kirijo group's internal workings. Gathering powerful shadows, now we know the enemy's general aim. But what do they plan to do with them? None of that matters at the moment, I suppose. I signaled Akihiko. Akihiko catches it and turns towards the
Don't
students.
worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
But
I didn't expect them to like my answer, but the reason I started the Shadow Operatives is to protect people from these things. The students, they're still young. Granting my permission would only mean them becoming more inexorably involved. We should be the ones to take responsibility.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. We're all at our limit.
When Narukami signals to him, Hanamura complaints fall suspiciously silent. That hardly fooled anyone. I knew it! I knew she could instantly tell! Either they take me for an imbecile, or they think it won't matter even if I do catch on. I suppose I can live with it. If they're that determined, I'm no one to dissuade them. We'll have to take care of everything before they can involve themselves, that's all. Teddy jumps around, his footsteps sounding highly unnatural to catch our attention.
Alrighty, attention please! The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV!
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
Ugh. They exchange banter as if the recent problems are already long past. It's so that they can continue to be so carefree that we must fight. Moreover...
How's Labrys?
There wasn't much damage to her motor functions. I don't believe it will take much time to repair her. Still, the stress on her cognitive functions must have been severe. It may take some time for her to awaken.
Igus gazes sadly at Labrys' unmoving form in her arms. We must also fight to prevent anyone else from being hurt like these two. This case is over for the time being. It is time to say our farewells to this world. But a newfound resolve to fight is surging within me. Even after we return to the real world, there's no rest for the weary. After action reports on the case, investigating... Fuck you, controller. Investigating leads on the culprit, there's a mountain of things to do.
Here you go, Mitsuru-san.
Ah, thank you.
After issuing instructions, I'm ready to take a break with when Igus serves me a cup of tea with perfect timing. The fresh scent of Darjeeling, I take a moment to savor the mellow aroma of muscat. That's right, spring is nearly over. I feel like I can barely keep track of the seasons
We will
anymore.
be leaving Inaba tomorrow. Keep that in mind when making preparations.
Understood.
We're rather limited here in this hotel room. Originally, I'd intended to return today, but we're all so tired that we had to stay the night. Pardon. There's also Labrys's condition to consider. Still mulling it all over, I hear a knock at the door.
It's me, Fuka.
Come in. I'm
Do they
sorry
have a
I had to
full?
summon
They
you on
have a
such short
full
notice.
fucking image. They have a full profile for Fuka. Oh man, I've never been this happy to see Fuka.
Oh no, it's all right. I was on vacation too, after all.
How is Labrys?
She's still resting. There was a lot of stress on her, so we might have to carry her out.
I see.
Yamigishi takes to a nearby chair. There's weariness in her
I
eyes.
looked into the records. Labrys was built on a self-contradicting foundation.
Self-contradicting?
Unlike with Aegis, when Labrys was being developed, no one had the know-how to create a personality from scratch. So, it seems like they took an actual girl's personality and used it as a base.
A living girl. So that's why her heart is unexpectedly advanced.
But if she
Yamigishi
had all of
nods.
the original girl's memories, a contradiction would occur in her self-awareness. Normally they'd make adjustments to prevent that, but even then, they couldn't guarantee it would be completely safe.
That's also probably why she has two personas. Ariadne is Aegis's persona, but Astreus might be the girl's.
That's why Labrys was loaded with a self-deceiving function, in case a conflict arose in her self-awareness.
She was deceiving herself? Then the function that interfered with our perception...
It was listed as meant for infiltration, but that was a technicality. Its true purpose was a safety mechanism.
She was given a heart, presupposing that it would cause conflicts with her self-awareness. I silently beg the heavens for forgiveness at the cruelty and injustice performed upon her.
Think that should be okay now.
A hesitant voice comes from outside.
Labrys! When did you get here?
Sorry to sneak up on you, but after I faced my shadow and learned how to use my persona, it's hard to explain, but it felt like my emotions settled down.
Actually, that may be what happened. Facing one's shadow could be said to be correcting one's self-awareness.
That must be it. Your developers came to the decision that it was an insurmountable problem, yet you overcame it.
I approach Labrys and stroke her head. She fidgets, her eyes cast
How do
slightly
you
downward.
feel? Does anything seem off?
Oh, no! You guys have treated me so well, I feel kinda guilty about it. My body's all fixed up too, so there shouldn't be any problems there.
I see.
Labrys's expression seems gentle. She appears to be mentally stable. I doubt there's any danger of her losing
I
control
wanted to
again.
talk to you about where we go from here.
From here? You mean, about me?
Originally, we planned to take you back to the lab on Yakushima, but that was when we still thought of you as a mere object. Is that what you want to happen?
What else is there?
You could tell us what you yourself want. You do have a heart, just like us. Who knows? Maybe you could even go to school eventually.
Me? Go to school?
Even Aegis has been to school, and that was when she knew much less about the world than you know now.
Thinking back to that time is, it's rather embarrassing.
Surprisingly, Labrys falls silent in thought. To live a life no different than anyone else's? That must be exactly what she wants. Should I tell her there's no need to worry about living expenses? No, best to wait for her decision. She should be the one to decide on her future. After a long silence, Labrys speaks
School.
again.
It sounds great. But I feel like there's something I gotta do first. I mean, yeah, it's been my dream for a long time to go to school. But someone's after those guys. Someone's trying to wreck their lives. I want to catch whoever it is myself. I want to look after those guys.
Rather than being with them, she chose to protect them. It's a beautifully selfless decision. She thought for herself and chose her own path. I see no reason to deny her that.
The Security Department Shadow Response Unit would be glad to have you. Welcome to the team, Labrys.
I extend a hand. If she takes it, she'll be putting ordinary life on hold for a while. I know she understands that, but she takes it anyway.
I get to work with you, sister. But I guess that reminds me. I am your younger sister, but I am more experienced than you. This may be somewhat confusing.
Though the two sisters are a bit awkward around each other now, a new bond will form there as well. Labrys made her own choice not to live ordinary life. You could say that she's truly, facing herself. She'll be alright. Seeing the two of them together makes me
I'll
sure
give
of
you a
that.
tour of the lab tomorrow. Make sure you're ready to write things down.
Tomorrow? We're leaving Inaba already? I haven't even said goodbye. I can't leave without seeing him one more time. Oh, that's good to hear. It means you've made some friends. Friends.
I turn to Aigis.
Get in contact with them by whatever means you deem necessary.
Understood. How should I contact them? I only know their names.
Yamagishi, your usual method should prove effective once again.
Huh? But isn't that invading their privacy?
Permission granted. Remember, we have official sanction to operate now.
This seems like an abuse of government power, Mitsuru. After how they acted when we were parting, we'll definitely need their contact information. They won't sit quietly by, I'm sure of. This is matter still open, after all. The mystery remains unsolved, and there's still worries nagging at me. But that's not the only legacy
I'll
of
help
this
look
case.
them up too.
Labrys breaks into a smile and takes Aigis to a side computer. The bonds that give her that smile, they will light our unseen path. There's no knowing yet where this case may lead, but the day that we stop in our tracks, too afraid to continue, will never come. Hey! We unlocked Elizabeth. So Mitsuru really does seem to have the most unlocks. It's because Yu unlocks Kanji and Tatsumi, and Teddy, right? And then we did Kanji, and then Kanji unlocked these four, and then Mitsuru unlocks Labrys, and then Labrys unlocked everyone else. And then Mitsuru unlocks Elizabeth. So it seems like you could do Yu, Kanji, Mitsuru, Labrys, Mitsuru, and then Elizabeth. Unless they unlock on percentage, which might be possible.
Why did it have to be now? Who the hell are you?
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mentioned the name Kirijo?
One Labrys looks at me and yells in rage, but the other recoils in horror.
Oh, I'll never go back there!
Crap, she ran off.
Damn it, get back here!
The other one dashes after the first one. I immediately tried to persuade them, but
Hey, wait a second! Who are you?
the remaining girl in the green warm-up jacket stops me. If I recall correctly, she was one of the female students introduced as carnivore in that
I need
commercial.
to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Wait! You can't just...
She appears to be uninjured, but I can't lose time dealing with her. I ignore her and book it after Labrys. So we're gonna have to fight Chie, right?
Hold it right there, Buster!
That voice. She caught up to me, though I'm running at full sprint. She must be quite an exceptional athlete. But I can't drag her into this. This is my duty. Should I run even harder? That might cause me to redline my heart rate, and that would deaden my legs for an upcoming fight. Or should I just convince her to leave? Unfortunately, it seems that both of those options have been taken off the table now. I wrap my fist where there's nothing. Resistance, another invisible wall. Looks like this is the enemy's way of buying time. Sure enough, the female student catches up to me. She confronts me as she tries to regain her breath.
You're gonna tell me what's going on!
She wants an explanation? There's no harm in telling her what's going on since she and her friends are already caught up in this mess, but there's no need for them to learn the details about it. If they just return to the real world, they can get out of this mess while keeping relatively normal lives.
What good would that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
A duty?
I hit the invisible wall.
Ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
The girl hurriedly reaches around at the space behind her. As expected, her hand hits an invisible wall as well. The wall didn't exist when I first passed through that area.
We're trapped! So, like, do we...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
She may be a girl and a student, but I don't intend to go easy on anyone as long as I have a mission to complete. I unleashed the aura that instantly silenced so-called tough guys all around the world. I was hoping she would quietly back down before I had to go this far, but even though my aura dampened the girl's resolve a bit, she didn't even take a step back.
Alright, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labrys?
I don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
That foolish words of a child. But there's fire in her eyes that makes up for her lack of reason. She's much better company than stupid people who insist in blabbering on. She definitely piqued my interest a bit.
Alright. To answer your question, what you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labrys. She was given a heart so she could use a persona.
A weapon? Then she really is a robot. But she's so cute. And she even sounds like a normal girl.
She has a perplexed look on her face. Even though she's already seen the mechanical arms and legs, it must be hard to believe that a robot could be that lifelike.
So that's what her lost memories were about. And since she has a heart, she has a shadow too.
She has a shadow? Do you mean the thing where there's 2 of her?
The girl does her best to explain the structure of the TV world to me. The world inside the TV apparently mirrors the feelings of those who enter it, and the appearances change accordingly. She tells me this fake school was most likely created from Miss President Labrys' psyche. She also explains that the repressed inner thoughts within oneself separate inside the TV world to become a shadow, and that those shadows try to kill their originators and replace them.
I get it now. The mastermind behind all this isn't Labrys, but her shadow.
I think that's it anyway. But I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labrys may have been forced to do some inhumane things while she was in development. Her original circumstances may be related to the setup of this Grand Prix.
The girl goes pale upon hearing my words. Such tale would be unimaginable for those living ordinary lives.
This tournament is a reenactment of what Labrys went through in her past?
Even Mitsuru doesn't know that for sure. If there's anyone who can claim to, it would be Labrys herself.
That's all I can tell you. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on. What'll it be?
The girl swallows her tongue for a moment, but it isn't because of fear or hesitation. I could tell from the look in her eyes she made up her mind.
If Labrys wished to make us go through what she went through, that means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
Save, huh? Her eyes tell me she completely believes what she's saying.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satonaka, a 3rd year at Yasogami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight, and see whose passion comes out on top.
Oh my god, only 10? Oh, Akihiko's gonna be a fucking nightmare for me, isn't he? We're gonna have to fight a shadow. We're gonna have to fight Labrys twice. I'll probably have to fight Teddy or something.
Finally! Fight!
This is it! Full power! Uppercut! Come!
I still couldn't do it!
Yeah, that's right. He had the shortest route.
Looks like I win.
God damn it, this sucks. I lost. Oh well.
Chie is
Hey,
smiling
Chie.
brightly.
You don't get to go search for Labrys like you wanted and you're laughing?
Well, I figured either way you'd save her. Labrys, I mean.
I can't resist cracking a little smile at Chie's words. She seems naive, but it seems she saw right through me. I guess she's sharper than she looks. One of my mission priorities was to limit collateral damage. To achieve that, I thought that destroying Labrys might be my only option. But now that plan has been scuttled. My current plan is to save Labrys and protect her. If I'm able to succeed at that, all the danger to the surrounding area will be prevented. I'll commit myself to this plan from now on.
Can I ask you to give her a message? Please tell her I said I was sorry for saying such cruel things and doubting her. Let her know I really want to talk with her when this is all over. Anyway, just tell her I apologized.
Yeah, I'll let her know.
Chie's words clumsy as ever. But she lacks in speaking ability and vocabulary. She makes up for it
I
with
need
emotion.
to thank you, Chie.
Huh?
On my way here, I was told that my strength was fake. That I was just immersing myself in training to escape my fear of losing others. That I was just sticking my head in the sand. And that was true. The reason I'm so hard on myself is because I'm scared. That might be a weakness of mine. But watching you made me realize it's okay to be like that. No, I don't want to lose anyone again. Ever. But that's how I can become stronger. Sheer raw strength is pointless. Getting the ability to see your deepest wishes through is true strength.
That's a little abstract, but I guess it's a compliment, though I still feel a little embarrassed about it.
I can't help but smile as well. And after vowing to save Labrys, I leave Chie and attempt to make good on my promises.
Wait here for me. I'll bring Labrys back no matter what.
As I run, the things that happened during my recent training and the things happening in this world start to remind me of each other. An old acquaintance face flashes into my mind. Someone who took good care of me. Someone who I haven't seen in a while. Kurosawa-san. I heard he'd been promoted to detective, but I hadn't been able to personally congratulate him for that yet. There's another place I need to go visit.
Once this is all over, I should go see him too.
After being forced to travel a circuitous path, I eventually led back to the very room I was in a few minutes ago, the announcement room. I pushed the door ajar to find Labrys inside. Is she the real one or the shadow? When Labrys sees me, she seems genuinely frightened.
You again? You came all this way after me?
Her reaction and the color of her eyes, they don't match any of the characteristics Chia told me shadows would possess. It seems this is truly the real one. Looks like she's still safe. Before she denies her shadow, I must take her into custody at once.
Come with me. I won't let you get hurt.
I take a step forward and hold out my hand, but Labrys backs away, terrified, and keeps her distance.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again. I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me.
And where will you go? Is that how you're gonna solve everything? You won't even listen, huh? Fine. I didn't think anything I said would be enough to earn your trust.
Well, to be fair, Akihiko, you literally have tried nothing.
So come at me with everything you've got. I'll accept you for who you are.
The Shadow will try to replace the Originator. If I lose Labrys, I won't be able to fulfill my duty. Is my strength enough to grant my wish? Something told me that the result of my training was about to get their first real test.
Final. Fight!
Straight punch! This is it! Uppercut! 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 Ah, no! Caesar! Straight punch! Caesar! Caesar! Uppercut! Right now! Bust this! This is
Why won't anyone understand?
She's finally stopped moving. The Labrys' expression tells me something that she's not all there right now. I wonder if I can get through to her now. Just as I'm about to speak, I only sense the wind for a moment. An undetected ambush from behind. A giant axe spun at such a high speed that it looked like a circular blade to the naked eye. No matter what part of that blade axe hits my head, it'll decapitate me for sure. Better not let it hit me.
Oh, that's a pretty dangerous-looking electric fan you've got there.
The shadow glowers at me with an expression of pure hatred. The murderous intent she shows is like any of the petty thugs I've faced, howling with rage as they try to land a punch. I'm in her head now. Looks like the real showdown finally arrived. Having squandered a chance at an ambush, the shadows angrily prepare her next move. Labrys also sees the shadow, lets out a shocked yell.
Please stop! This ain't what I wanted!
Hey, calm down. This is your shadow. It's you, isn't it?
As the shadow formed from the repressed parts of yourself. That's what Chie told me. But even after hearing the truth, Labrys continues to shake her head and deny it.
What good will accepting it? If I accept it, then I'm just...
That's right. There's no way he'd understand. The Kirijo group created you as a tool. Of course, that's the only way they can think of you.
My words will not reach Labrys while she's like this. The shadow's cruel words have a tight grip on her heart. It isn't easy to support someone whose weaknesses filled them with doubts and taken over their heart. I decide to listen to what the shadow has to say. This way I can understand the weakness that Labrys is harboring.
Not that you're any better. You didn't hesitate at all to attack him. It just shows your true colors. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
But it was no use. They didn't understand and kept getting in your way. It's all right, then. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Stop it! That's all a lie. You're not me.
The shadow displays a satisfied smirk. She keeps waiting for the words of denial. It'd be easier to just stop Labrys from saying those words, but it would be meaningless for me to do. Akihiko! Jesus, dude. I keep my gaze on Labrys as she speaks the words of denial with finality.
Can't be me! Yes, that's right!
Okay, so it... You don't have to say, you aren't me. You can say any sort of rejection words. They kind of implied that it had to be those exact words earlier, though. It's weird.
I'm myself!
Maybe you have to, like, fully reject yourself in your heart, I guess? I don't know. Like, maybe she only half rejected herself earlier.
Yes, the power! I'm finally free! I won't let you or anyone else get in my way!
I stand before the shadow who's laughing insanely and surging with newfound power. Her power is actually quite impressive, but I know there's no need for me to fear it. This is where the real battle
You really
begins.
think I'm gonna make it that easy?
The shadow contorts her face. Those were the same words the shadow threw at me before, after
What's
all.
that? You want to be destroyed that badly? Then I'll save her for later and crush you now!
I swore I'd protect Labris. And I'm not gonna lose what I'm protecting ever again. Now, come get me!
Shut up, Kirito dog!
Now we just need to beat Shadow Lapras a second time, I'm sure, then beat Shadow Akihiko.
Finally! Fight!
Take this! This is gonna hurt. What's the matter?
What's this? Is it? This is it! Right now!
And then rewind. What? I figured you'd fallen asleep, maid. After silencing the shadow, I stand before Labris, but she casts her eyes down sadly.
What's with that face? Stand up and look at me. I have a message for you from Chie.
Huh?
She wanted to apologize for doubting you and hurting your feelings. She was really sorry about what she said. She wanted to tell you herself, too. She was so determined to save your heart that she threw everything she had at me.
Chie-san said that?
Also, Mitsuru, the girl in charge of the Kirijo group, learned what happened to you and was mortified to hear of it. Do you still think no one understands? That your pain is unique to you?
I never thought of things like that. I never imagined anyone understood me. But that's...
I'm a machine, though. I'm not human. Labris mutters and casts her eyes down again.
I don't know anymore. What am I supposed to believe?
You're human, so you must have the answer, Labris gazes up at me expectantly. You listed stuff.u have left and added doing it again. What? Oh, you mean, this, okay, about the number of fights left and then having to do it all over again. Yes, gotcha. It's true that I, have something to believe in. But I don't have, something to believe in because I'm human. Plenty of people walk the earth and nothing to believe in. I had to find it and fuck off, controller. And grab a hold of it myself. Indeed, I found it only after facing down my own weaknesses. You missed Fuka.
Look, I don't know much about how you suffered in the past, or how many times your heart was broken. But don't give up. Believe in yourself and keep standing up to the world.
She came in and she fucked Labrys up.
Some things you have to grasp for yourself.
Labrys looks up. This time she finally looks me in the eye.
That's right. If there's something you really want, fight for it. You'll never get it by running away. What's your strongest desire?
Labrys falls silent. I don't prod her for an answer. You can't rush this. This is something one must find by facing down themselves, searching their heart for the answer, and making it take form of their own. I can't help her find her way. If she did find it on her own, it'll be meaningless. Labrys places her hand on her chest. She then closes her eyes and loses herself deep in thought. Eventually, she opens her eyes again and looks at me.
I want people to understand how I feel.
Then there's someone you need to tell that to. And that's yourself over there.
When I point over at the shadow that's fallen silent, Labrys inhales sharply. Labrys' shadow is part of herself that she just denied. But because she denied that part, she must also realize that there's a question she needs to answer. Why did I deny myself? I'm sure Labrys has found the answer already.
I get it. That's what you've been saying this whole time. In your own way. Yeah. I understand now.
After making this momentous realization, Labrys stands up on her own will and faces her shadow. The awful part of herself that she denied. She might appear again in the Akihiko route.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone.
I think the best part of that cutscene is that it proves what I always suspected, which is that Fuka's way stronger than Rise.
You are me, after all. This is my persona. So this is the other me.
It's not easy accepting yourself, but you managed to get past that. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Labrys' reply is slightly embarrassed, yet proud. It's the exact combination of emotions I was hoping to see.
We should get going. You have some things you want to tell Chie too, right?
As we leave the announcement room, Mitsuru contacts me. Once the shadow disappeared, all the interference was creating went with it. The jamming, the invisible walls, all gone. I began escorting Labrys back to the real world. All right, one more fight with a fucking Labrys. Let's do it. I follow Mitsuru's directions and reach the specified location. A number of people already gathered, and I noticed Teddy, Kanji, Chie, and others I'd seen in the P1 commercial as well.
Oh, phew! You're okay, Miss President. Or should I call you Labrys?
Chie-san.
In contrast to Chie's enthusiasm, Labrys looks towards me as if she's unsure how to feel about anything. Before I can nudge Labrys over towards Chie, Chie rushes over and takes Labrys' hand. She smiles brightly after confirming that Labrys is alright. Labrys cannot resist the infectious air of happiness and breaks into a smile.
Hello, sorry, who are you?
I'm liking that look you've got going on. It's like you just single-handedly saved the world from an evil army.
Yosuke, don't be so rude.
Chie turns towards me and bows
Akihiko-san,
energetically.
thank you for saving Lapras.
No need to thank me. I just delivered the message you left me with.
Don't you have some people you want to introduce Lapras to? After being prompted, Chie dashes off, tugging Lapras by her hand towards her friends. The people waiting to greet them are everyday students. But none of them seem to be that concerned by the fact that Lapras is an android. In fact, it seems like they're welcoming her into the group with big smiles. Looks like they're a pretty open-minded bunch. As I'm watching them, I'm joined by some familiar faces.
Are you all right, Akihiko?
I raise my hand as in response to her. That's enough for Mitsuru to understand the situation and smile. Aiga stands next to me and gazes at the group gathered around Chie and Lapras.
It seems my sister has also forged a bond.
That takes you back, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Time God is really laughing his ass off with this game.
Though I am a machine, I understand what it means for people's
Damn
hearts
you,
to come
Kronos!
together. I would definitely like for my sister to learn that as well.
The battle that took place 3 years ago marked a major turning point, not just in my life, but for Aigis and the others that fought alongside me as well. Lapras has just reached that same turning point. Watching it unfold for someone else feels nostalgic and heartwarming at the same time. Mitsuru, however, is standing unmoved. She furrows her brow and is sporting a new look I know all too well. Sheesh, what's troubling her now of all times? Aigis notices the serious look on Mitsuru's face and speaks in her hushed tone.
Thinking of sealing my sister away again?
Don't tell me you're going ahead with that. I know you're in a delicate position, but I have serious issues with this.
No, you misunderstand. I realize full well the situation here. That's not what I was thinking about. What's bothering me is that the true culprit in this case never did show their face.
What? Didn't Lapras say she escaped here on her own?
That's what I thought most likely at the time, but that scenario doesn't match what we've learned since then. How did Lapras learn about this world? Why did she call in these other Persona users?
You had some basic investigation done on Inaba, right? If she regained her consciousness a while ago, it's possible she infiltrated your network and found out about that stuff.
I don't correct me if I'm wrong, but the basic investigation did not include the Persona users.
That's not my only doubt. Labras's ability to cloud others' senses can only go as far as creating hallucinations. That's inconsistent with the ability to control people so thoroughly as to make them risk their lives in a hijacking. There's too much that doesn't add up.
Yeah.
That does seem suspicious.
It's pretty suspicious, yep. Mitsuru is right, there's too many unexplained circumstances here. But why stand around worrying about it? All the answers we need are a few simple questions away. I call out to Lapras.
How did you escape all the way here?
Alright, I'm unplugging the controller. That's annoying now.
Huh? I was inside a chamber and...
Oh, here we go. Lapras tries to continue, but her body immediately goes completely rigid. That's not good. Lapras looks like she's standing completely devoid of thought, but I know better. A shout out to warning to everyone in the area. Lapras immediately reaches for a large axe on her back and brandishes it.
What a pain.
I have to protect Chie and the other civilians. I immediately take a step forward to engage the still expressionless Lapras. This is a different situation than our earlier battle. Since Lapras can now use her persona, this is going to be a much more difficult fight. If we join forces to attack her, this would be a simpler matter. However, Lapras' body has already taken a lot of damage from all the battles she'd been in. There's no way of knowing if she'd survive a combined assault from all of us. Doubt and hesitation swirl in my mind and cloud my thoughts. I must make a decision and follow it with no regrets. That's what Mitsuru's sharp voice pierces the air.
Akihiko, buy me some time.
Looks like she has some kind of plan up her sleeve. Then my course of action has been decided. Tightly ball my hand into a fist and extend it towards my opponent. And I reiterate my vow.
I will protect you no matter what.
Alright, buying time for Fuka. Fuka's gonna Fuka her up. Gotta help Chie and those other guys, I guess. Well, he only bonded with Chie.
Final. Fight!
This is it! Caesar! What's this? Go! Uppercut! Uppercut! No! You're up. Uppercut! Do it!
Okay. Alright, enough of that. Enough of that dancing shit.
Looks like I managed to keep her intact.
But she seems to be under control of someone else. Do we strike down the one who's controlling her? But where could they be controlling Lapras from? Just as I prepare to check the surrounding area for outside presence, a voice echoes from somewhere.
You resorted to your fists in the end, after all. That's why people say your strength is fake.
There's a familiar... God, I cannot believe I actually called the ending of this route. Jesus Christ, game. This familiar voice I can't quite place. Darkness manifests from out of nowhere and coalesces into the form of a person. Who is it? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh no!
Akihiko-san's shadow?
Oh, the darkness dissipates, and for what's left standing there was me! Just like Lapras from before, he looks exactly like me! The only difference is the eyes. While the other ones are stirring, he coldly declares...
You go on and on about resolve and
oh
whatnot.
man, Shadow
What have you been
Akihiko,
doing
who'd
these
have
past
ever
few years?
guessed? Fucking hell.
Just training yourself to fight better, that's all.
Thank God there's only one more after
You
this.
haven't grown at all as a person. You're still running from your fear of losing people, just like before. So you are watching us. Looks like the mastermind of this thing has a lot of time to kill.
Nani? Mirror match?
Huh? Mastermind?
You know, speaking of fear of losing people, you know what would have been fucking hilarious? Is, what's his name? Jesus. What's Jesus' name? I want to say Tatsuya, but that seems wrong. Fucking, what is Jesus' name in that game? Not Messiah. Takaya. Yeah, what would have been fucking hilarious is when Takaya goes to shoot Shinji, what a fucking high counter triggered at that exact moment. How fucking funny would that have been? You know, in an infinite multiverse, there is in fact a timeline where Takaya shot himself. He's taken aback by my taunt, but continues on.
About? I came from the sea of your soul. Enough. Do you think you rattle me with that tired old theme?
The Shadow, no, the Mastermind, arrogantly tries to rile me up, but his taunts are powerless against me. I'm not taking the bait. No, anger, not even surprise. There's nothing rising within me. My heart was completely
So
placid.
you won't admit it. Then, rise again, my puppet. Dance until you shatter.
The Shadow orders the fallen Lapras to stand. As if a puppet on strings, Lapras responds to the Shadow's
Looks
command.
like you've shown your stripes already. That power proves you're not my shadow. So what? You still have no choice but to suffer. Unless you destroy this thing, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
I glance over at Mitsuru. She gives me a slight nod and I laugh.
Sad to say, But this show is over.
Oh, shit.
What?
It means we won't fall for the same trick again. Yamagishi, now!
Just as Mitsuru's voice sounds, an ominous presence lurking within Labrys was repelled. Turns out, the person who was Mitsuru contacted before entering the TV world was Fuka. I see. Her persona abilities could disrupt the control on Labrys without her having to enter this world.
Are you all okay?
God, Fuka's such a fucking monster.
Fuka-san?
Just pointing out that Rise was in, like, a few meters of Labrys and wasn't able to break the control over Labrys. Fuka is in a limousine across town in the real world, used her persona in the real world, which dampens persona abilities, all the way across town through the television and still beat back the entity possessing Labrys. Fuka is a fucking monster. Fuka Yamagishi. She's a friend of ours who helped us greatly in the battle 3 years ago. She has an analytical persona, and she herself is a whiz at digging up useful information. The Yasugami High School students don't know anything about Fuka and are looking around in surprise.
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
Like 10 times better.
This feeling. What the? That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
That's not your shadow, Akihiko-senpai. It's just a fake mimicking your appearance.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
Why did you go after these students? What are you up to? Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. Old wounds that you thought you had overcome opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Why would you do such a thing?
All the loose ends are finally getting tied up. I glare at the enemy as he smugly reveals his grand scheme.
That's enough. I see now that there's no room for any more excuses.
I pull out my evoker. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Okay! I can perform summoning without this now, but I still couldn't just let it go. It serves as a constant reminder of those days fighting as part of Seas. It's so I don't forget the joy, the sorrow, the losses from those days. I point the muzzle to my head. Muzzle to my head, just like I used to. The feeling of cold metal, the easy trigger
You said
pull.
before that I couldn't cast aside my fears.
Back then, I felt I didn't care if I lived or died. I just wanted all the power I could manage. Whether my disregard for my own life was because I secretly wanted someone to punish me, or because I wanted someone stronger than I to forgive me and allow me to live. In either case, my resolution is no longer the same.
But I'll tell you something. People who have no fears end up dying early or throwing their lives away. My determination coexists with my fears. I know that death and loss are always close by.
I squeezed the trigger of my evoker. A nostalgic sensation. I was just a kid 3 years ago when I laid my life on the line. But now, though, I can't allow myself to die. In my heart, I know that I cannot lose this fight. I've accumulated all this power to protect others. I'm risking my life in order to stay alive and keep my friends safe. That is my current
Did
determination.
you still say you're my shadow?
If a shadow is just another form of one person's persona, then...
My determination would never leave my side.
No, I don't know if your persona comes out stronger if you use an evoker. Or if it's just a symbolic thing he just did. But it would probably be stronger just because of the added determination anyway. So I think the real debate is whether it would be stronger as a placebo or whether it'd be stronger because it would be stronger.
Gotcha. Punch. Uppercut. Gotcha. Sona. This is it. Sona. Uppercut.
Wow, 20. So I think Akihiko's route became the longest route.
No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. I didn't think you'd resist this.
Still didn't happen. Still not true. I thought I'd done some serious damage to that thing, but it seems no intention of giving back his ridiculous charade. He nonchalantly carries on while still wearing my face.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes. I've confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Who do you think you are? You're really pissing me off!
The mastermind contorts my face into an eerie smirk.
I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then. Wait!
There's no way I'm letting you get away. I immediately closed the gap between myself and him with a final smirk and disappeared. All that remains is his laughter.
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this...
Whoops.
Back to square one again.
Damn you, pausing!
Bullshit! Don't you ever come back again!
Still, what was it planning on using our persona powers for?
It didn't move, it just vanished. What could it mean? Oh, we've seen her say that before.
It hasn't given up, right? And we'll see it again.
Indeed, based on what it said, I have every reason to assume that it'll return. The enemy's objectives are still mostly unclear. We don't even know who he is. We do have a lead, though. I look toward Mitsuru and Aigis. Though I can't say this in front of the students, the fact that the mastermind knew about Labrys is a big clue. We're mostly dealing with someone related to Kirijo.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course. You should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
I'll just leave the rest of the explanations to Mitsuru. She's much better at saying the right things in these situations. In the meantime, I glare at the empty space where the enemy was.
The battle will go on, huh?
After all the members of the Shadow Operatives safely returned from inside the TV, we decided to spend the day in Inaba doing follow-up stuff and leave quietly the next day.
I'm glad things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
As Fuka looks behind her back to the back seat, Mitsuru and Aigis smile at each other. Even for those of us who fought the battle 3 years ago, journeying into the world inside the TV to retrieve a robot still sounds absurd. Still, we managed to accomplish our mission. We retrieved Lapis, kept the incident as contained as possible. However, our plan to leave quietly, like a covert ops unit should, was foiled by a group of
They
students.
were certainly a lively bunch to the very end.
Mitsuru seems to have thought the lapse in security wasn't enough to stain the overall success of the mission and smiles. I recall the smiling faces of the students as they came by to see us off in Inaba. I didn't think they'd all show up. They'd turned the quiet departure we'd planned into a big scene. Lapras, who Mitsuru had opted not to reseal, is still gazing out the rear window and waving
You
to them.
regret parting with them?
A little. But it's only a matter of time. I promised Chie and the rest that I'd definitely come back.
I want to see the Inaba group and say goodbye to them in person. Lapras was the one who insisted on a formal goodbye. Not only that, she decided to leave them for a while and join the Shadow Operatives. Even if it was unlikely that she could go to school with them, there may have been some way for her to see her friends more often instead of joining up with our secret group. But that wasn't what Lapras wanted. There are things I must do in order to pursue the mastermind that dragged all of us into this incident. If I stay with the Shadow Operatives, I can accomplish those things. Those were her words. She'd form bonds, but rather than depending on them, she'd rather push forward. This must be why she was able to overcome a past filled with more grief than ordinary persons. Her resolve is amazing. Lapras isn't the only one who gained a new determination in these lands either. In order to speak of my own resolve, I straightened myself with faith and Mitsuru.
May I talk to you?
What is it? It's unlike you to be so formal.
This won't be any time soon, but I'm thinking of leaving the Shadow Operatives eventually.
Oh, shit.
What?
Huh?
Mitsuru's got this look like she's about to fucking flay him. Fuka doesn't seem as hard hit as the other members, but even she's looking at me with confusion in her eyes. This was actually something I'd been thinking about from the very beginning. These feelings have been smoldering inside me since I received my first mission. I finally found an avenue to direct those feelings. Mitsuru seems to realize this is something that I've given a lot of thought to and responds in a business-like manner.
May I ask why?
There's something I want to do now. I can't do it while I'm part of an unofficial group like this.
People who fear random acts of violence and crime, people down on their luck, who have no one they can turn to. I want to be someone they can rely on. There's a great power that protected me in the past when I was faced with senseless acts of violence that caused me a great loss. It was an ordinary police officer. Oh, shit! Right now, I'm forced to turn a blind eye to the plights of some people. As long as I carry out my obligations as a member of the Shadow Operatives, I won't be able to help them. I'm gonna have to forego protecting some of the smaller things in order to deal with the larger missions. This case helped me realize I don't want to give up on those smaller things. I want to protect them.
I see. I think you would be well suited to it, Akihiko-san.
Becoming a police officer to protect one city would be great too. I'm not against working my way through official channels to become a force for security. But greater power is required to protect a larger area, and that power can't come from my fists. There are greater, intelligible powers in society as well. It wouldn't be a bad idea to work my way into the proper echelon as a government official either. Then again, I don't know if I'm cut out for all that bureaucratic stuff. Mitsuru has been quietly taking all my musings and interrupted my train of thought with some surprising words.
Of all the things you were going to say, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it? Even I know it's pretty ordinary, but...
Whether you man a police box or become a career officer, you should do it. And if you do, then I'll consider your circumstances, to an extent, whenever I need you.
Huh? What's that supposed to
mean? Resignation denied! For a moment, I couldn't understand what Mitsuru meant.
Wait, are you planning on making me belong to two departments at once? You wouldn't use the Kirijo name for that, would you?
Bite your tongue? I won't do anything. But even if I don't, it'll happen on its own. You underestimate the organization's need for you. Leaving that aside, if you're going to wish to become something like that, then there's something you need to do first.
You're right. I need to train more and...
No, I meant going back to college.
Mitsuru sternly adds, you should follow Yamagishi's example. That reminds me, I took a leave of absence from college to go on my punching journey to Mexico. I didn't have a problem with my classes while I was still attending. But what
Do
about
not
now?
worry, Akihiko-san. I will calculate the units and time necessary for graduating and plan the most effective curriculum for you.
I'll be counting on you, Aigis. I've been thinking this for a while now, but Akihiko seems to need someone to manage him.
I'm honored.
Another trial for me to face.
Someone's in trouble.
Labras interjects with a joke at my expense and starts laughing. Aigis, Mitsuru, even Fuka warmly smile back at Labras. For a robot, Labras sure has great timing and a great smile. I give up and heave a deep sigh before leaning back into my seat. Labras quickly formed new bonds in Inaba, and she will surely continue to form new bonds while she works within the Shadow Operatives. One's heart changes through encountering others. It's the same whether your heart is covered with muscle or metal. Even if the culprit behind this incident were to appear again, he'd be no match for my new determination. The weather is great today. The day's cloudless sky is a perfect metaphor for my new resolve. Thinking about how fitting the situation is makes me laugh to myself. After all this traveling, I feel like I've taken a step forward. Alright, Aigis is all that's left. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Elizabeth does not have the same storyline as all the others. I think she's like Lapras. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll finish up with Lapras. Or Lapras. We did Lapras. We'll finish up with Aigis. Alright, and I'm back. Labrys murmurs her name to herself. Her head hangs lifelessly as she stares at her mechanical limbs. The shock slowly drains from her pale face, replaced with bitter comprehension. Across from us, the shadow stares at me with piercing, mocking stare.
You can't be!
I am the same as you. 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Aegis. I am the model that came after you.
Are you here to seize her? I won't let you! Not when I'm almost free!
The shadow turns its double and cries out
Labrys.
impatiently.
Or do you want to be caught and locked in a cramped little box again?
Her eyes wander in search of something to settle on and eventually fixate on Yosuke. Though he's still in shock and unable to speak in the heat of the moment, that moment of silence is enough to shatter any hope of peaceful resolution. Labrys smiles lifelessly and hangs her
don't
head.
get me wrong. I was just a little surprised.
No, it's okay. That's how a normal person would react.
Her sad, weak voice makes my heart ache.
I won't let you take her back. I will gain my freedom, whatever it takes!
Suddenly, the shadow fires out its arm. I'm sorry, what? She has rocket punches? A long chain trails from behind it and wraps itself around Labrys many times over. The shadow pulls her in with the winch. Unable to struggle, Labrys is dragged over to her captor, who lifts her over its shoulder. The shadow then runs at full speed out of the enhancement room. It fled with explosive velocity that's hard to believe it was carrying its own weight. I give chase. It is unfortunate that I cannot explain the situation to Yosuke, but I have no choice. I exit the hallway and see the shadow make for the stairway leading up. This is the top floor, so it must be heading to the roof. I climb the landing to the stairway, take 2 steps at a time before throwing open the door. But what I find is not what one would expect to see on the roof of a building. It is described as a TV studio. The spotlight's hanging from the scaffolding and the cameras here and there. Up until now, no matter how warped things got, they still looked like part of a school, but not here. What is this place? Then the door behind me slams open again, and a boy comes running out breathing hard. It's Yosuke-san. I am perplexed. Why did he give chase after us? There's no one here who would warrant leaving his friend Rise-san's side. Suddenly, the area is shrouded in a menacing aura. The shadow appears. It's still carrying Labrys over its shoulder. Oh, it's over over her shoulder. I've been picturing her, like, running behind awkwardly. Labrys shouldn't be unconscious, but isn't showing any signs of resistance.
Pests. Too bad for you. The Grand Prix is still on. Have fun wasting time fighting each other.
Hey, wait! Whoa!
As soon as Yosuke turns around to give chase, he runs up against something. I try stretching out my hand. Just as I thought, there's an invincible wall. Though it wasn't here when I climbed the stairs. The only door leading back to the school is beyond the wall. In other words, we're trapped. Yosuke hangs his head in shame and looks at me awkwardly.
I guess this means we have to fight. Sorry, I feel like I got in your way.
I came here without thinking and fell right into the enemy's trap. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. But I see it isn't. Yosuke-san, who should be
I
apologizing.
am also sorry for all this.
Huh?
We are the ones ultimately responsible for this incident. I am sorry to have dragged you all into it. If your friends are safe, I would suggest you evacuate at once. But in these circumstances, I must go after her.
There's no need for you to take the blame. I mean, I feel the same about wanting to go after her.
Why? I'm not sure this concerns you.
I promised I'd protect her, but I couldn't back her up when she needed me the most. So, I want to apologize and actually keep my promise this time. I feel like I can't leave her alone right now.
In his eyes, I could see a glimmer of solemnity. Solemnity. Solemnity.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized
There are
to
certain
disclose
words
everything, but
that are only meant to be read and not said out loud. And that is clearly one of them. I review the important parts for him, that personas and shadows are universal, that they have existed since ancient times, and that there are probably little-known battles and pacts all over the world to harness their powers. that I have experienced one such battle and was in fact created for the purpose. I'm a weapon, given a heart in order to use a persona. I explained that Lapras was a prototype sealed away long ago and was lost during a recent incident. Yosuke doesn't seem to swallow all of it, but he listens attentively nevertheless.
There are shadows outside the TV too? Who would have thought?
I was surprised as well to find out that a world like this was accessible through televisions.
Believe me, we were pretty shocked last year too.
I looked straight into the boy's eyes without laughing at his attempt to lighten the mood. Only the winner can leave, so we must fight. There is no ignoring the cold fact. I suspect the shadow set this up to buy time. We don't have a moment to waste. I don't say anything, but Yosuke-san seems to get the picture.
Can you tell me something? What's going to happen to Lapras once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Yeah, I thought so. You did say that she was a weapon after all. Not really surprised you can't talk about it with outsiders.
Is that all? I must go get her back. If you cooperate with me, I am sure I can knock you out painlessly.
In response to my blunt suggestion, a wry smile appears on you. God, this game loves the word wry. However, his eyes still have that gleam.
I can't back down.
Are you really going to fight me? Not to boast, but you would challenge a living weapon?
Yeah, he's pretty much fucked, I guess. Considering this isn't his route where he's apparently a god slayer.
She said she wanted to be free. Hey, I made her a promise. I want to see it through. I guess you could say it's a guy pride thing?
He jokes about it, but there's a resolve behind his words. He will not back down from that resolve. What he is saying, what is he really saying is this. My feelings for Lapras are as strong as yours. I smile inwardly, though it does not show on my face.
I understand. I accept your challenge.
Oh god, that's only 13. Maybe we'll have less fights because her prologue is so long.
Final! Fight!
Still not bad!
Bingo! Yeah! No crap! Here, move down! No crap! Dash!
Was that pepper spray?
Attack!
Just getting
started! Dash!
Persona!
No crap!
Just getting started!
Also, I have a Persona 2.
Just getting started! I don't think you've won yet!
Athena! Grandma!
Just getting started!
Damage! Shot! Sheesh! Shot! Crap! Sheesh!
Just getting started!
Launching attack! Heavy damage!
Go get it!
Dash!
Are you kidding me?
Yosuke smiles sheepishly at me from the floor.
I had a feeling I didn't have a chance against a pro like you. Ow. You sure are strong, Aiga-san.
Are you all right?
He waves his hand to show me that he's fine. He should be exhausted. Perhaps the guy pride thing prevents him from admitting
Looks
it.
like I'll be staying behind.
I will do what I can to not force anything on my sister that she does not want.
Can you tell her that I wanted to apologize to her too? Of course, I'll tell her myself once this is all over, but... Oh, and one more thing. Tell her we can have a party when this is all over.
Yosuke-san.
Oh, you're invited too, of course.
My heart is warmed. He's not just worried about Lapras' safety, he's worried about her heart. I nod vigorously.
I will make sure to tell her. Though, we are not capable of eating food. Will that be a problem?
Huh? Really? Nah, it's no problem at all.
Thank you.
I will save Lapras from this world, from her cell of solitude. There are people in the outside world who accept all of us allies, who accept us as allies. Some of them consider us friends. I'm happy that hope is
Be
so
careful.
close by.
That shadow looked pretty strong.
I will. Please stay safe.
As he cheers me on from behind, I leave the roof. And then we end up right back in the announcement room. As soon as I re-enter the school, I sense the shadow presence without needing to scan for it. I follow the presence back to the announcement room. God, it must be fucking radiating power, because as far as I remember, Igus isn't analytical. What is waiting for me there this time? I slowly open the door, wary of attack, but the room is quiet. No ambush comes. I open the door all the way and step inside. Both versions of Labris await in the back of the room. I quickly step between the two, shielding Labris from her shadow. But the shadow does not seem to be alarmed. It spins its axe idly.
I had a feeling you'd be the one to come. Was Yosuke-kun a tough opponent?
No. As she finishes the sentence, its axe stops. I brace myself in anticipation of an attack. The shadow simply smiles brutally.
Just as you thought. The real party begins now!
Just as the words sink in, I hear a sound simultaneously. The heavy sound of air being sliced behind me. I lunge to the left solely on reflexes. A battle axe slams into the ground where I had been only milliseconds ago.
Sister!
Oh, so close.
Labris takes a combat stance with her battle axe. There's a shocked expression in her wet eyes. She's chosen to fight for the unreal
Is this
school.
what you really want? What else is there for me?
Labris sounds resigned in her reply. I have no answer for her. My heart aches as if cut by a razor.
It's finally come to this. Sister versus sister. Let the battle begin!
The shadow jeers at me with delight. I do not have the presence of mind to deliver a rejoinder. The battle is about to play out as straight from the worst-case scenario I had envisioned. The very person I hoped to save. My sister. I must defeat her with my own hands. Wait, she has Ariadne?
Finally! Fight!
Here I go! Here I go! Fire! 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 Here I go! Dash! Shot! Here I go! Here I go! Dash! Shot! Strike! Here I go! Here I go! Here I go! Going! Dash! Shot! Emergency! Dash! Heavy damage! Severe impact! Shot!
Labris loses her strength and falls to her knees.
Why? Why can't I stay like this?
The hope she risked so much to gain has been shattered. She mutters piteously as she falls. She's not the only one who wants to collapse. I never imagined this would be so painful. Every time my attacks connected, I felt as if I was tearing out a piece of my heart. This unwanted exchange of violence that will end in one of our destruction leads to nothing but despair. Oh, there we go. Each time I felt that pain, the memories of Labris I saw in the classroom, those vivid images made sense. The stereomechanical rooms that made up most of her visual memories. It must have been the faculty where she was created. At that faculty, Labris was forced to endure the same pain as she's feeling now. In order to gather combat data, she was forced to destroy her sister models, even though they had hearts. Not just once or twice, but over and over. It's too much for my mind to immediately comprehend. Agitation spreads through me like a fever. I clutch my chest.
I knew that you couldn't beat her.
The shadow, in contrast, is completely
But
non-blood.
wow, you really didn't have any qualms about attacking her. Deep down, you must really want to make them suffer, don't you? You want them to go through what you had to.
No!
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through.
I wonder if the thing that possesses Labrys, like that creates the false shadow copies, is creating the shadow Labrys, and that's how it knows so much about them.
Right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
But it was no use. Even another living weapon can't understand you. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me!
Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free!
The shadow's eyes start to glow, full of life. It isn't just a change in its attitude. Its power is to be actually re-rising. Did something in its conversation with Labrys catalyze the change? Too late, it hits me. What did the shadow want with Labrys? It was trying to buy time, which meant it needed something from her.
It's time for the true star to take the stage!
It shouts, its shout shakes the air. As if in response to the cry, the room begins to warp. The view beyond the window shimmers ominously. Yeah, I think Astraeus might be Astraeus is either the thing possessing her, or it is the persona of the shadows of the, the other girls, maybe. A giant incinerator appears from the darkness. Countless chassis are falling in to be cruelly destroyed. Illuminated by the blood-red light of the flames, the shadow reveals its true self. The scene of Labrys and the giant beast chained behind it bring to mind the summoning of a persona. I run over to Labrys and stand her listless body up.
I don't need that trash anymore.
It seems the shadow has accomplished its goal with Labrys. I was used, forced to fight my sister for this purpose. I clench my teeth at my own slowness to comprehend.
Let's get started, shall we?
This isn't just for Labrys. This is the enemy, the fate of anyone not
It
human.
seems that I must take responsibility for this.
I mean, this might actually just be the Shadow's transformed state, which I think would make the most sense. Like how Yukiko has the, like, caged bird, for example. Like, Shadow Labrys might actually just be Labrys, but plus Astraeus. But this game, it treats it like a persona. So I don't know.
What was that about?
I don't think her having two personas is that crazy.
I'll be your death someday!
So we probably won't have to fight Shadow Aegis, or maybe we will have to fight Shadow Aegis. We might fight Shadow Aegis. The monster's form melts away as it disperses like fog. Only a silhouette similar to Labrys remains. Falls to its knees, having no will to resist
I somehow
anymore.
pulled through.
I turn to face the
Are
real
you all
Labrys.
right?
She's conscious and seems to have no major damage. All that remains is to be tested
Please
is her
listen.
will.
I have a message for you. From Yosuke-san. He said that he is sorry for promising to help you and being unable to support you when you needed it most. Additionally, He said that he would be throwing a party later. You are invited, of course.
You're lying.
Nope.
If that is what you think, you can ask him yourself later. Now please, stand up.
I lend her my shoulder and prop her up. She follows my lead, but both her legs are still
How
shaking.
come this happened? I didn't want to hurt anyone or make them suffer.
I know. That was a shadow going berserk. Not everything it said reflects your true feelings. I had a similar experience, actually. My other self was on the verge of going berserk. It told me there was an innate contradiction in having a heart, but not being human, preventing me from truly protecting others.
Wasn't that tough to listen to?
Yes, of course.
Then how can you stand it? How are you still acting like everything's fine?
I'm fine right now, but I'm sure I will suffer that pain again someday. Very probably, as long as I am myself, it will never go away as long as I live.
It won't? Then what can I do but give up? What am I supposed to do?
We'll be all right, as long as we have friends.
Lapras opens
It was
her
when
eyes
you were
wide.
alone that you suffered most. I'm sure of it. If you do not give up on reaching out to others, you will surely find someone who understands. Or maybe...
I think before we go to the Elizabeth, I kind of want to go to the arena itself, and I want to see if there's a Metis color for Shadow Igus. As I say this, I can hear voices from outside. They're calling our names. The voices grow closer and closer, and eventually one of the doors flies open.
There you are! Thank goodness!
Are you two okay?
You seem to have the matter in hand.
Kanji-san and Rise-san arrive shortly after. Now that the shadow has been defeated, the invisible walls trapping them have disappeared. There are some new faces to me as well. As I recall from the video, they are Yunaro Kami and Yukiko Amagi. There's also a costume that looks like General Teddy. This must be the real Teddy that Chie-san mentioned. The resemblance is strong, but this one is so charming that it is hard to hate him. It is incredibly easy to hate him. Everyone has considerate words for Lapras. My heart is filled with warmth. They could have ignored us outsiders and escaped, but they didn't. They were truly worried about us and came running. All of them. I address Lapras, who's looking back and forth between me and them with perplexed
It
looks.
might be more accurate to say that those who understand you are already here. Of course, I want to understand you as well. Please talk to me whenever you want. Tell me about your memories, even if you have to take them one at a time.
Lapras sinks deep in thought and then looks at me again. I nod silently. She slowly starts walking and stops in front of the shadows, who stand as quietly as real shadows at the other end of the
You
room.
were right. I was always alone, so I had no one to talk to, no matter how much it hurt. And I went and blamed that on them. I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all. This is my persona.
This reminds me of us from last year.
Yeah, it's the same thing. She's really no different from us.
Yosuke-san and the others laugh. To acknowledge one's weakness in front of others, they must have earned their personas through the same ordeal. I can see now why their bond is so strong. The tension in the air evaporates. Just as Labrys' expression softens, a familiar voice comes from behind.
Is that Labrys?
Everyone turns to look to the newcomer.
Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san, you're all right.
Of course we are.
I run toward them. Neither of them appear to be injured. I notice that Yosuke-san and the others are not surprised to see them. They must have already be aware of the situation, though they react to the normal arrival differently.
Who are these people and what the hell are they wearing?
Oh man, a dude storming across the battlefield in just a cape? I am all about that.
Yeah.
I'd say you've got good taste.
Seriously?
Labrys grabs
Don't
weakly at my
worry.
arm. I smile and nod. She bites her lip in anxiety, but she's no longer afraid of everything.
You're Labrys, correct?
Labrys simply nods in response to Mitsuru-san's question as she walks up. There's a moment of silence. Mitsuru-san, a sigh of relief,
I'm glad
breaks
you're
it.
safe.
Labrys smiles back awkwardly. The look on her face helps dispel the tension in Yosuke-san and his friends. Mitsuru-san notices this as well. I step forward alongside Mitsuru to introduce ourselves and show our appreciation. It seems they have never met a Persona user who didn't awaken in the TV world. We spend time discussing our respective circumstances. So there was a moon that was falling, right? And it was powered by death! People turned into crystal coffins! Teddy leads back to the roof. They say this was the place they used to enter and exit this world. Labrys, who didn't quite understand that she was in the TV, cocks her head in bewilderment. Yosuke and his friends gather around and explain everything. She's shocked at first, and she grows accustomed to the idea. She begins laughing. Relieved, I leave Labrys to them. I approach Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san. I relay to them the information I gathered on the case so far. I tell them that the tournament host was Labrys' shadow, which has emerged from her, and that Labrys may not have been stolen, but she may have escaped on her own. She has the ability to manipulate people's senses. That would explain the signs of mental interference found in the hijackers. We were able to decipher the interview through her research. Perhaps she used the same methods. It would take time, but she sealed them over 10 years ago. She was caged. It was not clear whether she was conscious or not. During that time period, she had more than enough time. Mitsuru-san and Akihiko show no surprise, but they do let alongside. In contrast to Mitsuru, had lost in thought, Akihiko goes to get an answer straight from the source. Labrys startles with
So
taps
when did
on
you
her
actually
shoulder.
awaken?
Akihiko's question is blunt, but Labrys handles it calmly, knowing that it's a natural thing to ask.
I can't remember.
She is being honest. She had her ability on herself. Not even she knew what she really was. But Akihiko seems skeptical. Having no memory of it also means she's
Please,
unable to deny it.
Mitsuru-san, can you be lenient with her?
Mitsuru folds her arms and thinks. I know she's in a difficult position, though Labrys may have a heart that does not make her human. She's a weapon with dangerous capabilities. Mitsuru-san cannot decide based on her personality alone what measures to take, especially now that we are affiliated with the police. We have to have a reputation to consider.
Yeah, would you, please?
Yosuke-kun.
I know I'm asking without knowing the whole story here, but please don't lock her up again.
Even his friends seem surprised by his outburst, but soon enough, they're giving Mitsuru-san the same pleading look. Mitsuru winces before giving a wry smile.
I hadn't intended to seal her away again to begin with.
Mitsuru-san!
Seriously? Did you hear that?
It should be a walk in the park compared to the challenge of sending Aigis to school.
She has no intention of locking her away. The smile on Mitsuru-san's face
Thank
confirms
you
that
so
much.
much.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, Labrys can just disguise herself, so that'll be helpful.
How about if we go outside? This isn't really the place to stand around and chat.
And no one's wearing glasses, so everyone has a headache.
Yeah. Well, it was a hell of a way to start off a holiday, but at least it's over. Man, why'd that shadow have to pick our school and us of all people?
Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san freeze.
That is odd now that you mention it. I was told this place takes its shape from a person's memories. Why would it become this high school?
I had picked up on that incongruity as well. Putting aside that Inaba was chosen as the escape destination, why was a specific school so carefully recreated? I also have my doubts about Labrys's power. Strictly speaking, it doesn't rob one's sanity. What her power really does is cloud one's senses with illusions. I'm not sure that would have been enough to control those hijackers so completely.
Hey, Labrys.
Akiko-san calls out to Labrys again. The instant he puts her hand on her shoulder, she suddenly switches.
Hey, what's the matter?
Labrys abruptly leaps backward. Everyone is baffled to see her white body flying over their heads.
Stay back, everyone!
Ahiko is the first to realize the danger and yells a warning to the
Sister?
others. Labrys stands there motionlessly. Slowly, her right hand reaches for the battle axe on her back. Tension fills the air.
Why?
The blade of the axe is pointed towards me. I do not comprehend. What's going on? As I stand there confused, Labrys lowers her stance, readying herself for battle. I open my mouth to try and persuade her, but I can't. There is no time. Labrys now has the use of her persona. She'll be stronger than before. If I don't focus on counterattacking, I'll lose. I clench my jaw and hold on to despair that threatens to overwhelm me. I must concentrate on the problem at hand. Oh wow, no dialogue, just fucking fight, huh? Okay.
Final. Fight!
Dash! Airstrike! Strolling! Persona, rise up! No! Maximum speed! Airstrike! Go! Dash! 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 Persona! Dash! Dash! My other self! Heavy damage! Emergency! Fire! No! Severe hits! Airstrike! Go! Going! Persona! Going! Strike! No, it's air raid! No, it's over! Shut!
Yay, we did it! Labrys falls to the ground with a thud. I try to run to her, but I stop and I hear an unearthly
You
voice.
succeeded in repulsing it yet again. Very unexpected.
There we go. I'm gonna be real pissed if the shadow isn't just clearly Metis. Everyone takes a defensive stance and looks around.
What is this? I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
It's certainly an ominous presence. That voice.
Is that my voice?
Yes, it is. Before I can react, an unnatural-looking shadow, a clump of darkness as thick as a pool of blood, forms next to Labrys. Our true enemy rises up from the sludge. It is a sight I will never forget.
Agi-san's shadow? To think you'd fight back this fiercely. No wonder you once drove back a god.
No, didn't happen.
Yes, I want them even more now.
Want them? What does that mean?
Yosuke-san lashed at the enemy, but it ignores him and continues talking.
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment.
Entertainment?
Instead of answering, it raises its right hand over her.
Stand, my puppet.
Labrys stands up as if being pulled by strings.
Controlling her?
Sister!
She doesn't answer. Her face is a blank stare, and her shoulders hang unnaturally. She's every inch its puppet. Confused, I look again at the enemy. Is that my shadow? It looks at me, but its voice, its powers, they're also different from mine. Before I can come to a conclusion, the enemy uses Labrys to make
This
its next
form is
move.
exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
With the battle axe in hand, Labrys dashes forward without warning. Her attack is much more forceful than the last battle. Even with all my strength, I'm being pushed back.
Crap. If this keeps up...
Let's do this! Takemika!
Wait! Don't interfere!
What?
Please!
I clench my teeth. Labrys is under that thing's control and ignoring her own limits. She's already damaged and exhausted from the previous battle. If we all attack, we might be able to contain her, but she could be destroyed in the process.
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas!
Relinquish?
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. Old wounds that you thought you had overcome, opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
You bastard! Who are you?
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell or the lot of you?
Labrys flies through the air again and unleashes a full-force attack. I'm forced to one knee. If she attacks again, but just when I'm sure it's over, something happens.
Sorry, but this show is over.
I see Mitsuru stand straight up out of the corner of my eye. Suddenly, the menacing aura surrounding Labrys is dispelled like magic. For the first time, the enemy seems shocked. Freed from the spell, Labrys falls to the ground. I run to her and cradle her in my arms. What was that? Mitsuru-san smiles defiantly and glances up to the sky.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
An answering voice echoes in my head. The soft but extremely reassuring voice.
Are you all okay? Fuka-san?
Fuka Yamagishi-san. She's a fellow ally who helped us overcome the challenges we faced in the past. I cannot help but smile with surprise and joy.
So you had a third assistant.
Ooh, what a soothing voice! My Teddy senses are telling me that this is a real cutie pie!
Fuck you, Teddy.
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
This feeling. What the?
Rise-san opens her eyes and looks up.
It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
Even before I ask, Fuka tells me what I want to know.
Igus, the enemy is just mimicking your appearance. It's not actually a part of you.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
Mitsuru-san stares at the enemy in shock. We hear Fuka-san's words as if she's speaking, but technically there is no sound. She transmits her voice directly into people's minds. Other people should hear nothing. Yet the enemy is responding to her. I raise my guard in spite of myself, but there is no fear in me. My doubts about the enemy, my hesitation, are gone. My heart starts to burn. What is this? I've never felt this heated emotion before that's running through my body.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
So this must be the real Puppet Master.
Then, that voice who tried to dissuade me back in that classroom. You're quite slow for a machine. Can't you tell by looking at me who that was?
So that wasn't someone in my heart, just a malicious whisper. The fire in my heart is stoked higher, and I make a fist without realizing it. I thought this entire incident was just an unfortunate event caused by my sister's suffering, but her pain was all orchestrated by someone. This isn't her tragedy. Someone saw to it that this would happen. And not just to Lapras. Whoever did this tried to manipulate the pain in my heart too, by posing as my shadow. And to top it off, the culprit posed as everyone here to make them distrust each other, reopening old wounds. This was all an evil plan. I am not human, but because of that, I hold the hearts and bonds of the others to be sacred. They saved me. They kept me going now. And yet, it tested those bonds and used our anguish for its own purposes. Our hearts were nothing but tools to it. Tools to hurt others. I see. I get it now. This rolling, violent surge of emotion, this shaking, burning, erupting sensation, I realize this is a type of emotion which can be best described in a single word. This is fury.
Are you angry? All right, I'll play along. The show must go on, right?
You've gone too far!
I guess just uses the full wild card power.
Final. Fight!
Gyro failure.
It looks a little like Metis, but I don't think Metis' arms were gold. Also, I guess his Metis' hair was black, I believe. The thing shaped like me falls to the ground on its knees, but it gets right back up with an awkward jerking motion and lets out an insane laugh. I guess it doesn't have to look like Metis because it wouldn't know about Metis, right? The smile on its face, contrasted with its damaged limbs, has an eeriness of a clown.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Those are the words of a sore loser. This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
That foolish human. That's an odd choice of words. It would seem to imply that not only that is not human, that it's also working with human to carry out
I will
its crimes.
see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
It let out a precocious laugh with my face. After that, it slowly fades away, dissipating into the air.
Yamagishi!
Mitsuru quickly calls out. However,
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Akihiko lets out a heavy sigh.
Sheesh. It even had to exit on a lame, evil
pardon.
laugh.
Another guise, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
Should we put up some talismans? I've got a lot left over from when we were putting them up in our inn.
Well, even if it shows up again, it'll get double the pain we gave it this time.
Who could it be, though? How did it know about our personas?
That aside, it sure had a sneaky way of doing things. This is twice I've been kidnapped into the TV world, you know. Twice!
Their irritation is obvious, and it's only natural. They were toyed with as well. They did not make Labrys's treatment as a tool well. I cannot encourage them to settle the score. Akihiko-san apparently thinks the same thing.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course. You should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
But...
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. You look beat.
Yu-san's aware of the situation, speaks out. Perhaps he senses our dilemma.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I like how Mitsuru instantly figures it out, and Aigis is like, whatever. He nods and looks at Yosuke-san, who reluctantly gives up. Their ability to communicate through eye contact only proves the strength of the bond.
Alrighty, attention please! The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV!
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation. And what's this about a trip? You really gave us a scare disappearing like that. And this isn't the first time either.
It's not my fault! Or should I actually sponsor the next Miss Inaba?
Don't even think about it.
Chie's fist is still shaking with anger after impacting Teddy at full strength. There are times when you should give it your all because it's your friend. How beautiful friendship is. I comprehend. After everyone calms down, we finally move on to the main subject. We're on the roof to begin with to leave this world. After getting everyone's attention, Teddy makes a few narcissistic remarks and clicks his heels. Then, like magic trick at a party, some old TV appear in a puff of smoke.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
This TV is our escape route? Can we really fit inside?
Ooh, are you a little too front-loaded to fit? In that case, I wouldn't mind helping you squeeze through!
Fuck you, Teddy.
You're even worse than before, you know that?
Chie-san and Yosuke-san jump in without hesitation, showing how used to it they are. Seeing that Akihiko-san and Mitsuru-san shrug and follow suit, Labrys's eyes are wide to see everyone getting sucked into the TV, but she doesn't look scared. Her eyes are actually bright as she glances this way. I can't help but smile at that. She doesn't need my permission to do anything. I tell her to go ahead and she dives headfirst with a giant grin. Although, just as I thought, her wings don't fit and she gets caught on the screen. I burst into laughter to see her legs sticking out of the TV, kicking wildly. I take off the unit off her back and she instantly gets sucked into the TV. I wonder if she landed safely. As the last one left, I turn around and take a final look. Doesn't feel like it, but it's only been a few hours since we entered the TV. God, does it not fucking feel like it? I feel like it's been over a day. And only 3 days since the hijacking. It was a horrible nightmare, but at the same time, I met some good people. But most importantly, it isn't over. The true test may be still to come. I push my toes in and slip into the TV. Everyone made it back out safely. When we returned to the real world, I was surprised to find myself in Junette's, a large department store. I've never seen Mitsuru-san so flustered. Even she could not have expected to emerge in the most crowded place in town from a TV display at that. But to make it back to the limousine, we have no choice but to walk through the store. Mitsuru-san in her skin-tight suit. Akihiko mostly naked except for his cape. And 2 fucking robots. Me with my mechanical parts exposed, and Labrys with an axe or wings with her axe or wings, I suppose. And then there's, not to mention Teddy. Rise-san and Naoto are both public figures, one an idol, the other a detective. We make quite an outlandish procession. Considering the nature of our operations, I hope to avoid having my picture taken with phone cameras. However, as we walk along, I find that my fear of cameras is baseless. In fact, it's not cameras we need to worry about at all, it's the police. I find myself anxious in this completely unexpected situation. An arrest would mean disgrace as an unofficial unit. I'm sure that Yosuke and the others would like to avoid the inside of Juvenile Hall. Everyone hastily agrees with each other and takes off at full speed. I can hear Yosuke and Chie loudly complaining about the unfairness of the world. Mitsuru-san and Akihiko exchange fearless smiles, though cold sweat is streaming down both their heads. Teddy and Lapras seem to be like they're having fun. I don't think they understand the situation. You and Yukiko run without a word like determined athletes. Kanji tries to turn and fight every so often, with Naoto-san having to stop him each time. Rise switches on herself into an alarming number of missed calls, which seems to be a bigger problem for her. In the end, our parting with the Yasugami High School students concludes with a brief goodbye as we scatter like birds. That night, we decided to stay the night in Nineveh for a quick health checkup and a review of case. After finishing the necessary steps, we decided to take an early rest. The true culprit is still out there, and Lapras needs to get to a lab for proper maintenance. After 10 years of stasis, she was suddenly forced into a series of stressful battles. It'd be surprising if not some of her parts are now malfunctioning. Considering the morning traffic, we should leave early in the day. Or so I suggest, but Lapras has other ideas. May 4th, the next day. Our car is parked in an intersection away from the main road. We're here to say goodbye to everyone. Lapras wanted to say it this way. I'm happy that she wishes to see people again of her own will. On the side of the street, all the people we met yesterday are gathered to see Lapras one last time. They wished to say goodbye to her, but they had not expected us to contact them.
I asked if I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
What do you do next? Are you going back to that lab?
No, I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
All right. Then I guess the party's on hold until after everything's really over. But hey, you should come see us again anyway. Promise me, okay?
You got it.
Lapras shakes hands with each of them. Even after we leave, Lapras keeps waving through the rear window. Waving, waving, and waving. Waving and waving, and even past the point where the human eye can no longer see her, she's still waving. After she waved to her heart's content, she turns to see Fuka-san and I looking at her and blushes. Fuka-san
I'm glad
giggles.
things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
Indeed. Things are going to heat up from now on. I must get back and reallocate my staff.
You're including me in there, right? Every opponent I made a mistake against on my journey, I made sure to go back and get a rematch. This'll be no different.
It should spur discussion amongst the staff again about working Yamagishi into our unit.
Huh? I'm still not sure about joining any special unit.
Well, guess what? You've been drafted. Flustered, Fuka-san starts wringing her hand. Looking at the seat next to me, I notice Lapras looking at the sky from her window.
I didn't know the sky was so blue.
There is a deep, wistful... Oh, man, that's actually really sad. Wistfulness in her voice.
Back at the lab, they only let me out at night. But this... I feel like I've seen it once before. That same bright blue sky.
Once before, I recalled the memory relating to those words amongst the countless memories that Lapras awakened within me. The sea, the cerulean sky and lingering clouds, the emerald blue water. In my mind, I placed Lapras at the scene, a white figure gazing at the edge of the pier. I know this scenery? For an instant, it feels that I do. Like a knot slowly undoing itself, the lid to a box inside of me opens and something hot fills my chest. What had only been an image becomes a memory. Soon after, I understand everything. I know when Lapras saw this scene. I know what she thought when she saw it, and what she wished for.
Ah, I see now.
Noticing my murmur, Lapras looks at me in wonder.
The scenery from your memory was the pier outside of the Yakushima laboratory.
Lapras' eyes suddenly open in surprise.
Date was the final day before you were sealed. You made a heartfelt wish there. You hoped that your successor would make the same wish to see someone precious to them. And that meeting would take place at the pier.
Oh shit, is that the same pier that you meet Aigis in P3?
You dreamed that your successor would be able to go beyond that pier, to places you would never be able to see for yourself. and that even if your memories were deleted, your feelings would be passed on to the next generation.
Labrys's ruby eyes began to quiver. My words have unearthed her berry memory.
That's right.
It was at that very place where I met the friends I have now.
Oh my god, it was.
When I was searching for someone, I found myself naturally drawn there for some reason.
Holy shit, I can't believe they wrapped it back around. My memories returned to a certain encounter. That day, on that very same pier, I met him. My dear friend.
I think it was because of your wish.
My wish? You mean the thing I wished for that day actually came true?
Indeed. It stayed alive for 10 years. Thank you, Labrys. It's because of you that I found happiness.
Huh. I didn't know that. My desires, all the feelings I got from the others, they didn't go to waste.
Tears streamed down Labrys's cheeks. I stretch out a finger to wipe them off, but it's already wet from a drop on my own cheek. Mitsuru and Fukasan smile at us gently. Fukasan seems a bit teary-eyed herself.
I gotta thank you, too. You made me remember something important.
After wiping her tears, Labrys looks at me, her eyes clear and determined.
There's someone I have to find. I need to meet her so I can tell her something.
She's definitely dead. I was about to extend my hand to shake hers, but it seems too distant a gesture for we sisters. Instead, I pull her towards me and look at her face to face.
I'm sure you will. You're not alone anymore. We can search for her together.
She's definitely dead.
Yeah. Thanks.
As the sun shines down, she gives me the biggest smile I've ever seen on her yet. Well, that was a good ending. All that's left is Elizabeth now. Now, one thing I do want to do is... Okay, so one thing I wanted to do is see what exactly this is called, and it's called P4A Story Mode. So I'm going to write a note about that. Because I actually don't remember what the name of the DLC is. There we go. I can probably check. I actually think the PSN is still active, but... I don't think it went down yet. I think it goes down next month.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter. Now then, why don't you introduce yourself?
The persona ability is the power to control one's own heart, and the heart is strengthened through bonds. As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop. The power of these social links is what will determine your persona's abilities.
Resay? What?
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as your alter ego, your persona.
I need a refresher on what Metis actually looks like. Okay, all black. Oh, yeah, there's no way, right? Actually, this one's pretty close. Okay, that's just cool. That's just fucking Igus with dramatic shading. Yeah, that's probably as close to Metis as the game will let me get. Although I don't remember what Metis' persona is. Persona is Psyche. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably as close as you can get. I don't think
If
you
you
can
could
change
choose someone to encourage you on, who would it be?
Yeah, that's probably about as close as you can get, I think.
I am Shadow, the true self. Now here I go.
It really is just with dramatic shading, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's monochrome, sepia, dramatic shading.
I wish you good luck.
Whatever this is.
It's just getting started!
I'll erase your existence. You actually think you can win against me?
Round 1. Fight!
Come on, what did you Okay, keep that out! The opponent's getting carried away! Dash! Go! Go down! A big How dare you! Attack! How dare you! Over here! Let's do it! Russia! Serious. I'll terminate you.
Yeah, that's probably as close as you can get to Metis.
Round.
Oh, got it. Yeah, it's a real fighting game. Fuck. I forgot.
Rest! Slow! You will not survive!
Completely crushed!
No, I'm good. That answered all my questions.
We've been graced with a magnificent fight!
Power must be used correctly to bring about a world where only the powerful survive.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head to the bathroom because I've been drinking a lot of liquids. And then we will put this fucking baby to bed. I don't think Elizabeth's story mode is that long. I think it's only like an hour and a half. So we should be nearing the end. Alright, and I'm back. Alright, let's do it. Let's finish. Within the darkness, the endless darkness, are scattered countless bright lights like a nebula. But those lights are not stars. Each one is the light of life, the gleam of man's souls. This is the world inside people's hearts, a place where every human consciousness is connected and can be traced to their origin. Every memory since the dawn of man, and even those on the ladder of its evolution, slumber here. Some think of this place as a sea, and they may be correct. Oh shit, this is the Sea of Souls. Depending on how deep you go, you may see this world's endless landscapes and innumerable faces. Where I stand now is one of its furthest depths, a domain that has existed far before life became sentient, or even took form. Here, there is only darkness of death and the radiance of life. I come here at times, for a very important objective. Suddenly, a patch of darkness surges and undulates. The pitch black substance swells like a tar-like consistency and quickly takes the shape of a giant arm.
My, it's rather stout compared to before.
That's fucking Erebus. Just as good and evil are products of man's heart, there is a negative force here in the sea of souls that tempts man to corruption and destruction. Though one person's malice may amount to little, there are billions of people in the world. It's actually common for monsters capable of destroying mankind to develop without anyone realizing. This is one of them. Though it's only an arm at first, it quickly develops into an enormous human-shaped torso. It roars with resentment, sending shockwaves through the space where up and down are fluid. The monster raises an enormous arm that can tear down mountains towards the heavens. But it suddenly stops. Something is blocking its movement. I am, to be precise. You might think I'm nowhere in the scene. In truth, even the monster may be thinking that. But I'd like to direct your attention to the fingertip of the giant arm. Kit, it's not on screen. Closer. Even closer than that. Keep going all the way till you see the index finger. The index finger is literally not on screen.
There. Do you see me now?
There you go.
Have I forgotten to introduce myself? My name is Elizabeth.
I fix my gaze upon two lights that seem to be the monster's eyes, but it twists away, trying to resist.
Do you wish to behold death that much?
I grab the monster's index finger, and in one motion I flip its immense body and throw it into the air. The monster cries out in agony, and the area quakes again.
Oh dear. It seems it won't be easy for one of this size. I cannot damage the world of everyone's hearts, and I hesitate to make a scene in the real world either. Time for a change of scenery.
I open the elegant grimoire in my hand. A large blue magic circle forms behind the thrown monster, swallowing the gargantuan finger. I follow it in. Continual turbulent streams of light and darkness flow past the monster and myself. Eventually,
We will
I speak
soon
up.
reach our destination.
Another magic circle appears in an altogether different kind of black void than the one we came from. The monster is spat out there. Where it collides with the surface, a tremendous cloud of dust rises. I emerge from the magic circle second and rise into the air. On the horizon, beyond the monster, I can see a deep blue sphere. Yes, this is the moon.
Now, I had promised to show you death.
You know, this actually could have gotten really fucking bad because Nyx is the moon, so she kind of teleported it onto the surface of Nyx, but we'll ignore that.
Your fate is in the cards.
A figure appears behind me, bearing several coffins.
The god of death, Thanatos. What do you think?
The light of the stars shines off his strong sword and gleams bewitchingly.
Was it to your liking? Well then, farewell.
It flings the sword down at the monster's head. Against its fearsome size, the sword barely larger than a needle, but the sword mercilessly sharp and sharpness pierces far beyond the blade's length. The monster's body slices apart like wet paper. With a final death cry, the monster slowly dissolves and evaporates as black mist. A deafening silence returns to the area. To break the quiet, a tune plays on my lips.
Velvet, oh velvet.
I create another magic circle in the air and step through it. I shouldn't remain long in this world without any real objective. This is not the world I belong in, after
My
all.
master has a large nose.
I was once a resident of the Velvet Room and served its master. The dark blue clothing I still wear is from that time. All the residents have their roles, but they all are also on a journey. We help our guests grow as people, and through the help we offer, we come to understand the ultimate question. It's the fundamental question of who are we?
Thinking back on it, I spent so many days like that for such a long time.
Interesting.
I had thought that it would be impossible to change.
But 2 years ago, I finally reached my answer. One's identity cannot be sought out, but must be forged for oneself. It's something you build little by little. People call freedom to do so potential. and by mastering it, people develop their unique identities. Huh. Interesting. That is the understanding I came to. So it seemed to me I should believe in my own potential and wander in pursuit of my desire. It wasn't a hard conclusion to come to. That is why I abandoned my assigned role and departed on my long journey. I have set an objective for myself. To defeat the monster I fought a moment ago, once and for all. I vanquished it then, but that is only temporary.
It'll surely resurrect within the year again. And I'll go through today once more.
The monster was born from twisted wishes arising from the lack of substance in people's lives. It slowly stagnates and seeps out. If this is life, then bring on death. Desires like that are what give it the power. And that giant black arm tries to free death from its prison. It can never be left to act on its aims. But as long as people continue to wish they do, the foul feelings will congeal and it will revive endlessly. To truly defeat the monster means to change people's hearts. That cannot be done no matter how much one improves their skill in battle. I do not currently know this goal can be attained. It may be that no one in this world knows yet. Some new and unknown miraculous power will likely be required. That is why I wish to travel as far and wide as I can to broaden my horizons. Since I've only interacted with guests of the room, I'm sure the scope of my knowledge is far inferior to a single human's. But there are infinite places for me to explore. I'll travel to each one to satisfy my natural curiosity.
Now, that's why I have come here. A double check on the danger scale situation that I just recently discovered.
I place my hands on my hips, and what I believe is to be standing firm. Before me is what seems to be a replica building in the real world.
Since multiple Persona users gathering, it's once in a blue moon that one discovers a place like this. I'm sure I can learn some interesting things here, or something along those lines.
She just enters in and starts beating the shit out of everyone.
In any case, I, Elizabeth, can scarcely keep myself from getting involved.
From someone with a physical form to step into the realm of the mind would be for them to enter an even more abstract place than the Velvet Room. Normally it'd be impossible, and even if it were, it would be very dangerous without a firm will. For it to occur at all is intriguing enough, but on top of that, these people are mainly Persona users. And not just one or two. There's no denying that something truly extraordinary is happening here. Broaden horizons aside, I can't resist taking a closer look. When I get closer, I see a nameplate reading Yasugami High School at what seems to be the main gate.
This building, is it a school?
The school building before me looks aged and I narrow my eyes.
It seems somewhat old-fashioned compared to the school I have experience with, but it has its charms as well. This is what they call animalist aesthetic. Animalist?
Nope.
Bestial?
Nope.
Anyway, something along those lines.
They're bizarre decorations as far as the eye can see inside the building. Was this school always thus adorned?
These decorations. Could this be the fabled school festival I've heard tell of? A festival is where one toys with the lives of goldfish in a scandalous game.
Yep, very true.
One can also enjoy a combat simulation with close-range shooting tests using sniper rifle fire into the interior of stalls.
Yep, that happens.
Ooh, I'm starting to get excited.
Looking up, I spy a large sign done in vibrant colors.
P1 Grand Prix. Could this be a fighting tournament? This isn't why the Persona users are gathering, is it?
Oh, God. I want Elizabeth's route to just be like, oh shit, P1 Grand Prix, I'm fucking in. And then she just beats the shit out of everyone, beats Lapras, and then saves the day instantly. No sooner do my suspicions arrive than I sense the first presence within the school and turn towards it. Come, Challenger. Fuck, that's really it. She really is just gonna beat the fuck out of everyone. I wave my arms about in anticipation, but something seems a bit odd.
That lady over there, is she not a persona user? Regardless of that, I sense something out of the ordinary.
When I close my eyes, I can tell that she may appear to be a human girl. Something about her is amiss. I sense an unnatural disconnect from her memories and consciousness not seen in most people.
Is she truly human?
Now that I'm here, I can sense powerful combatants gathering one by one. Its power were used to its fullest in clash of skill. The result would be life-threatening. This is not meant for such a girl. If she were to be drawn into this, then in worst case scenario...
Were I still my old self when I only lived to play out my role, I would leave her be. But I am different now.
I make my way towards the girl. As I approach her, I begin to hear voices. It seems that she's calling herself a student council president. I stride down the end of the hallway where she's walking directly into her view. This girl gives me a slightly questioning look, but no more. She comes towards me guilelessly.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school?
Up close, I can tell at once. There's no doubt that this girl is not human, yet she seems to be under that impression. The original residents of this place seem to believe that she is as well, but of course, that is impossible. The disconnect I sensed earlier must be related.
Could someone have tampered with her memories and psyche?
No matter how unusual her circumstances, such extreme gaps in awareness are no mere fragments of the imagination. It's possible, but normally those with distorted view of reality have equally distorted emotions. I do not sense that in her. Her emotions are in balance, only her memories and awareness fall short, like the corps de ballet falling behind a soloist. I fix my gaze upon the girl before me once again. She did not come here of her own will, then the events here may be more sinister than I imagined.
Are you sure this is how things should be? Huh? What are you talking about? I am a wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice, but, this place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas. If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future. My life? What you choose is up to you, but I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I came to you, so I could give you one last chance.
She's mostly likely forgotten who she is. I sense something shining, slumbering deep in her heart. It's the glow of a bond. No one has been a resident in the Velvet Room can mistake it for anything else. Before she forgot herself, she must have had strong feelings about someone or made a promise to them. But I'll leave it to her to remember what it was. I hold out the Persona Compendium as if handing it to the girl and open its pages. Light streams out from it and washes over her. The light dispels the girl's false image, the illusion that made her seem human, though she is not.
Huh? What is this?
Her true form is revealed as a gleaming mechanical body. Her arms look as if steel plates are covering them. The girl frantically pulls at them, trying to tear them off.
It won't come off! What gives?
My, what a robotically cool body. It is apparently meant for battle.
Hey, you! What did you do to me?
Nothing in particular. Well, considering that you are meant for battle, I shall briefly be your opponent.
Oh dear,
During
okay.
that time, why not think back about who you are?
Huh? My opponent?
Most likely, I will not get through to her with words alone. Only by being forced into a confrontation will she be able to understand. She already knows how to use steel limbs with which she supposedly never before
And away we go.
Ugh.
Final.
Oh, this is jazzy.
Here, some freezing. My turn. Persona. Opening my deck. Renaissance.
That was close!
Persona.
Oh my fucking god. This is the most bullshit Elizabeth shit I can imagine. This is fucking... Fucking hell, Elizabeth! Yeah, that's what it should feel like to fight a fucking ruler. That's not even like Mitsuru's bullshit. That is just like the next level of bullshit. The girl collapses powerlessly. I used a soft touch during the battle. I only beat her ass a little bit. She should have sustained no injuries. Probably. Still, the girl does not stand back up, apparently due to mental rather than physical stress. Her own arms and legs had turned metallic, and in the heat of battle she was able to use those foreign appendages with ease. If she truly thought to herself to be human, that would have come as quite a shock.
That should be enough. I'm sure you realize now that you are not human. There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living. Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought.
An important promise. My reason for living?
Her potential will become unlocked through self-reflection. That was how it happened for me as well.
It seems the tumult of trials is about to begin. In which case, I bid you good luck.
I close the compendium in my hand, and the worn pages rustle as they meet. By the time it shuts, I'm already far away from the girl. In my absence, the illusion is again in place, giving her the appearance of a human once more. She may consider what happened to be a daydream, and that's quite alright. My intention was to give her the opportunity to awaken to the truth. What she eventually decides is up to her. But that aside, there's something else on my mind. The girl I fought looked human, but wasn't. It's rare for even one such as I, with an unimaginably long lifespan, to meet someone like her. Yet she is the second person I have known. The other was also a guest of mine once. She, too, resembled a human girl. I sense her power somewhere here as well. Most likely, she's here for reasons having to do with the girl I met.
What an intriguing event. More so than I had first imagined.
Though I came here on a mere whim, this trip may be unexpected fruit. Perhaps that'll discover something important. My interest piqued even more then. I decided to go further in. When I do, the bustle of voices reaches my ear. Is that a cheer? One of the monitors nearby turns and turns on after the cheer dies. It's showing a girl in a school uniform.
Ladies and gentlemen, is everyone ready? It's time to get our program started. I, Reset, will be your commentator. Please, hold your applause. Oh, you're too kind, you're too kind. Well, with things starting to heat up now, the General has a few words for you. The mic's all yours, sir.
Pardon. Next, a person who seems to be the host takes the girl's place. Actually, person may be incorrect. The intriguing fluffiness and tantalizing round body.
Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix! Presenting the manliest of all men!
This is more of a to-do than I thought.
I keep watching as a video with some upbeat music plays.
Is this an introduction to the contestants?
Oh my god. This is not a full route. A number of boys and girls are introduced at a steady pace. I haven't seen any of the faces before, but they appear to be Persona users. Each one of them tagged with a mocking epithet.
Carnivore who's discarded womanhood, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, the sister complex kingpin. Are these signs of their willingness to cast aside their pride in pursuit of victory? I wonder if they're not casting aside a little too much. This is a rather novel idea.
There's no denying that those with power are gathering here for the tournament. The video comes to a close. Since I came here on my own whim, I'm obviously not featured in it. How unfortunate. I catch myself pouting my lips.
Should I officially enter this as well?
I'm just gonna start bumping people off.
But if the manliest of all men are the ones called for, I cannot participate. Then again, I distinctly spotted a woman or two in the introductory video.
half of the contestants.
Then I shan't concern myself with such trifling details. I shall soldier on.
The next time the host appears in the monitor, I make my entry. Entreaty. If he turns me down, then I shall resort to force. Turn me down and I will break your tournament. Very good. My mind made up, I begin to walk through the school. Battles. Where might I find a battle? I look into a window nearby.
My.
Aha!
The host himself is before my eyes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Before I realize it, I'm already in motion.
Pardon my dynamic entrance.
Someone's here!
Oh, dear God. Looking around, I see a piano and portraits of famous composers lining the walls. I see, this must be called a music
forgive me
room.
for startling you.
Ooh! Who are you, miss?
She's gonna bury
I
him.
am Elizabeth, a mere elevator attendant, albeit one who is currently utterly neglecting her duties.
An elevator attendant? I don't believe it! I'm having culture shock! I wish Junessa's elevators had such beautiful attendants, too!
Excuse me, but may I ask your name?
Teddy! Adoy!
I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating that in human language?
I was saying it normally. Teddy is my name, and I'm a proud bear!
I see. Teddy Bear. You have a rather creative flair to your appearance.
I wish you'd say cute instead. Though hearing a pretty lady like you say so makes my heart skip a beat.
Watching him, I cannot restrain my curiosity any longer and prod a soft fur with abandon.
Huh? What are you doing?
This seems to lack ventilation. How does he breathe in there? Oh, there's a zipper.
Stop! I'm ticklish. Oh no! No opening! You're embarrassing me!
Oh, please forgive me. Curiosity almost killed the bear.
Huh? What were you planning on doing to me? You're even a tougher customer than the kids at the food court, miss!
When I step away, the bear lightly smooths over his fur to try to regain his composure.
I had forgotten what I originally meant to ask because of your fine coat of hair. Teddy Bear, though I am a woman, I wish to partake in this Grand Prix.
Huh? I can't help you with that.
Oh, but are you not the host shown in the introduction video?
It's all a huge misunderstanding. That guy's an imposter. Won't you hear me out?
She seems he's faced with some kind of dilemma. I decide to lend an ear to Teddy Bear. He animatedly describes the circumstances, but his arms and legs are too short to illustrate his point. His mannerisms are so peculiar that understanding an uphill battle, but in the end, I grasp the basics.
So you realized that something was amiss and came wandering in here yourself to investigate. But you fell into the imposter's trap and couldn't do a thing until a moment ago. You have my deepest sympathies.
Do I really? Anyways, everyone else is on the contestant list while I get the cold shoulder.
Is that so? Then, since we are both outcasts, let us participate of our own accord.
Yes!
Our own?
May I request a match from you?
Yes! This is all I wanted. This is what I wanted the game to be.
That makes no sense at all. What do you mean?
I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you.
Maybe a hot and heavy struggle with all kinds of clinches and holds?
A one-on-one battle to the extreme.
That makes no sense. Wait a second. You look a lot stronger than me, miss.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
a
don't
lot.
be so modest.
No, I'm really not.
No, he's
I'm
really
very
not.
Sorry, but the deadline for submitting a forfeit notice has expired.
You're not sorry at all. There are things I can't do, you know.
She's gonna fucking murder him, and I'm all for it. Fuck Teddy.
Oh, but on the other hand, if I can try scoring with you later, I might rethink this.
Scoring? I do not understand the term, but if that is your stipulation, why, I accept.
Oh, you accept? Woohoo! I'm ready to go whenever you are.
That is, if you're still alive afterward.
Yeah, now that's a real concern.
Well then, here goes. Your fate is in the cards.
Oh dear God. I take my fighting stance. Setting matters through a show of force is simple, straightforward. It's so beautiful. Christ.
Final. Fight!
Impressive. Would you mind waiting? Impressive. Pardon.
Oh, wow, he actually landed a hit.
You're frozen now. My attack. You're frozen now. Opening my deck. Your fate is in the code. Opening my deck. Thanatos. Persona. My attack. My attack. You're frozen now. Here is my Your fate is in the code. Your fate is in the code. Impressive. Impressive. From this moment forth.
Well, I guess we gotta find out what the X button does now. I think it just sets him on fire.
The road to dating is steep. Ugh.
With an exaggerated groan, Teddy Bear collapses, or rolls down to be more
Teddy Bear,
precise.
you truly are an intriguing creature.
Hearing this, Teddy Bear springs to his feet.
Are you interested in me?
Though you aren't human, you fight against your fate and wish to be with humans. I have witnessed one other case who bore such a fate in the past.
Huh?
You made a choice and decided how you wish to live. That is marvelous, Teddy Bear.
Marvelous? Me? Does that mean you're still okay with me trying to score with you?
That is not what it means.
Teddy Bear loses balance for some unknown reason and falls over.
No! The way you shoot down my attempts reminds me of Yuki-chan.
Yuki-chan? Is this an acquaintance of yours?
Yuki-chan is a very precious friend of mine.
You have friends.
Actually, everyone who is in that video are my friends. But I can't forgive them for having all the fun. I'll make them buy me a tasty treat for this.
I see. May I ask you something? Who would you consider the strongest among your friends?
She's just literally gonna walk up and beat the fuck out of you.
Well, Sensei, of course. He's the manliest of all men.
Sensei. If I recall correctly, that is the name of a governing class within a school, wielding the power of life and death over its students.
Yes.
Yes, that does indeed sound like the name of a strong warrior.
Sensei's our leader.
He sounds strong, but he seems to be unconnected to the former guest I'm searching for. But as Teddy Bear speaks of his friends called Sensei, he wears a blaming expression. They must be connected with a truly strong bond. Inwardly, I am surprised. Though he is adorable, this teddy bear most likely used to be something similar to a shadow. I'm very curious about anyone who could form a bond with such a being. Thinking back, it makes me interested in him as well.
That was quite helpful. Thank you.
Once the tournament's over, you should come hang out at Junes sometime.
Junes?
It's a place where Don Yosuke and I work. It's huge. You can eat food there, and they have candy, toys, and sexy bikinis too.
What a paradise on Earth! It seems there is still much I do not know about in your world. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must get going now.
Be careful!
I bow politely. Teddy Bear waves back with a big smile. Now, though I decide to participate on my own, how should I proceed from here? I don't have a good understanding of this building's layout, after all. I try going in and out of the building to test various paths, but I don't get anywhere.
It may have come to this.
I rear my head back and inhale deeply as I can, and then...
Bring out the next opponent! No one heeded my call. I suppose repeating that line isn't enough.
My shoulder sags slightly and I concentrate on the area nearby. I sense an unexpected presence.
There is someone closer by than I had expected. What a reunion this will be. I'm starting to feel tingly.
She's gonna walk up and beat the fuck out of Igus. There's no need for me to keep searching for opponents since one is already nearby. I trace the presence and proceed down the hallway. When I reach what appears to be an entryway, I can hear what sounds like voices quarreling. One of the voices is Teddy Bear, or rather, the sham host, General Teddy.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! What a fight! No wonder you're an anti-shadow weapon.
I take no joy at all from your praise.
As I move forward, I find myself breaking into a run. Soon afterward, the voice's owner enters my field of vision. Just as I thought. The unmistakable figure. She's a guest I hosted in my life as a resident. If I recall correctly, her name is Igus. Upon closer inspection, she's aiming her weapon at General Teddy on the monitor.
Pointing your weapon at a monitor isn't very scary. But anyways, your next opponent is...
Ah! If I don't act now, the match will start without me. I must prevent General Teddy from speaking for the time being until my business is completed. Again, before I realize it, I'm already in motion.
Oh no! Pardon my bold entrance. Huh? Oh, the monitor's completely shattered. Who would do such a thing?
Ah!
A strange intruder has shown up.
Oh my. I thought we were having a touching reunion. How unfortunate that you would refer to me as a strange intruder.
A reunion? I don't recall ever meeting anyone so odd.
She who governs power. Does that ring any bells for you?
Huh? Wait. Are you the one I met in that blue room, then? Your entrance just now was very different from how I remembered your behavior, so I didn't recognize you. But you're...
No, that was pretty much her behavior.
Eridanus' son.
What?
No.
Okay, alright.
Elixir? Erengi?
In any case, I never dreamed that I'd meet you here.
That goes for myself as well. It's been a long time since I saw you. But why are you here? What about your duties of governing power?
I am currently in gross abandonment of my duties.
What a fucking way to phrase that.
That was a very straightforward answer.
Yep.
Considering the circumstances here, I'd like to test your strength as well.
I excitedly flip through the pages of the compendium.
Please, wait a moment. Does that mean you wish to fight me?
Get ready for an ass whooping.
From what I've heard, in certain cultures in your world, one lets one's fists do the talking. Perhaps you could think of it as a sporty, modern, and extreme way of greeting one another.
I don't understand at all.
You seem to have become strong beyond all recognition. I'd like to see your power for myself, to broaden my horizons. Will you grant my shameless request?
I still don't understand. But does this mean your wish will be fulfilled if I agree to fight you? If that's really what you want, will you mind if I don't hold back?
You really shouldn't.
I couldn't ask for anything more. I, Elizabeth, will fight you with all the strength at my disposal. Now, let us begin.
Settling matters through a show of force is simple, straight. Pardon me? I said that once already. Oh, God. Hi, I guess ready for your ass whooping?
Final.
Opening my desk. Your fate is in the palm. Your fate is in the palm. Your fate is in the palm. Persona. Your fate is in the palm. Opening my desk.
Nodal functions shutting down.
Yeah, that was a fair fight.
You're strong.
Igus crouches down with an annoyed expression.
No. I was surprised myself. It's been a while since I fought with all my power.
I close my eyes and reminisce. Just as I'd expected, she'd grown more powerful than before. Igus is not human. She has an artificial body, making her sort of mechanical maiden. She was originally created as a tool to accomplish a set goal with established abilities. By gaining a heart, she forged her own destiny. She did this with a power that can only be gained by those with emotions, the power of bonds. Her nature shifted from one directly by others to one who chooses for herself. She was no longer merely acting, but living. This shift caused a miracle and overcame her artificial origins, to attain what could be called life. Some have had the tablet of turning bonds into great strength by forming a contract through intense desire. We residents of the Velvet Room to this talent as the wild card, and it has at times changed the course of history. Some have had the talent of turning bonds into great strength by forming a contract through intense desires. Through intense desire. Some have had the talent of turning bonds into great strength by forming a contract through intense desire. We residents of the Velvet Room refer to this talent as the wild card, and has since times changed the course of history. So, okay, so a wild card is specifically with intense desire, you form a contract with the Velvet Room, and you can turn bonds into power. Like, anyone can turn bonds into power, but the wild cards have, like, the specific ability of turning their bonds into, like, a shit ton of power, right? And then you form a but this does imply that wild cards are specifically Velvet Room associates. Okay. I phrased that terribly, but I understand it. I get it. Even I, who served as a resident for a long time, only encountered a few with that power. She is one of them.
I now have a wish of my own, though it may take vast oceans of time for it to come true. Perhaps one day you will accompany me on the same journey.
What do you mean?
If our destinies truly do cross, you will eventually understand.
Whoops. Aiga's expression shows that she still does not understand, but that is fine for now.
By the way, how have your friends been?
Huh? Oh, they're all well. Several of them are here right now.
Suddenly, staticky voice echoes from the broken monitor speaker, interrupting our conversation. It seems I was not thorough enough in my destruction.
Testing. It's finally getting through. Hey, you! The one who's not on the roster! Who are you? Why are you gumming up the works?
It's that bear.
If you keep messing with my Grand Prix, I'll make you...
I snap my fingers in my right hand with a flourish. And then the fucking Magdolian detonates half the building. Speaker explodes. I am sure that announcement will bother us no more now. It seems I have finally finished it off.
Oh my! Flames have suddenly burst from the speakers. How dreadful.
That was 180% your doing.
Yeah.
Such repeated meddling. It seems I have a bit of a score to settle with the host, too.
She's just gonna go beat the shit out of Lapras?
Well then, I will be going now. Please be careful.
Oh, wait. There is a rule in this tournament against the loser of a fight moving on.
Is there? Well, considering that I entered myself into the tournament, I do not think you count as a defeated contestant. That is only conjecture, though.
You entered yourself. Yet you're going to settle a score with the host for complaining about you?
Huh, details.
Oh god, I love Elizabeth. I smile cheerfully in return and leave the area. Ah, truly, that was one of my better smiles.
I cannot believe that even Elizabeth's son came to this world. That's it! Her name was Elizabeth's son. I finally remember.
Eventually, I reach the room known as the announcement room. When I approach the door, I sense power from within. It seems the real host is here, and not on some monitor. I encountered that Persona user known as Sensei yet, but thinking about it, I would expect him to win his matches until reaching here. It may be easier to wait to search aimlessly for him. Upon closer inspection, the door is slightly open, and there are people inside.
I sense 2. No, 3 people.
I cautiously sneak up to the door and peek inside.
What a shame. You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you.
Huh? That is that teddy bear imposter. The student council president is here too. It seems the false teddy bear's tone is much harsher than before. Has he been meeting with difficulties lately?
When I look again at what's going inside the room, a sinister aura swirls around General Teddy. A surprising transformation occurs. His silhouette refers into a shapeless lump, which resolves into a figure of the student council president girl.
The true self.
Goodness, that false teddy bear was actually the girl's shadow. I see. It's true that suffering to this degree could cause a shadow to go berserk and affect its surroundings.
The girl's true appearance has already been exposed. It seems she finally able to face her original nature. Surprisingly, the enemy forcing the illusion upon her was her other self. I'm glad that she awakened her true self, but this is a shocking and drastic turn of events.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel. Isn't that what you thought? The important part is that it's all your fault.
That's not true.
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true.
It's all right, though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me!
Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free! Yes, the power!
The shadow has gone berserk. At this point, it can no longer be stopped solely by the original person. Worse, the shadow has no more reason to keep its host alive. If this continues, but the third person storms onto the scene just as I'm about to intervene. It is the young man in a school uniform. For a moment, I am utterly captivated. What powerful fire he has in his eyes. On a second look, I recognize his face from the video. As I recall, his name was Kingpin Yu. No, that's not right. Sister Complex Yu. No, that sounds even further from his actual name. Narukami, that's right, you Narukami.
I won't let you hurt her anymore. If you're gonna keep rampaging, I'll fight you.
Fine! Then you'll be the first to die!
The shadow's attack hurtles towards the young man, but he does not flinch and takes a fighting stance after smoothly evading it. Seeing his heightened determination, I detect a distinct presence about him.
That young man is a persona user too.
And that's not all. The sensation is similar to when I encountered Igus.
Could his powers be?
There's no doubt about it. It's the same as hers. He too is a persona user who has awakened the talent, whose awakened talent is that of the wild card. The shadow launches its next attack at the young man. The battle axe it brandishes is a cluster of steel as long as she is tall. If he truly can wield those powers, he may be able to stop such an attack, but it is not a sure
His
thing.
opportunity cannot be missed.
This time, I enter the room and step between the two.
What? Pardon me as I interrupt this scene.
Who are you?
You! How? I set up walls so you couldn't pass through. How did you get here?
She probably just literally walked into them and they broke. So you couldn't pass through. What is she referring to? Oh, could it mean those invisible walls I bumped into from time to time? I suppose thinking back, I did run afoul of such things along the way. But a little push was all— yeah, that's what I thought! She just fucking smashes them! I barely paid them any heed.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed.
Fucking hell, Elizabeth. Oh, there was an invisible wall. Oh, I pushed on it. Get better walls. The shadow and the young man both look quite perplexed. Was what I said so shocking? I take the opportunity to step towards the young man and look him straight in the face.
Are you perhaps the sensei that Teddy Bear spoke of? Someone who has awakened to the power of the wild card through Velvet Room's guidance.
What? Wait, that blue outfit. Who are you?
Velvet Room's guidance means that maybe you don't need the Velvet Room to be a wild card, but it just helps. I flash him a smile and turn my gaze towards the girl collapsed nearby. I believe he called her Lapras a moment ago.
I see. I feel that I have a good grasp on the situation now.
Then can't you tell you're in the way? Get out of here!
I cannot do that. I came to settle some business I had with you, the tournament's host.
What business?
To be blunt. What business was it?
How the hell should I know?
That was harsh.
This fucking single route makes up for the entire game.
It turns out that I do not care about such trifling details after all. My apologies. Please forget my mention of business. Actually, my search for a certain individual has unexpectedly concluded, so we're done here.
Who said we're done? That's it! I'll kill you where you stand!
Okay, yeah, that's not gonna go well.
I wouldn't recommend it. If I may be so boastful, it would be a battle you stand no chance of winning.
I just want to look at her glove better.
What?
My words must have been so humiliating the shadow's face flashes red as it gropes for words. I ignore it in order to speak to the young man.
It's nice meeting you, by the way. I am Elizabeth. Would it ring a bell if I mentioned that I am the one who governs power?
You mean like Margaret?
Oh, do you know my older sister? I see, no wonder.
Stop ignoring me, bitch!
I shield the young man behind me and turn towards the
Please
shadow.
wait a moment. I must ask the one over there to leave this place before we resume.
It's you who's going to leave!
I was sure that I gave the proper warnings earlier. So it goes. Your fate is in the cards.
Well, I've decided to beat your ass. Why does it think it's 4?
Finally!
Opening my mouth. Persona. Opening my mouth. Your fate is in the card. Persona. Opening my deck. Thanatos. Persona. Opening my deck. Your fate is in the card. Persona. Persona. Opening my deck. Oh.
How could it end like this? It's all completely ruined.
The shadow falls to its knees, its will completely drained. I doubt it has strength left to attack us.
This is me?
The girl, still unable to stand, stares blankly at her own shadow. I turn around towards the young man. This P1 Grand P was most likely caused by the girl's shadow manifesting her suppressed anguish. But this young man tried to reach out to her, even at the risk of his own safety. And even after seeing proof that she was the one who caused that risk...
Excuse me, but may I leave the rest of this to you? I'm ashamed to say so, but delicate persuasion is not my forte.
I understand. I agree that you don't seem like you'd be too good at it.
The young man walks towards Labras, who's still at a loss for words. I have yet to have a proper conversation with him, but I sense a certain trustworthiness in his strong steps.
Miss President, or actually Labras.
What am I supposed to do? What difference does it make if I accept this? In the end, no one's gonna understand me anyway, right?
It's true that others won't be able to easily understand your pain. But are you gonna give up after just one try at showing them? One victory or loss doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't give up. That's what I think.
I shouldn't give up?
No, you can do this. You're not alone anymore.
Labrys' eyes widen as if just realizing the brightness of the scenery before her. The young man waits patiently for his words to sink in. After some time, Labrys finally stands up and looks towards me.
Hey, is this what you were talking about before?
I am also not human, but who you are is for you to decide. That is the power of potential that everyone holds. Even for a machine, but still holds true.
You could have just said so when we first met.
Alas, I have always had some difficulty making myself understood.
Come on now, you should go to her.
Labrys faces her shadow once more at the urging of the young man.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all. This is my persona.
Congratulations!
Yeah, you did well.
Thanks.
There's no need to thank us. It was all you.
Seeing Labrys smile, I can't help but grin as well. But her relief only lasts for a moment before the strength drains from her body and she
Labrys!
stumbles. The young man
There's
hastily
no
catches
need to
her.
worry. She must have reached the limits of her stamina.
He props the unconscious
The
Labrys
strength
down
that
against
binds
a wall.
hearts together. No matter how many times I witness it, its beauty never fades.
I hope we get to see a conversation between Elizabeth and Margaret before the end
May
of
I
this.
borrow some of your time?
The young man looks over his shoulder in surprise, but when our gazes cross, he turns
Are
as if
you a
understanding.
resident of the Velvet Room too?
Well, in a way. I have abandoned my duties at the moment in order to see through a desire of mine.
What did you want with me?
I'm here to beat your ass! I calm myself before opening my mouth once
In order
more.
for my wish to be granted, I require a power much greater than what I have. But it is most likely not power used to fight. It is something else. I wish to understand what that is. The power of the wild card that changes bonds into strength. I have a feeling that the key lies there.
I don't really understand.
Put more bluntly, I wish for you to show me your potential.
The young man considers everything I said, but eventually sighs before responding.
I get it now.
You don't mind?
Would you back down if I said no? After what you said before, I don't think you'd back off that easy.
Touché.
I take a slightly
There is no
defensive
need
stance.
to be lenient. I invite you to approach this battle as if you intend to kill me.
I didn't think I could win any other way.
Accurate.
Well then, here goes. Your fate is in the cards.
Finally!
Oh, she constantly has SP up on.
Would you mind waiting for a moment? Pardon me. Here. Won't you have some? My attack. Won't you have some? My attack. It's time to be judged. The lever. Pardon me. Pardon me. Impressive. Thanatos. Your fate is in the card. Your fate is in the card. Opening my deck. Opening my deck. Persona. Persona. Persona.
Guys.
Oh my god. Okay, Elizabeth is probably the most broken character.
She's so strong.
I see. You do indeed have great power.
Even saying so, I'm conflicted and my expression clouds. It's true he was strong. He expertly wields the power of the wild card, but thinking about it, excuse me, that isn't what I wanted to learn. So, okay, so... oh, I guess the wild card isn't the ability to change your persona, it's the ability to turn bonds into strength. The power of the wild card doesn't stem from just one skill in a fight. His strength comes from his knowledge that he cannot avoid fighting to gain his desire. The strength happens to manifest as power in battle. But what I want to learn has little to do with combat. Will I ever get closer to the root of the matter with this method? Even if I find that I can't, I don't see another way. I have measured all types of strength, great and small, as one who presides over power. I feel suddenly anxious.
Could it be that it's something I cannot understand?
Will I never be able to stand as one distant from workings of human society? Has it been impossible from the start for my wish to be fulfilled? I then noticed the sound of footsteps.
Hey, are you okay? Oh shit, dude, what happened to you?
Yukon, are you alright?
I beat his ass.
Senpai, hang in there!
It seems that once the shadow who created this place was vanquished, the rules keeping everyone trapped were nullified. These must be the friends he formed bonds with.
Yo!
But
did you do this? What did you do to Senpai?
I beat his ass. One of them turns his fierce eyes on me.
You're so mean, miss! This is going too far!
Who are you anyway? You better explain yourself!
If you did this with malign intent, we won't let you leave here so easily.
What? Guys, seriously, what the fuck would you do to stop her? Their anger at seeing their friend hurt. That was a new experience for me. Their bond gave birth to anger, grew into animosity, and that fury is now directed towards me. But the young man stands up.
One more time.
You! No! You! What the fuck are you gonna do in round 2? He requests this even though he's badly wounded. A rematch would seem to be the only possible outcome.
What?
Please, that is enough. I've already witnessed your strength.
If this ends with my defeat, it doesn't count as me showing you my potential.
But...
It's actually a really good
You
line.
shouldn't jump to conclusions. I thought I said this once today. What's important is that you don't give up after one try. You have to hang in there. My friends that I haven't seen in a while are all here. I can't just wave the white flag.
The young man makes his declaration. A mysterious presence fills the area. Izanagi no Makoto. The presence surges with the power and creates a whirlpool of light around him. With that light, the young man's determination and drive instantly rekindle.
Power?
Is that the wild card he holds? I then notice the young man's friends are standing behind him in support. All of their gaze is fixed on me as I stand perplexed. The bond that they share as their very core is echoed in their eyes. I suddenly feel as if I'm confronting a fearsome
I cannot
giant.
believe I am seeing this.
I find myself starting to back off. My footsteps are unsteady as I go. A small dip in the floor behind me, no larger than a fingernail, throws me off balance. Surely I'm about to fall. But then, unseen arms catch me.
Are you alright? You're...
In contrast to my utter bewilderment, she wears a calm smile. When I turn back to the young man, the surge of power is already dissipated. I catch myself sighing in relief. Even when I renew my long memory, I can recall no occasion on which I had felt so overwhelmed
What was
before.
that just now? Do you happen to know what this power is?
I do not know the specifics, but
Agus turns her gaze towards you
that
and his
must
friends.
be the power of their bonds. The power that stems from not being alone. I don't know why, but I feel like I understand when I'm watching them.
The power of not being alone.
It's a power they all share. Isn't it just his? Did their strong bonds turn his determination to not lose into an instant recovery for him? I'm suddenly reminded of a conversation I once had with my sister. If something is impossible for them to accomplish alone, they will work together.
What's important is that you don't give up.
It is cliche to hear, but its wisdom is profound. I dismissed his potential judging by my standards. I almost gave up the same way, thinking that I'd be unable to understand, but he refused to allow that. His power proves that there's not only one standard. It is truly the strength found in numbers.
So this is a bond.
When I think about the guests who I met who had formed bonds, I may have focused too much on those individuals. I never took interest in who they were bonded with or how those
What I
bonds were
should be
forged.
studying isn't just him, but all of them together. Not the strength of a person, but of people. That may be the lesson. It seems I am starting to find hope.
I nod in
Today's
satisfaction.
festivities made for quite a wonderful Grand Prix. Considering that there have been some gains, I should be going, if you'll all excuse me.
I turn to make my exit.
Wait a sec, you haven't explained yourself yet! You haven't even told us your name! It's Elizabeth!
Hey! Back here! What are you all happy for?
No, you really let her go, though. She will beat your asses.
Who was she? Well, the odds are low that she was the mastermind behind this case.
Enough about her! Senpai's more important. We'll get you out of here in no time, so hang in there, Senpai. Teddy, get a stretcher ready.
Huh?
What are you standing around for? Move!
Guys, I'm not exactly critically injured, you know?
I think it's wonderful.
You're...
Seeing you surrounded by friends reminds me of a certain someone.
a certain someone?
There is no need to worry, everyone. His wounds are not serious. He is merely exhausted.
Oh, thank goodness. Wait, who are you?
I could have left by a shorter route, but I returned to the school front gate and looked back at the school. The faces of the people I parted with moments ago are called to mind. Amongst them is that young man's face. I only faced him briefly, yet I recall him with surprising
I'm sure that
vividness.
he will continue to increase his strength of heart. It is a given with so many friends. I am a little bit envious.
I turn the pages of the compendium and draw a magic
Well,
circle
then,
in the air.
Farewell.
I soundlessly pass through it and leave as if melting into the scenery. Close my eyes and my thoughts drift to the past.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth, are you listening? You seem lost in thought like that frequently of late. Could this mean that you finally began to be troubled over things, like a normal person?
How scathing of you, as usual.
Believe me, sister, I am not as bad as you. What's the matter?
My dear sister, I want to tell you a fairy tale.
What's this about?
In our world, at the far reaches of the Sea of the Soul, there stands a large door. A soul which devoted itself to sealing that door slumbers there.
Oh, okay, so it is a
Why
soul.
did it do such a thing?
That soul is risking itself to prevent those who have lost sight of life's brilliance from luring the world to self-destruction. It has become the guardian of the door, of the whole world, in fact.
That is a very sorrowful story.
My dear sister, do you think I can save that person?
I thought it was a fairy tale.
It may be impossible alone, but what if I joined forces to do it? This person's friends are capable of miracles at times.
This person you speak of, is it... I hope you're not planning to...
Oh, don't be silly, my dear sister. I told you, it was only a fairy tale.
To a certain degree, all of your stories are like fairy tales. I don't know what's troubling you, but be sure that you don't neglect your duties.
When I open my eyes again, I'm in the Sea of the Soul, a world where countless bright lights shine like a nebula.
Velvet, oh velvet.
I begin singing a song, but now that I'm here again, I feel a hint of loneliness. I smile inwardly at myself. What happened today was very fruitful for me, though it came with a certain realization. I still don't have anyone in the world outside the Velvet Room that I wish to form a bond with. My lack of hunger for such things may have prevented me from understanding.
No, that's not quite right either.
Lack of hunger? That's not it. In truth, it was within my power, but I was turning my gaze away from it. After all, I didn't begin this journey only to find the means to defeat that monster. I thought by defeating it, I could see him again.
To think I was unconsciously afraid of something and keeping my distance from it. That is quite a surprise.
The mechanical girl, the young man today, and my old guest all had their own desires and resolve from the start. I should make myself just as resolved if I am to achieve my desire as well. I will face it unblinkingly and accept it. I will admit that the loneliness in me arose from leaving my old residence. The sick feeling of loneliness will surely torment me and cause me grief forever. But if I harden my resolve to allow for embracing that pain, I'm certain that yearning heart will yield great power. Bonds, the other half of being alive, along with death. Just as death gives life its shine, I'm sure loneliness will shed new light on the question of bonds. That is when I will obtain the power of bonds in the truest sense. Certainly, I will not achieve that miracle
I
alone.
cannot defeat that monster now. I may in time gain the power to truly erase it.
He must have felt that hunger as well. That is why he tried to protect his bonds with his life, leading him into the universe. I smile to myself again. As one who leads others, I have only now gained enlightenment about the true meaning of bond. I just want to review that line again. He must have felt that hunger as well. That is why he tried to protect his bonds with his life, leading him into the universe. Interesting. Okay. At that moment, a single cart. Oh, shit! Drifted down before my eyes. Hovering before me, like a butterfly fluttering its wings, is the card of the fool. It bursts into pearls of light on my hand.
The day would come where I would behold my own arcana and not that of a visitor's.
The fool. It represents freedom, purity, possibility, and
the beginning of a journey.
Holy shit.
It may be that my journey has finally truly begun. The fool, Well, I am aware that I still do foolish things.
I give a wry smile and look up, my gaze fixed on what lies ahead. It is an enormous door that looms like a small mountain in the center of the void.
Please wait for me. One day I shall surely see my wish come true.
We even got Makoto in this bitch. There he is. Look at him. Barely visible. And I don't actually think depicted. I think they just did the door, and I'm not sure if he's actually on it. Oh, wait, maybe he's that little black dot that almost looks like a keyhole. I briskly turn my heel away from the door. My walk begins.
Velvet,
Yep.
oh velvet.
Yep, there he is. You can actually see him. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting Makoto to be in the game. There you are. There you are, you magnificent fucking door. My bright song will no longer have mournful undertones.
My master has a large nose.
I have yet to determine a sure path. There's no assurance that my wish will come true. Whether those I encounter today will truly share something with me isn't certain either. But I have hope now, and that's what lets me go on. This time I can head towards the future I desire without losing my way. $100%! Yes! The worst part about Elizabeth's route is that they never made a fucking sequel to it. There's no sequel to the Elizabeth route. So it's just like, I'm starting my journey. What's gonna happen? Who knows? And we'll probably never find out. That's the worst part of the Elizabeth journey. Anyway, yeah, the Elizabeth journey was really good. If all of them were as good as Elizabeth, I wouldn't have so many fucking problems. But as it stands, I think the only routes that are actually good are Lapras, Elizabeth, Mitsuru, and Naoto. Everyone else's route fucking sucks. Although Chie does have that cool beef bowl fight with Akihiko. That was pretty interesting. But yeah, like, I guess should be the most interesting, and hers was, like, the most boring. I don't know. Well, anyway, that's finally P4A story mode. Thank God. We're finally fucking done. Which means next time we start streaming, we'll be finally on to Ultimax, and this shit. Whatever is happening here, we'll figure it out. God, there's so much shit here. 0% complete, and then after that we have to do, like, episode of Adachi or some shit. Anyway. That in. That's it. I did it. I streamed the game. Webcam might be back next time. We'll see. We'll see if I'm looking better, if I'm looking up to snuff. But yeah. Not great. There's some great stuff in it, but as a whole, not great so far. But that was P4A. We'll see about Ultimax. Anyway, hopefully everyone had a good time. I'm gonna eat and then go to bed. But yeah, I've been Sacrobolic, your Envoy of Hope, and I will see you next time. Probably Monday-ish, maybe Sunday, maybe Monday, I don't know, we'll see. Anyway, bye-bye.